Afadhali mzee ambaye ni mtulivu, ambaye hana haja ya kujaza mifuko yake, ambaye atachunga masilahi ya watu yake, badala ya mdomo tamtamu 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 tamtamu. Lakini akiingia ni wale wa kufanya moja yako, nusu ya mwananchi, mbili yako na tano yangu. Na mnawajua nyinyi
kutafuta uongozi kwa kutumia dini au kutumia kabila, unagawa watu. Kazi ya uongozi ni kujenga watu wawe kitu kimoja.
The 2.2 billion has been spent in the office of the president and State House between July and September. If you do that calculation, it means that we spend in that office 23 million per day and 1 million per hour. That cannot be sustainable.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back for another amazing episode. Karibuni nyote, na ningependa kukaribisha kwa moyo mkunjufu njioni kwa show ya leo, ambapo tutakuwa nazungumzia mengi zaidi ambayo yametokea kwa siku ya leo, na mimi ni wako Shadizo. Na kabla sijakosea, wacha nikufahamishe tu leo tu nitazidi kukumbusha kwamba we'll be looking about Ruto signs controversy, Affordable Houses Act, na pia tutakuwa nazungumzia pia Azimio accusation on education. We'll be looking more details about that. Tutakuwa nazidi kuzungumzia hello, na ninapenda kuwakaribisha nyote wote ambao mnatutazama, wote ambao mko kwa comment section, na wote ambao mnakuwa sehemu ya kipindi. Nyote karibuni. Mhakikishe kwamba hautazami peke yako, unakaribisha mtu kutazama na yeye ama kuwa sehemu hii, na ndio maana ningependa kuwakaribisha nyinyi nyote kwa moyo mkunjufu. Njooni nyote, nimewamiss kwa wiki juma moja hivi, lakini nimerejea na napenda kuwakaribisha zaidi na zaidi na zaidi na zaidi. Njooni tujadiliane, njooni tusemezane, njooni tuweze kuzungumza kuhusiana haya masuala mawili na matatu ambayo yametokea, kwa sababu mengi yametokea siku nzima. Ndipo tumeona madaktari pia nao wamebeba bana na kuamua kwamba hawatarudi kazini hadi watakapoongezwa mshahara. Kando na hiyo, tutakuwa nazungumzia kwa ukindani, pia tutakuwa nazungumzia swala hili la nyumba, ambapo rais amepitisha kwamba ule mswada wa nyumba kwamba utazidi kuendelea, na watu kuanzia mwezi ujao watakatwa mshahara, watakatwa sehemu ya kwa ushuru kwa minajili ya utengenezaji wa nyumba, na amesema hilo litaendelea. Sasa kwa wale ambao wanafanya kazi serikalini na wote ambao mnaajiriwa, mko tayari kukatwa hiyo mtaji wa nyumba. Na bila kusahau, tujaacha nyuma tena ile sehemu ya elimu, sekta ya elimu ambayo imekuwa na kizaazaa kwa muda, tena tunazidi kuona kizaazaa kingine kinatokea. Tutakuwa tunazungumzia masuala zaidi, na tutakuwa tunaangalia ndani kiundani na kuweza kuyachambua zaidi na zaidi. Kabla nisawasabai wawili watatu, nitaanza ambaye niko naye kwa studio Daki. Habari ya leo?
Mzuri sana Shadiza.
Yeah.
It's been a while since we've been on the show. It's been over a week. First of all, I would love to say hi to our viewers. I've been away for a while, but we are here now. Let's do the show. Thanks for being here, and continue to invite other people on the show. Thank you, Shadiza.
Asante sana. Nakaribisha nyote kwa moyo mkunjufu. Njooni tuweze kusemezana wote. Njooni tuweze kujadiliana. Njooni tuweze kudadavua na kugaganua ndani kiundani masuala haya. Tayari nishaweka link kwa comment section. bovya tu na itakuleta kwa studio. Acha StreamYard ikutengenezee kamera, ni kutengenezea pia na sauti, na kisha uingie studio tuweze kujadiliana na kudadavua mambo kiundani zaidi, ama kuwa sehemu ya hii mjadala wetu wa leo. Na bila kusahau, acha niwakumbushe kwamba kama kawaida tunalila swali ambalo tunaliita la poll question. Poll question yetu ya leo inasema kwamba what is it more important to Kenyans? Na majibu ni mawili haya. Anasema low cost living or UDA re-election in 2027. Narudia tena swali letu la poll question linasema hivi, what is more important to Kenyans? Hivyo swali letu linasema leo, na majibu ni haya ambayo kwamba tunasema low cost living ama tunasema UDA re-election in 2027. Naona 100% kwa sehemu ya sound candidate wamesema kwamba hao wanasimamia kwamba low cost of living. Na hebu tutazame kwa channel yetu hiyo nyingine, sound candidate talk. Swali ni lile. Hebu tutazame wengi wanasema vipi. Swali ni ile tu linasawia vivyo hivyo kwamba what is more important to Kenyans, hivyo swali linasema, na majibu ni yale tu kwamba low cost of living na UDA re-election in 2027. Naona huku kuna kura zimepigwa na 77% inasema kwamba jibu lao linasema kwa low cost of living, na 5% inasema kwamba re-election of 2027 of UDA. So uniambie, na tuzidi kupiga kura, na tunapozidi kupiga kura tafadhali na wasi bovya kidude cha kufanya like. Sio pia kwamba wewe umepiga kura yako vizuri na hujabovya kidude cha like na hujashare, hiyo inaonyesha kwamba hautendi haki. Wacha tusaidiane kusukuma show wote pamoja na tutazidi kuwa wabaraka. Wale ambao mnatazama wa Sound Candy Talk live na 100%, ningependa kuwashukuru pia. Tuweze kushiriki kusambaza pia watu waje tuweze kujadiliana na kuweza kudadavua mambo kiundani na zaidi, na bila kusahau kuwakumbusha pia tuko live kwa mtandao wetu wa X Sound Candy Talk, na pia tuko mtandao wetu wa Facebook Sound Candy Talk Facebook live, na pia tuko tena kwa mtandao wa Kibali Launch Facebook live. Ningependa kuwashukuru sana, na tuko kwa M Bernard Engozi page. So napenda kuwashukuru nyote, tujione tuweze kuzemezana, tuweze kujadiliana na tuweze kujua tunaanzia wapi ama tunaenda wapi. Na kabla nikingoja wengine kujiunga nasi kwa studio, tuacha tu nitasoma nitawasabai wawili watatu ambao wametusabai kwa studio kwa comment section, na itazidi kuwa vyema. Na muona kwanza tumeanza na Msimamo anasema hello guys, hello good people, asante sana Msimamo. Na muona Daha Abdi anasema kwamba hi Bernard, hi everyone, thank you Abdi. Na muona pale Charles Green, kama kawaida Charles Green anasema the house levy will be thrown out again by in the court. Okay. Alafu namuona Esther Star anasema kwamba good evening Bernard, good evening good evening all guys, thank you, tunashukuru sana Esther. Namuona tena pale Igesa George anasema kwamba the only legend the only God that we make Ruto to understand Kenyans are suffering is the one trending now. Okay. Anasema kwa njia moja ya kufanya Ruto aelewe Wakenya tunateseka ni ile ambayo inatembea sasa ama ambayo inavuma sasa.
I think he's talking about the heckling.
Okay. Na muona pale BA0970 anasema kwamba hi Shadizo, hi Douglas, thank you. Nashukuru nyote. Na muona pale tena Charles Green amerudi. Na muona mzee Michael anasema kwamba hamjambo, Ruto must go. As of, no matter what to. Ndio hiyo sasa. Nazidi kuwashukuru, na kabla tujasonga mbele zaidi, na muona Ondumani ashaja studio. Wacha tucheze video ya siku ndio tujue tunajadili nini na tuweze kusonga mbele.
President William Ruto Tuesday assented to the Affordable Housing Act after both chambers of Parliament passed the controversial legislation. The signing ceremony held at State House, Nairobi, will see Kenyans resume their contributions to the housing scheme that was halted by the High Court and the Court of Appeal. Kenyans will, however, await the month of April for deductions as the government puts in place regulations. Stephen Leto reports.
Donning the men at work a safety gear in State House, President William Ruto, accompanied by youth drawn from several sectors, put pen to paper and assented to the controversial Affordable Housing Act 2023.
Meshak, mimi naamini ya kwamba utajipanga na hiyo maneno.
Tuko sawa
kabisa
Tuko imara.
Usini let down please.
Hatuwezi.
The 1.5% tax from both the employer and the employee will take effect starting April 2024, since the government is setting up the necessary regulations to evade any legal hurdle that might arise again. The deductions will, however, not be backdated.
20% of the housing units will be social houses. 50% will be affordable houses. That means the people who are who earn 20,000 and above, they will have a 50% chance to own houses in our affordable housing program, and 30% will be the people in the middle class or the people further up the ladder. So, in this affordable housing program, there is a chance for every Kenyan.
The new law has allocated one house to every taxpayer.
Kenyans were worried ya kwamba wabwanyenye wataweza kununua hiyo nyumba zote wakuwe zao alafu waweze kuziuza back into the market kwa bei ambayo iko juu kwa sababu iko affordable. Na kwa hivyo tukaongezea kipengele kingine ya kusema 1 KRA pin, one house. Kwa hivyo utaweza kuchukua zaidi ya nyumba moja.
This program will define your legacy. And we want to assure you, those of us you have given the privilege to work under you and to assist you in the management of the affairs of this great country, we are right behind you.
The new law now establishes a framework for the collection of the affordable housing levy and implementation of the affordable housing programs that had been questioned by the High Court and upheld by the Court of Appeal. According to the President, the housing plan will generate jobs for millions of unemployed youth.
We should be having close to 300,000 young men and women working at our sites. So by signing this bill, assenting to this bill today, Your Excellency, you have opened doors for low-income earners.
Tulikuwa tumekubaliana kama serikali ya kwamba kuna watu wengi kupitia kwa kufanya kazi wamepata ujuzi.
Yes.
Ama wamepata skill. Either ya plumbing, ya electrician, yeah, painting.
The new law further establishes accountability mechanisms, including a requirement that the board shall prepare a 5-year investment program and an annual investment program, which shall be approved by the cabinet and shall consequently be tabled in Parliament. The investment programs shall guide the allocation of funds for the implementation of the affordable housing programs under the new provisions proposed by Senate.
For a mama mboga who today pays rent at 3,000, to pay 3,000 and own a home in Kenya.
Your Excellency, we must commend you, we must commend the legislators, we must commend the planners, that on this one, they have held the bull by the horns.
Governors will establish county liaison committees tasked with overseeing the implementation of the affordable housing program. Stephen Leto, Citizen.
Ni hivyo mambo yalivyo katika nchi yetu na katika sehemu hii ya nchi, na nazidi kushukuru. Naona Ondumani amefika studio. Sitaweka tuenda moja kwa moja kwa mjadala, tutaanza na hiyo kipengele ndio tuendelee kwa kile kingine cha viongozi wa Azimio, na nitapenda waleta kwa ile mswada wa madaktari, lakini tuanzie hapo kwa sababu hiyo ndio mada yetu, tunasema ya kwanza ya mada yetu. Tuanze na sijui ni mupe Douglas kwanza ama tuanze na Ondumani. Unaona vipi? Leo nataka munisaidie.
Ondumani ataje tusalimie,
basi tuanze na Ondumani. Ondumani basi tuamkoe, alafu Waanze kuchangia mada moja kwa moja.
Okay, asante. Habari ya Nairobi?
Nairobi kuko salama sana, labda huko kwako.
Unanipata?
Kabisa.
Busia tuko tunaendelea mzuri. Yesu ni Bwana. Asante. Mimi nitachangia namna hii. Rais ana mawazo mazuri. Kama hiyo nyumba itasaidia watu, tunajua Wakenya, tunajua viongozi wa Kenya. Leo wanasema hii, kesho watasema ingine. Tulisikia kwamba hii serikali ya mama mboga, ya bodaboda na kila kitu, lakini tunapata ya kwamba hii serikali iko ya bodaboda, iko ya mama mboga. Mama mboga ni wale walikuchaguliwa kukuwa CS, mama mboga na bodaboda. Sasa hizi nyumba watajenga, mama mboga atafikia hizo nyumba, bodaboda atafikia hizo nyumba. Hizo nyumba baada ya zimejengwa, utaona ni wengine ndio watakalia hizo nyumba, si hawa bodaboda, si mama mboga. Tumeona hii manyumba ya Kenya National Housing Corporation. Kenya National Housing Corporation, wagani wanakaa? Ni maskini wanakaa kwa hizo manyumba? Si ni matajiri ndio wamenunua hizo manyumba za Kenya National Housing Corporation? So ni uongo gani ile wanaambia sisi wa Kenya? Wadanganye hiyo, tunasema danganya toto jinga, sumuni na ndururu, ongeza peni moja, nunua peremende. Hii ni danganya toto jinga. Hii serikali wakuwa nasema ni ya mama mboga, si ya mama mboga. Hata hii manyumba hii wanajenga si ya mama mboga. Okay. Na wakasema hii vijana wamekuwa na rais. Ni vijana gani? Au ni vijana gani? Na ni vijana gani walikuwa wanapiga kelele? Wanawapigia kelele? Hao ni vijana wenye walikuwa hawana kazi ya kufanya. Na sijui uko Bomet kama kuna manyumba inajengwa. Kama manyumba inajengwa, au vijana wangekuwa wanapiga kelele kwa barabara. Lakini nyumba hazijajengwa. Hatujui kama wanafanya ile sarakasi za abunwasi. Sasa wameenda kusanya vijana. Vijana gani hao? Hata mimi naona hao vijana wako, sijui ni vijana ina gani. Hao ni vijana wale wanakulia kwa kijiko. Lakini wale vijana walikuwa wanapiga kelele Kericho, si hao. Sisi tunataka washughulikie wale vijana walikuwa wanapiga kelele kule Kericho. Hao ndio nataka waende State House huko, washughulikiwe, wapewe kazi. Vijana wakikosa kupewa kazi, watakuwa na mdomo, watawatusi tu mpaka dakika ya mwisho. Ndugu yangu, watawatusi. Bado wajasaidia vijana, hapo wajasaidia vijana kusema ya kwamba ati watajenga nyumba. Kujenga hizo nyumba zikiisha, hao vijana watafanya nini baada ya nyumba kuisha? Ndugu yangu, mimi nilikuwa naona hii miaka ya uongozi ya mzee Jomo Kenyatta, uongozi ya Moi. Factories zilikuwa za kutosha. Wale walikuwa maajiriwa kazi kwa factory, walikuwa wanafanya kazi kwa factory. Wale walikuwa wanafanya vibarua, walikuwa wanafanya kazi ya vibarua. Tungaona vijana wale wanakemea au viongozi kwa barabara. Halafu wanasema hao vijana ni viongozi wa kesho. Hatuna kiongozi wa kesho. Hatuna. Hao viongozi wamefanya Kenya, vijana wetu wamekuwa useless. Kwa maana hata wamemaliza kusoma, hawana kazi ya kufanya. So ile kazi ya kufanya ni ile ya kwenda kujenga manyumba. So watafute policy ingine ile inaweza kusaidia vijana. Wasione hii policy hii inaweza kusaidia vijana kujenga nyumba, sijui nini, hiyo ninasemanga namna gani, computer hub sijui nini. Hii ni ujinga. Hii tunaitanga ujinga. Computer hub. Mtoto kwani wajasoma computer? Wamesoma computer. Huko ndio unapeleka watoto watakuwa wakora wa kuibia watu kwa mtandao. Vijana wangapi wanaibia watu kwa mtandao? Wakati ataenda huko tunaitanga ati computer hub huko. Bundles za bure. Watatumia zile bundles kuiba wa Kenya. Watatumia hizo bundles kufanya ukora katika mtandao. So badala ya kutafuta suluhisho ile ya kudumu kusaidia vijana. Sijui hii serikali iko mpangoles. Walichukua serikali bila nini? Bila mpango. Walichukua serikali bila mpango. Walitangazwa wameshinda uchaguzi, lakini wakujua ya kwamba watashinda uchaguzi. Ndio uchaguzi kama ni kushinda walishinda. Kama hawakushinda hiyo mimi sijui. Hiyo ni yule alitangaza. So nasema namna hii, hao inatakana kuwe na mipangilio ya vijana, vipangilio ya vijana, hapana kusomba wale vijana wameshakula blue band, kifua imejaa. Chukua wale vijana walikuwa wanamheko huko Bomet, awapatie kazi ya kufanya. Baada ya kupatia vijana hao kazi ya kufanya, itakuwa mzuri ndugu yangu, itakuwa mzuri, na Kenya hii tutaenda mbele. Na tunasema vijana ni viongozi wa kesho. Kama vijana wako na hii tabia ya kueko lao kwa barabara, hatuna vijana, hatuna vijana ya kesho, hatuna serikali ya kesho. So hao viongozi wanaona tu ya leo tu wanaona hii mwaka na ya uchaguzi 2027. Hawaoni zaidi ya 2027. Hawaoni. Wanaona tu bora wachukue uongozi peke yake, lakini mpangilio kwa serikali ya kusaidia vijana, hiyo hakuna. Hawana mpangilio. Sasa wakisema ya kwamba, mimi nilikuwa nasikia ati makamu ya rais anasema vijana wale wana equal rais, kwa ile area zao walipita uchaguzi. Wakifanya hivyo, serikali ifanye namna gani? Iwachukulia hatua gani serikali itawachukulia? Kama mlidanganya hao vijana, mliwadanganya, watampa heshima kweli? Watampa ofisi yenu heshima? Hakuna vile watampa hiyo ofisi yenu heshima. Hakuna heshima watapatiana, kwa maana mliwadanganya mkaingia katika uongozi. Sasa wakati mmeingia katika uongozi, mnataka kuwafanyia maisha ikuwe ngumu. Mtakamata vijana gani? Vijana gani wale mtakamata? Kwanza kabla wajakamata vijana hao, wawapatie kitu ya kufanya. Kama Bomet huko nyumba zijaanza kujengwa, hata wasahau kujenga nyumba hapa Western, hawasahau kujenga ile manyumba, ile ngome ya Azimio. Waende wajenge katika manyumba, kwa watangulie hizo ngome zao huko. Once wakishatangulia kujenga manyumba ngome zao, watakuwa wamezuia hao vijana kueko hao. Lakini kama wajaanza katika ngome zao na wanapata ushindani katika hizo ngome zao, then hawana mamlaka ya kutawala Kenya hii. Hawana mamlaka ya kutawala Kenya hii, kwa sababu utawala imewashinda. Kama huwezi kucontrol vijana, then inamaanisha ya kwamba uongozi imewashinda. Baka kwa control vijana, once wakicontrol vijana ndio viongozi wa kesho, mambo itakuwa mzuri. Lakini the moment hao vijana wamekosa kazi ya kufanya na wanatembea kwa mabarabara wakisema affordable housing, watajenga manyumba gani ile watajenga? Watapatia vijana kazi? Hao vijana hiyo manyumba yote kujenga itapatia hii vijana yote wale wamemaliza kazi, watawapatia kazi? Hakuna vile watawapatia kazi. Wasuluhishe mambo ya vijana kwanza. Iko mambo ya vijana pale, iko mambo ya madaktari pale, iko mambo ya walimu pale, iko mambo ya kukamata vijana pale. Watafanya kazi gani? Unawache gani? Hawana mipango. Walichukua serikali bila mpango. Hii tunaona yote ni sarakasi, ile tunaitanga sarakasi za Abunuwasi. Hakuna hii sarakasi ya Abunuwasi mali itaenda. Hakuna. Wangekuwa na ile policy ya mzee Jomo Kenyatta, wasome ile vitabu ya mzee Jomo Kenyatta aliandika, wasome mali Kenya ilitoka. Rais Uhuru Jomo Kenyatta alianza na namna gani? Alianza kutengeneza factory. Tukaona Kikomi huko Kisumu, tukaona Pan African Paper Mills Webuye, tukaona Raymond huko, tukaona Rivertex. Hizo kampuni zote vijana walikuwa wafanye huko kazi. Ungeona ati wakati rais anapita, watoto ya shule ndio walikuwa wanaenda kushangilia rais kwa barabara. Watoto ya shule. Lakini vijana wote walikuwa katika factory. Hizo factory imekutajia zile Rivertex, Raymond, Kikomi, Pan African Paper Mills, factory kule Thika. Vijana walikuwa wanafanya huko kazi. Lakini hizo factory hakuna. Vijana watataka vijana waende kufanya kazi gani? Watasimama kuwa equal kwa barabara, kwa sababu hawana mipangilio. Wako na waziri hana mipangilio. Wako na kila kitu. Wako na wamechagua CS wale wanaweza kufanya hiyo kazi, lakini wamezembea kwa kazi yao. Hakuna CS yoyote au mbunge yoyote atafanya namna gani? Atasaidia rais kuweka mipango yake, bali ni hawa tu kuzunguka kwa barabara. mtu ya vitandawili, mtu ya watermelon, sijui nini, wakina Gadidi Masbarasa huko kutusi Odinga huko, ati ni mtu ya kupita katikati, huyo mtu sijui nini. Wasaidie rais kuweka policy zake, wasaidie rais. Hawasaidii rais, kasi yao ni mdomo tu, kupiga mdomo kwa barabara wakitusi watu. Wakati wao unatusi watu, unakosa heshima kwa watu, kwa viongozi wenzako, kuwataja kwa majina. Hapo pia wale vijana wale unaongoza watakosa heshima kwako, watakosa heshima, kwa sababu heshima hii hainunuliwi. Hii heshima hainunuliwi kwa duka. Hii ni heshima, unipe heshima na mimi nikupe heshima. Kama wewe huwezi kunipa heshima, hakuna vile nitakupatia heshima. Hao vijana walipatia hii serikali heshima kuamka saa 11 kwenda kupiga kura. Hiyo ni heshima wamewapatia kubwa sana, wakawapatia kazi. Hiyo ni kazi ya hao vijana wamewapatia. Kazi ya rais, kazi ya vice president, kazi ya mbunge wamewapatia kwa kuamka asubuhi kwenda kupiga kura. Sijui heshima gani ile watakuwa wanataka kwa hao vijana. Na waliamka asubuhi kwenda kuwapigia kura ili mufanye namna gani, murekebishe maisha yao. Lakini the moment walikamata uongozi, wakasahau vijana, wakasahau mama mboga, wakasahau boda boda. Sasa na wamekuja na hii maneno ya ati policy ya manyumba. Policy ya manyumba tunaelewa. Hii manyumba itagawiwa tu hao watu mabwenyenye. Hakuna mtu atapata pale, mama mboga atapata hiyo manyumba, hakuna boda boda atapata hiyo manyumba, hakuna vijana watapata hiyo manyumba. Hiyo manyumba ni ya bwenyenye. Vile tu hiyo manyumba walijenga ya Kenya National Housing Corporation. Ukitembea Kenya mzima ni wa mabwenyenye ndio wako hizo manyumba. Hautapata mama mboga, hautapata boda boda kwa hizo manyumba. So wasicheze na akili zetu. Hizi vitu zote wanafanya, hiyo ni sarakasi ya bunwasi. Ni asante, mwingine anaweza changia. Thank you very much.
Asante sana Ndumani kwa huo mchango wako, na ningependa nimsikize kabla nirejea kwa zuri karibu na miamba Douglas. Wewe tumsikize Msimamo, hali vipi?
Safi sana ndugu yangu Shadiza, sio kama unanipata huko.
Nakupata vyema sana, tuende mbele.
Ndumani, chukua zangu, wale wengine wako kwa comment section, chukua zangu Douglas, na wewe mwenye haswa mwanangu ambavuni, yani Shadizo. Mengi yamesemwa hapa na kaka yangu hapa Ndumani, lakini vile vile pia sitaacha kuchangia kwa sababu imani yangu inaniambia kuwa hapa Sunday County Talk ni kwa ajili ya taifa, wala si kwa ajili ya chama tena. Maana palipofikia siwezi angalia tena chama wala siwezi angalia mrengo. Ile natazama mimi kama msimamo ni taifa langu. Na je, kama ni taifa langu, haswa kama hadui wa taifa ni viongozi, je, kama wananchi ama raia, jukumu letu ni gani? Sasa nikifikia hapo ndo najiuliza maswali kama haya ambayo sasa hivi ameletwa, kama haswa hii topic yenye imeleta haswa ya housing. Nashangaa sana mimi kwamba hii kitu imekataliwa na bado imepitishwa, na cha kunishangaza zaidi sijapata response ya huyu mkuu wa sheria huyu aliyekuwa speaker Justice Muturi. Kauli yake alisema kwamba hii kitu ni si sawa kikatiba, but ndio hivyo, watu wamesonga mbele mpaka imeweza kutiwa saini. Sasa ikifikia hatua kama hii, ndo nikawa ninajiuliza haswa tangia nione hizi habari, ni nini haswa mimi kama raia naweza ambia raia, ni nini kosa haswa la raia, badala ya kuelekeza malawama zetu kwa viongozi, sisi kama raia kosa letu ni lipi? Na kosa letu la kwanza, kaka yangu Shadizo, ni upendo wa nchi. Upendo wa nchi hakuna. Hapa niko karibu na taifa letu jirani hapa, ndugu zetu hapa Tanzania wameajaliwa na upendo wa nchi. Ni ngumu sana aghalabu kumwona Mzaramo, mwana Mnyamwezi na kabila zingine zile, basi uone Wasambaa na kadhalika, umuulize wewe ni Mtanzania kabila gani, atakuuliza mimi ni Mtanzania kabila. Hii ndio upendo wa nchi. So kosa letu kubwa ambalo haswa tuko nalo kama raia ni upendo wa nchi, maana upendo wa nchi unajumuisha watu wote, yani kabila zote, na kwa kulikosa hili Kenya tumejipata mahali tupo sasa hivi, tunajikaanga wenyewe kwa mafuta yetu, maana tumewapa fursa haswa wajanja ambao wanatumia haswa mapungufu yetu kama vile umaskini na kama vile vijana wetu kama lilozungumzwa na Undumani, kuweza kufanya yale ambayo yanawasaidia kwa kupitia hayo mapungufu yetu, kwa sababu wamejua kwamba Kenya hii haina upendo wa nchi. So kwa hali kama hii sasa hivi wasiwasi wangu ni youth, maana juzi kati tu hapo wakati wa kampeni hawa youth ndio walikuwa wameangaziwa zaidi, kisha mwisho wa siku wakatemwa. Sasa hivi tena youth wale ndio ambao wanaangaliwa zaidi, kwamba wao ndio wataweza kumiliki haya manyumba ya bei nafuu, nyumba ambazo kila Mkenya ataweza kumiliki, maana wameweka mikakati kwamba ukiwa na KRA tu basi huwezi chukua hata nyumba nyingine. Wote ni uongo, zote ni janja na hila. Hivyo sisitizo langu mimi kama msimamo ni tudumishe upendo wa nchi. Tukifaulu hilo tu, kilichobaki tu ni wachache wajitokeze kusacrifice maisha yao kuweza kupigana na walaghai na wakora, corrupting people, hao ambao ni watu ambao ni corruption. Kisha tukishawafurusha na kuwatwanga, basi taifa linarudi katika hali yake. Kwa hiyo Shadizo, swala hili la housing madamu lishakataliwa na limelazimishwa, hili si kwa ajili ya manufaa ya Mkenya, kwa sababu najiuliza, mtu kama mimi msimamo ambaye sina kazi, nitawezaje kumiliki nyumba hii? Hata yule mama mboga ambaye naye anategemewa zaidi, ni kweli ataweza kulipia 3,000 kisha mwisho wa siku kuja kupata hii nyumba, ama ni kupakwa mafuta kwa mgongo wa chupa? Hivyo housing imepitishwa, lakini si swala ambalo lilikuwa liliangaliwa kipaumbele katika uongozi. Swala hili lilikuwa kwanza ni baadaye ndio inatija kuwa na hizi nyumba, lakini kwanza kulikuwa kuna mambo ya muhimu ya kufuatiliwe na afanywe kazi mapema. Afya, gharama ya vyakula, mafuta na kadhalika, elimu. Hivi ni vitu kwani vikimbiliwe kipaumbele kwanza bila kuchezewa. Kisha uwezesha, sasa ni mwana biashara mdogo, mwezeshe ukimtax ili mjengee hiyo nyumba, na kumemwezesha. Sasa kuwezeshwa hakupo na nyumba ndio hizo. Huu ni uongo na hii ni janja ya wajanja, lakini wanajua kwamba hatima ya hili wanalolipitisha, lengo na dhamira iliko wapi. La mwisho ambalo nilitaka kuchukua lakini haliko nje ya mada ni kosa lingine jipya, kwa sababu kosa lilisema kwamba upendo wa nchi hatuna, na ni mizizi ambayo tumeongozwa nayo, ndio maana tukagawiwa kimerengo, kikabila, wengine wakajihisi wao ndio wamepigania taifa kuliko ni kabila lingine. Vitu kama hivi vichafu ndio vimetuacha tumefikia mahali tupo, na hadui mwingine yuko njiani. Shadizo na Douglas na ndugu yangu Mndomani na wale wanasikiza, huyu hadui mimi nampigia mahesabu sana, bana, namuona anatukodolea macho. Ni ngumu kumkaribisha jirani yako akujue mpaka malazi yako. akuelewe kabisa, atakutwanga tu. Jamani, Wachina ni wengi, lakini mweusi ndo kazi. Wachina ni wengi, lakini mweusi ndio kazi. Hivi unapomkaribisha jirani mpaka sekta za usalama kwa kila pembe yupo, hivi tutatofautisha Wachina hawa? Tujue, je, huyu Mchina huyu ni wa Belgium, huyu Mchina huyu ni Mkorea, hili wakati likija likizuka tutaweza? Kwa hivyo ni mapungufu ya viongozi kwa tamaa. Jirani hafai kukaribishwa mpaka bedroom, mbona tumemweka mpaka sasa hivi? So lazima la usalama ndio nalikodolea macho. Hilo ni kosa katika taifa, na hili kosa silamu rejimu ya Ruto na laumu rejimu zote za Kenya, kama tulivyopalilia ukabila. Sasa hivi tumempisha jirani, tumemkaribisha jirani ndani ya nyumba. Tutawezaje kumpiga pindi atakapokuja kutugeuka? Hilo ni jambo ambalo kwa nalizungumzia na naliwaza, na mara nyingi wasiweke vitu vyangu kwa wazi, lakini nadhani mwenye kuelewa na maanisha nini ameelewa. Jirani hafai kukaribishwa the way tumemkaribisha. Nitafungulia tu kwa hayo kwanza, lakini nipo wadogo zangu hapo, Douglas na Shadizo. Asante.
Asante msimama kwa huo mchango, na ningependa kuwakaribisha njoni tusemezane, njoni tuweze kujadiliana, njoni tuweze kudadavua kiundani kabisa. Na nawashukuru nyote ambao mmekuja kwa board. Lakini nina kaka yangu hapa nataka achangie kabla tuendelee, na kabla tuendelee swali lingine, ila naye alisema kwamba yeye ni mtu ambaye anatoka karibu na Kisumu. Sasa Kiswahili si midomo chetu. Karibu Douglas.
Ni shemeji
wewe ndio unatoka karibu na watu wa Kisumu, basi tupeleke na lugha ya Kisumu bwana.
Asante Shadizo. I've been listening to Odumani and Simamo speak. Okay, so Shadizo, I'm not sure where of my stand regarding the whole housing, affordable housing bill and the housing plan. I'm not sure yet, and even listening to Odumani and Simamo speak, I think I'm not sure yet. But I love looking at these things, beyond the politics, beyond the politics, because I don't like politics anyway. So, personally, okay, not personally. This is what Africa is facing. All the countries of Africa have been facing a housing crisis for the longest. So it has been an agenda of all African countries to address the question of housing, and most have failed. Even we ourselves have failed. Kibaki tried, Uhuru tried to address the housing problem that is not bedeviling only our country but most of Africa. So most governments in Africa have not been able to tackle the issue of housing. So they have left it squarely on the shoulders of the private sector, which has in turn made it so expensive to own a house. So with that, I think the Kenya Kwanza administration, when it was campaigning, it made it their agenda that they're going to make it a reality. It has been a dream for us as a country, even though most Kenyans may not understand it, even though most of us live in expensive houses for rent. A lot of people live in slums and shacks. But so the government of the day has made it top of the agenda. But now the problem with that to most of Kenyans has been the taxes. Why are we contributing this X amount of money? How is this money going to be managed? Why are you imposing all these charges on us despite the housing, despite the cost of living? in spite the cost of living. And I think that's our topic today. Is housing a priority for us while our cost of living is something else? But one thing I believe is that the issue of housing is something that we have to face as a nation, one way or the other, somewhere down the line. And Kibaki tried, although he failed, and Uhuru, sort of failed too, although he did 1, 2 here and there. He started some projects, but people have said that Uhuru did some housing projects. I love when people hear something and they want to contribute to the debate. It expands the conversation, but I think he'll just have to wait to finish, then he will interject, right? So Uhuru, the question has been, Uhuru did some projects, some housing projects around the country without imposing these levies on Kenyans. But again, I think, Uhuru did it on small scale. He was just doing projects here and there. But Ruto sort of wants to do it on large scale all across the country. I heard Odumani say that if he really wants to create jobs and build these houses, anafaa arudi kwao backyard aende anzie kujenga huko. And I think he's been launching these projects. I'm a truth seeker. I love picking out facts, things that are real. So I think he launched a project in Eldoret some time back. Last week he launched a project in Kericho. So he's been doing it all over the country, in Mombasa, in Western, here in Central, in Nairobi. He's been doing it all over. So, but the big question is, why all this levy? And that's the question that the court raised, and through the bill declared it unconstitutional. So the proponents of the bill went back to Parliament to sort of fix it, and now they've made amendments. And now, the court said, why are you singling out some people? Why are you saying that only employed people should contribute to the bill? What about the other people who are making money in the informal sector? They are not employed formally, but they are making money at the end of the month. I think that is what they went back and fixed it. And now they're saying that it's not only people who are employed who are going to contribute to the housing levy. Even people who are working in the Juakali sector, they are going to be required by law to contribute to the levy. But then again, Okiya Omtata has gone back to court. He went back to court. Actually, the case that threw out the housing bill, it was him who went to court to stop it. And now he's said that he's filing a petition and he's gone back to court. So we are not sure. We are waiting to see what the court will decide once he goes back to court. So it might decide to throw it out again. It might decide that now it holds a water. So that's my take as we begin.
Msimamo, niliona umeinua mkono.
If I do hear about this shenanigans of housing levy, it's a little changing my interest and to be upside down. Kwa nini nazungumzia hivyo na nigeuza matumbo yangu? Kuna vitu vya msingi ambavyo vinapaswa zaidi. Hili la nyumba si baya, ndugu yangu Douglas. Lakini kuna vitu vya msingi zaidi. Kitu kinaniweka kwamba huu mpango si mpango mzuri ni kuacha vitu vya msingi na kukimbilia mambo na nyumba. Wasiwasi wangu unaingia hapo. Sikatai unavyozungumza kabisa. Vimeidadavua na kuileta kabisa ni nzuri. Kama ulivyosema ni nzuri. Lakini je, una imani na hiki ambacho hawa watu wamekipanga? Kimtazamo wako tu, ndio maana unasema nilikuwa nimenyanyua mkono. Nikuulize hiyo swali. Una imani kwamba hawa watu kweli haswa, wengine walijaribu, lakini huyu jamaa anaitengeneza haswa kwa asilimia kubwa na sehemu kubwa, yani anataka kuifanya countrywide. Lakini kwa kulitimiza hili ni kuweza kuwa tax wa Kenya already ambao wanakuwa tax tayari na tax zingine zilipandishwa tukiwa hapa. Je, Douglas, unaamini kabisa na imani na hawa watu kwamba huu mpango wao ni mzuri na unamfavor Mkenya, na kwa kweli hakika utamaliza swala zima na ajira?
Okay, ameniuliza maswali mawili. Nadhani ninajibu ya swali moja. Kwanza ameuliza kama nina imani na huu mpango wao. Okay, theoretically, msimamo mimi naweza sema it's a good plan. You know, apart from the taxes, people don't agree with that. People don't like parting away with their money. But theoretically, it's a good plan. If it can be implemented, then it's going to sort of solve the problem of housing. But I think swali kubwa la msimamo na Wakenya wengi on this platform today ni, are the people wenye wanaiskuma, je, watafanya? I think hiyo ndo swali kuu. Hawana imani na wale watu, the people in government. Are they going to push it to the end? Are they going to do it? I think I'm going to leave that question to everybody to answer it for themselves. And question number two, Msimamo, uliuliza swali la pili, je, uliuliza?
Msimamo ameuliza maswali mawili. Amesema tu, ameuliza swali la kwanza kwamba una uhakika ama una imani nao?
Na imani na ile unadhani nimejibu kadri uwezo wangu. Aliuliza swali la pili. If you can come up again, Msimamo, na swali lako la pili. I think alikuwa anauliza kama Wakenya wanahitaji mpango huu kwa sasa. If I'm not wrong, though I'm not sure if that's the second question aliuliza.
Nilikuwa nasema hivi, poleni kidogo, nilikuwa mbali lakini nilikuwa nawasikiza. Nilikuwa nasema hivi, je, ni sawa kukimbilia nyumba kwanza kuliko afya, kuliko elimu, kuliko gharama ya maisha? Na kama si sawa na kama si sawa, na edha kama ni sawa, nipate jibu, kwa sababu hapo mimi ndio nina shaka na hawa jamaa. Maana ndio tunatoza ushuru, maana huu ni wa kila Mkenya sasa hivi, na lilibanwa lakini tayari lipo. Hawa tu kwamba ni wafanyikazi ndio wanakatwa, hii tu ni kuagiza, lakini tayari sisi tunakatwa. So ndo ninajiuliza, ni sawa haswa katika taifa madaktari wagome, watu wakajenge nyumba, maana huko kuna ajira ya vijana? Je, swala la housing litamaliza shida ya vijana, kazi kwa vijana?
Liwezi, Msimamo. I think that's a very quick answer. Of course, the housing levy cannot solve the problem of unemployment with the youth, because first of all, you're talking about a population that is very educated and you're giving them jobs, the construction. That is underemployment right there. So I don't believe even the people who are advising him believe that it's going to solve the problem of unemployment. Even he himself says that the housing project is going to create about 600,000 jobs. That is not enough to solve the problem of unemployment, but partly. So no, haita suluhisha tatizo la ajira katika nchi yetu. Lakini
bas, kama halitamaliza tatizo la ajira, na kigezo kikubwa cha hawa mabwana kwamba wanatengeza hizi housing levy ni kwa kutengeneza ajira kwa vijana, wakisingizia kwamba plumbers watapata kazi, ma contractors watapata kazi, na wale pia hawajasomea watakwenda kukoroga. Kwa hivyo lengo kubwa la hii mpango, licha kwamba ndio watu wataweza kumiliki nyumba, lakini lengo kubwa ni ajira kwa vijana. Sawa sawa. So kama halitamaliza kazi, hatamaliza tatizo la kazi kwa vijana, sasa lina umuhimu gani? Kwa nini lipitishwe?
Okay, let me try and take that. Okay, so aliwezi maliza. I don't think there is one solution that is solution enough for every problem. There is no one solution that is solution enough for every problem. Sorry. I was listening to the show sometime during the week, and the story the Uhuru, ile unakumbuka wakati wa COVID, Uhuru came up with the kazi kwa, ilikuwa inaitwaje, kazi kwa ile ya kuchimba mtaro. Ilikuwa na jina
Kazi kwa vijana, hiyo kazi mtaani.
Abas, kazi mtaani. Ilikuwa ya kufanya usafi, kusafisha mtaro na kufanya nini. And I had someone defending it on the show, and why did the Kenya Kwanza throw it out of the window? So if we can defend that project, kazi mtaani, kazi ya kusafisha barabara na nini, that it provided jobs for the youth. Personally, I believe that this project is more sustainable than hiyo kazi mtaani.
Let me ask you, Douglas, a simple query. Kazi mtaani imefanywa, wacha nikueleze vile kazi mtaani imefanywa. Kazi mtaani, mara ya kwanza, qualification ya kwanza ya mtu wa kazi mtaani ilikuwa bora una certificate ya kidato cha 8, una cha darasa la 8.
Good conduct.
Una hiyo tu, utakuja uta-apply. Kazi kwa mtaani ilienda zaidi ya miaka ngapi?
10. Kazi mtaani ilianza wakati wa COVID.
Hata before COVID, kazi mtaani imekuwa. Mimi niko Kakamega County, kazi imepigwa kazi mtaani.
I'm not sure.
Kwanza hiyo time Uhuru aingie kwa kiti. Na ilikuwa inafanywa in a bits. Ina maana that mtaifanya mwaka mmoja, mwaka ujao mna renew tena. Ama mnaifanya kwa mwaka mna renew. Mnaifanya kwa mwaka mna renew.
I'm not sure about that.
Na kitu ingine ilifanyika, kazi mtaani iligawanywa to every sub county. Kutoka sub county kaletwa mpaka kwa nini? Kwa location. Niulize hii mambo ya building imeletwa kwa sub location ndio tuseme itafikia mpaka ule mzee wa interior. Bado. Haya, nikuulize swali tu rahisi yenye msimama anauliza hapa. Kama wanafili hii nini agenda ya housing iko important kabisa than other everything.
Okay, not than everything.
Mbona wasichukue hiyo pesa ya kujenga housing wariwind wafike kama zimekufa. Waibuye pan paper imekufa. Pan paper ikirewindiwa kusho mtu matajiri kwa pan paper atafanya mpaka ile siku atafili kuretire, mpaka ile miaka itafika kuretire, si ndio?
Lakini to employ how many people?
Tujakata. But itawaletea watu wa eneo hiyo, because when Webuye pan paper comes back, watahitaji madereva. Madereva ngapi watakuja Webuye pan paper? Watahitaji watu wa kuweka hapo. Meaning is it employ more than 100 people.
Fine, but let me interject you a bit. That is not how you solve the problems of a country. You don't focus on one thing. You cannot say that let's put all our resources in this one company. That's not how it works. You diversify your investments. Even as a person. I think we've been seeing the government even before Ruto, Uhuru, wamekuwa wakifungua hizi wanaita special economic zones, special those industrial parks. I mean, they've been trying to sort of industrialize
ndio maana msomo anakuuliza tu swali rahisi.
The country.
Kama umesema tu vizuri, kama pesa ya nchi haiwezi pelekwa kwa pali pamoja kama wanataka kumaliza swali la nchi. Na mbona hasa wana divide pesa yote kukuja kwa building na hii mambo ya house levy instead ya kuidivide hata kwenda kwa hospitali, kwa hizi zingine wameamua tu pesa yote inarudi hapo.
Okay,
mbandike msumari mwingine. Mbandike msumari mwingine Douglas hapa. Na msumari ni hivi hawa jamaa unawaamini na kitu pesa? Hawa unawaamini na kitu pesa?
Before we get there, and I mentioned
na kama unawaamini na kitu pesa, je, ndani ya mwaka mzima umeweza kuchukua ushuru wa wananchi? Naweza pata picha vyema kwamba haya matumizi ya hizi pesa za mwananchi zimemfaidisha na wapi, na jambo moja tu. Kama kweli hawa watu wanania swafi na huu mpango wao wa housing levy, hii pesa wamekusanya mwaka mzima kwa dalili tu moja tu, ni ipi? Je, ni hii ya kwamba wanahabari wanaonyesha yale kwamba mafuta yakipanda wanaonyesha, lakini yakishuka hawaonyeshi? Mazee, mimi natia hapo kwanza.
Okay, now we've lost your argument. Can you take that again?
Tumeuliza tu wewe mwenyewe ndio umesema. Wewe mwenyewe ndio umesema.
Umesema mambo ya
the government can't rule out can't solve the problems with generating the money to one channel. But see the Kenya Kwanza government wants to bring the employment to the youth, but it's channeling the whole money to the story ya nini?
No, Shadizo,
tuambie ni gani ingine wame-improve ya kusema that hii pesa imeenda huko na hii imeenda huko to create the employment.
Shadizo, what are the 4 basic needs of a human being?
Shelter, medication, food,
and education, right? So isn't shelter, haven't you just mentioned shelter?
Nikuulize, nani hana kwao?
I mean, haven't you just mentioned shelter?
Sijakata. Shelter, nani hana kwao?
No, I wanted you to answer that question, right?
Sijakata, shelter ni basic need.
I mean, that is how I tackled the question you posed for me. Because you said, swali la msimamo, just a minute.
Douglas, una kizungumzi kingi, lakini hapa leo tutagombana kaka. Una kizungumzi kingi bure, lakini tutagombana kaka. Kwa sababu ukiniambia kwamba shelter is among the basic needs, shelter is among the basic needs. Ngoja maana nitaka tuona bando ile hapa ndo nitaondoka, ndo maana na katiza nisije nikakosa huu hondo na niambia hapa. Pole tu kwa dogo zangu. Lakini ukiniambia shelter is among the basic needs, ni nani Mkenya alisema mimi nina shida na shelter? Ni nani alisema mimi ninaenda hospitali maana sinakosa nyumba ya kulala? Nani ali-argue?
Msimamo.
Nakusikia.
Uko wapi sasa hii? Unaishi wapi msimamo?
Naishi kwa nyumba yangu, nataka uione.
Hapana, yani unaishi sehemu gani ya Kenya sasa hivi?
Mimi niko Pwani tu.
Uko Pwani tu. Pwani sehemu gani?
Bwana wewe, mbona unanipeleka mbali ndugu yangu? Na janja Kenya inajanja, tunaelewa mambo na mtandao. Mimi nimekwambia niko Pwani mjomba
uko pale Pwani kweli? Umeifika Kibera?
Kibera hii yenu hapa Nairobi, si nimekuwa hapo tu, unaelewa vizuri, kwa sababu kama hizi nyumba za Islam basi zijengewe watu wa Islam, tuambiwe ni za watu wa Islams, zisiambiwe ni za Kenya nzima. Umenielewa? So Kibera hizo ni Islams. Kwa hivyo kama hizi nyumba za watu wa Islam, tuambiwe hii serikali inajengea slums, wale wanaishi kwa slums. Tusidanganywe kwamba zinajengwa the whole country. Hapa ndo kwenye wizi mjomba.
Okay, msimamo. So that is technically my point when I first brought up the question of housing crisis in Africa. I was talking about such things. You know, that is indecency. Human beings are not supposed to live like that. Human beings are not supposed to live without a toilet. I mean, it's easy for you to speak the way you're speaking because you don't live in a slum. You have a toilet. You have water.
Miss Jakarta. Na hii nyumba imejengwa kwa slum. Hii nyumba imejengwa kwa slum.
Yeah, kuna zile nyumba zenye Kibaki alijenga.
Na zenye Ruto amejenga. Mimi nataka mtuoneshe nyumba moja yenye Ruto amejenga kwa slum. Iko wapi? Hakuna. Acha tusikie.
Bakora huo.
No, actually Sikuwa nimemaliza point yangu.
Ngoja kwanza tusikize
on the 4 basic human needs.
Ngoja kwanza wacha tusikize.
So aliniuliza kwa nini tunashughulikia tu nyumba, na sasa nilikuwa nilete point. Sasa juzi pia kumekuwa na story ya NHIF kwa TV. I mean, umejiuliza kwa nini NHIF inashindwa kulipa hospitali pesa? And why we are bringing in NHIF kwanza legacy yake imekuwa tu ni fraud amidst management of funds. That's why it needs to be overhauled. So we are actually tackling the issue there. No, let me not say we. Wanasema mimi ni udamol.
Nataka kuleta indumuli but kama
the issue of health
ngoja kwanza dakika
is also on the table.
Unajichanganya bure. Ngoja kwanza tusikize SG. Kamau, and then tusikize indumuli tena.
SG Kamau vipi?
Vipi?
Poa, wanipata.
Nakupata vyema.
Leo tunapiga siasa tukielekeza makobora wapi bana?
Uko na nyumba?
Unajua hii story ya nyumba tumeiongelea for the last 1 year. And if it was a good story ingekuwa imemalizika na tumeachana nayo. So I mean, I don't know what to do, but I'll say this because I like using the words. I like speaking in English. The government has no business to do business with the people. Hakuna serikali duniani yote, hata hiyo wanasemanga Singapore, inafanyanga biashara na wananchi. So hii obsession iko na rais, the born again president. It's really shocking, and therefore we have to just tuvumilie sasa, tugojea wakati Zakayo atangatuliwa, wale watakuwa wameuziwa hizo manyumba. The next government will just repossess their land, watu wabebe mawe yao waende nayo nyumbani. It is the issue of housing is pertinent, yes, but the way it is being done, it's conmanship and manipulation. Yeah, so that is but for me today I was thinking about the accidents that have zimeongezeka sana Kenya. Alikuwa najiuliza, why is the government so concerned about training drivers, doing what, and they are not constructing roads? Like Wayakiwe is killing so many people every day because there are no stages. You know, there's no stage, there's no overhead. Lakini hii serikali ni ya mashetani, my brother. Anyway, that's what I wanted to say today.
Thank you. Bring back in the money. Mimi leo sijui ninawaambia nini, lakini we stay in another government. Wacha tutazame hii kwanza, nicheze video moja and then turudi vizuri sasa tuone hii maneno vizuri.
Azimio coalition has raised the alarm on a possible collapse of the education sector due to incessant delays by the government in releasing school capitation. Opposition members of parliament are demanding the immediate release of capitation money owed to schools, with Azimio MPs accusing the Education CS Ezekiel Machogu of making unfulfilled promises to the detriment of learners in the country. The Ministry of Education on Monday promised funds to schools in the next 10 days.
Look at the schedules. The agreement is term 1 you release 50%, term 2 you release 30%, term 3 you do 20%. That's normally the agreement in terms of how you release the resources. And I think the challenges we are facing as a country is a situation where the government is not able to adhere to those agreed targets with the principles. As the leader has said, any country which plays around with the education sector plays around with their future.
No plausible reason has been given as to why funds that should have been disbursed earlier in the term are only being disbursed towards the end of the term, if at all they'll be disbursed. It is for this reason that we take the position that the Ministry of Education is setting up school heads and managers for ridicule, failure, and blame. In the process, our children are collateral. Okay?
Hivyo wanini wanasema wakitetea hiyo miswada zingine. Wacha msikize Ndomani.
Odumani.
Mnanipata
Kabisa.
Nasema namna hii serikali hata ikakatalia hii pesa hapana yao. Ulikuwa nasikia mwingine alikuwa anasema hii pesa wakikatalia ni ya mama yao, ni ya baba yao. Hii pesa ni ya mwananchi. Kama ni pesa uachilie iende kwa shule ifanye kazi kwa shule. Hii serikali wanaje na pesa kufanyia nini? Mara manyumba, mara elimu pale, mara madaktari, watapigana na gani wawache gani? Hii ni serikali haina maana. Hata kuitwa serikali haifai kuitwa serikali. Kama wewe uliingia kwa uongozi, patia daktari pesa zao, patia elimu pesa zao, patia wengine pesa zao. Lakini wakukwamia pesa, wanakuamia pesa ya nini? Wawachilie pesa. Alafu tukirudi kwa madaktari. Kwa madaktari hao ndio wameangusha NHIF. Kwa maana hao ndio wanaandikanga bill. Hao ndio wanaandika bill. Ukienda kwa hospitali, hao ndio wanaandika bill kwenda huko. Na wakati wanaandika bill kwenda huko, hao ni wezi kule. Hao ndio wanaangusha NHIF. Alafu pia serikali. Nilisema ya kwamba wezi wale wanaibia watu kwa NHIF ni waizi wawili. Mwizi wa kwanza ni serikali. Mwizi wa pili ni daktari. Hao ndio wanaiba hiyo NHIF. Ndio unaona hii NHIF hii huwezi kusaidia mwananchi. That's why ukienda kwa hospitali wanakuambia kwamba hii kadi yako tu italipa tu kitanda peke yake. Italipa dawa peke yake. Haiwezi kufanya kitu nani ndugu zangu. Haiwezi. So tunashindwa hii serikali. Hii ni serikali aina gani? Hii serikali haina miguu, haina kichwa, haina tumbo. Yaani iko tu pale tu, hiyo serikali iko tu pale. Na wako na watu wale wanaweza kupeleka ajenda ya hii serikali mbele. Lakini ile vitu wanaongea katika mikutano yao, wanaongea tu upusi, wanaongea tu matope. Nani ndugu zangu, wanaongea tu matope. So hii si serikali, hii ni serikali hii tunaitaka serikali ya bunwasi. Serikali ya bunwasi. Unajua serikali ya bunwasi ndio unataka uikumbushe, inataka ulipie watoto. Serikali ya bunwasi inataka upatie daktari pesa yao. Serikali ya bunwasi ndio isikii maneno ya koti, isikii maneno ya koti. Koti ikisema hiyo maneno ya nyumba ni kinyume ya sheria, bado wanapitisha tu, bado wanapitisha hiyo maneno ya manyumba. Hii maneno ya manyumba nilisikia mahali Kimani Ichung'wah akisema ya kwamba Uhuru alijenga huko manyumba. Hiyo manyumba inaishi na nani? Na sasa haya tunauliza maswali, hii manyumba hii wanajenga itaishi nani? Kesho hii manyumba itaishi au mabwenyenye? Hakuna hii manyumba ati mama mboga atapata hiyo manyumba. Sisi tunajua Kenya. Since 1963. Kenya kutoka 1963 mpaka wakati Moi alichukua kwa afadhali ilikuwa Kenya afadhali. Na ile wakati Kibaki alichukua ilikuwa afadhali, hiyo Kenya afadhali. Lakini Kenya sasa ni wakora tupu. Hatutawaamini mpaka wenyewe tuone kama Tomasi. Tuone tu kama Tomasi ya kwamba hii manyumba imekwisha, mama mboga amechukua hiyo manyumba, bodaboda amechukua hiyo manyumba, na watu ya asala wamechukua hiyo manyumba. Mpaka tuone tutakuwa Tomasi, kwa sababu tunawaelewa ni watu wa aina gani. Ni wale watu Biblia inasema wanapenda pesa, wanapenda fedha. Biblia inasema fedha, wanapenda fedha. Kwa sababu mwanzo ya kiburi ni fedha. So hii serikali ni watu majority wamependa fedha sana, na wamependa ile maneno ya wash. Ndio wanapenda maneno ya kuchukua tu, na pale mwananchi ndiye anaumia. Mwananchi ataumia kwa elimu, ndiye akuja aumie kwa afya, akuja aumie kwa mambo mengine. So nasema maneno ya serikali kama iliahidi madaktari walipe, na pia madaktari ndio wanakosea wagonjwa, hata kama wanafanya maandamano, mahospitali zao private zinaendelea kutibu watu, na zile za serikali mwananchi ndiye anaumia. Na serikali iko hii, ni watu waizi wawili wawezi kukaa kwa meza moja wakaelewana. Serikali muisi ya kwanza, madaktari wezi wa pili. So hao wezi wawili wezi kukaa kwa meza na wakaelewana. Kwa maana pande hii serikali inaibia watu kwa procurement. Wakati hiyo mashini wanasema, wakati mashini inatoka kwa serikali kikuja kwa hospitali, mashini imeharibika. Baada ya mashini kuharibika, daktari anakutuma enda ufanye ultrasound au enda ufanye x-ray nje huko. So hii watu wawili ndio wanaumiza wananchi. Serikali inaumiza mwananchi pande hii, daktari anaumiza mwananchi pande hii. So mwananchi ana mahali ya kukimbilia, hata kama daktari wanafanya mgomo, ndio wanafanya mgomo kwa haki yao. Ndio, hiyo ni haki yao, na pia wapatie wagonjwa haki yao, na pia serikali ipatie wananchi haki yao. Wananchi wana haki ya kudai services kutoka kwa serikali. Mwananchi ana haki ya kudai elimu, ana haki ya kudai matibabu, na pia madaktari naye, mgonjwa huyu ana haki ya kutibiwa. Wasione pesa ndo mbele, kwa sababu hao wamekula pesa mingi sana. Hao ndio wameangusha NHIF, hao ndio wameangusha, kwa sababu hao wenyewe ndio wanaandika bill ya malaria. Mtu anatibiwa malaria 16,000, 20,000 na amelala kwa hospitali siku 2 siku 3. Wakiandika bill, wanaandika bill inaenda huko kwa NHIF. Wakati bill inaandikwa kwa NHIF huko, NHIF ndio inalipa pesa hiyo. Tena the same ya NHIF, ukiba hiyo NHIF itatoa wapi pesa ya kulipa ingine ya kualipa? So wezi ni wawili, serikali pande hii inaiba pande hii, daktari anaiba pande hii. So wanaibia mwananchi, serikali inaibia mwananchi, daktari anaibia kwa mwananchi katika NHIF. Ni asante, mnaweza endelea wengine.
Nataka nileta Alex, na kabla sijaleta Alex, wacha tuone hii. Kuna kitu moja mtu amesema tunaibiwa huko. Nataka Alex akuje ndo atujibu vizuri.
Taarifa nyingine zinaarifu kwamba miungano 8 ya wahudumu wa afya humu nchini imetangaza rasmi kwamba wanachama wao watajiunga na mgomo wa madaktari unaoendelea kwa siku ya 6 sasa kote nchini. Aidha, mkutano maalum kati ya usimamizi wa KMPDU na maafisa wakuu wa serikali uliofaa kufanyika kutoa jawabu la mgomo huo ulitibuka hii leo, kama anavyoeleza mwanahabari wetu Seth Olale.
Katibu mkuu wa muungano wa madaktari nchini KMPDU Davji Atela aliongoza wanachama wengine wa muungano huo kuondoka ghafla kutoka kwenye mkutano maalum wa kujadili kusitishwa kwa mgomo wa madaktari, hii ikiwa ni siku ya 6 tangu mgomo huo kuanza.
None of them is a decision maker on any issue. So we are saying that government is happy when the strike is ongoing because we've joined them on strike. And we are saying our strike is continuously on. We want them to send to us people in a meeting who can make the decision.
Aidha, madaktari wanalalamikia kupunguzwa kwa kiwango cha marupurupu kwa wanafunzi madaktari kwa 91% kama ilivyowasilishwa kwenye barua rasmi kutoka kwa mwenyekiti wa tume ya mishahara ya wafanyikazi wa umma SRC Lynn Mengich tarehe 13 mwezi huu.
They start with interns, they're going to come for our call allowances, they're going to come with all to reduce our salaries. We can't allow this. While this is happening, we have seen many taxes being taxed on our payrolls.
Muungano mingine 8 ya wahudumu wa afya nchini, ikiwemo ile ya maafisa wa kliniki KUKO, wahudumu wa maabara, wanafamasia, wataalam wa lishe na muungano wa wataalam wa afya, ikitangaza rasmi kwamba wanachama wao wanajiunga na mgomo wa madaktari unaoendelea kote nchini.
We have seen the document from the Auditor General that is questioning the legality of allowances that we enjoy and recommending that the government should scrap them. But we want to tell them that let them dare.
We are telling the government that we must have our recognition agreements signed and delivered. It's not something we are begging.
Wakati huo
hivyo mambo iko. Alex, twende.
Wewe unanifanyia makosa. Wacha kwanza nikusalimu. Salimia wote. Let's exhaust one thing before to go to another. Because now I'm going to respond on the second thing, and I had a burning point on the first thing. I want first of all to address my brother Odumani. Odumani, you cannot say that madaktari wamekosa. Sijui wewe hujasoma the agreement the government had and how it has failed to honor that agreement. These people are...
Alex, sauti yako inapotea kidogo, sijui kwa nini, mbona inakatika katika.
Unanisikia sasa?
Sasa hapo twende.
So, nataka kuambia huduma, huwezi sema the government is wrong, madaktari wako wrong. It's a contradiction. In a country, we have something called schemes of services. And you must understand that doctors, they go to school for a long time. They have accumulated a lot of student loans. Thirdly, the work they do is risky. Fourthly, instead of us have an average hospital in Kenya today has a deficit of doctors like 50%. So the other doctors are being overworked. So the issue of blaming the doctors, it's not there, because they have already, in many ways, tried to negotiate with the government for over, I think, 2 years. And the government has refused to sit down on the table to honor what they had said. So this time, if I'm a doctor, I will say, no, we must sit down and negotiate. If you look how devolution was structured, they devolved the health sector fast, which actually was wrong, because it's a critical ministry. And when the county government started, you could see how the governors were mismanaging the hospitals. Some did well, but some really terribly failed. So you cannot blame the doctor there. Now, on the issue of the second video, where I see their leaders are addressing us, I will want them to go back when the nurses did what? Striked. I think it was over 3 months. And they reached a point, they agreed, they were told to go back to work and they will be paid for the last 3 months. Until now, they were never paid. So you must make a decision that, okay, if you're going to the strike, and you know Ruto very well, he's not going to give you this money, are you going to resign and go to the public, to the private sector? It's going to be difficult for some of them because there are laws on how you can keep your license as a medical doctor. The unfortunate thing is that finishing medicine does not guarantee that you can do what? You can practice. I see Ruto in a way, mtu anaweza hata tumia watu wake, the ministry, huyu mwanamke Ministry of Health, who is totally clueless, who is a puppet, and negotiate, and some of the doctors will be fired. After all, in the last government, Ruto agreed with Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, and they brought doctors from Cuba who are paid more than our own doctors, something that was an irony. So governments work differently. I wish we could have had a president who has a priority in the healthcare sector. But the one we have doesn't totally accept the issue of negotiating, because he used thorax, anatumia kifua, to pass everything he wants. If you look at the things he wanted since he became a president, he has completely passed everything. Sorry for that. I was letting my friend here. He was speaking.
Shadizo, funga mic yako, ongea na simu yako bwana, mpe nafasi hapo. Ndio unamtatiza. So kama unazungumza hapo Kifaransa, wewe funga mic, ongea kivyako vyako tusikuelewe. Bwana unatukanganya babu.
Sio mimi naongea, ni hiyo noise iko kwa nyuma ya background ya Alex.
Haikuwa shadisho, ilikuwa na mtu wako hapa kando yangu, sijui ni shida gani, anajua niko kwa live lakini akaanza kupiga kelele. So the healthcare is going to be mismanaged, and huyu mwanamke, she's a puppet. She will never do something independently. She has to consult Ruto. Na ikifika kwa pesa, Ruto ni kama gamu, unfortunately. Now, the issue of Machogu is the same thing. I swear to you, it's not Machogu who has refused to release money to schools. It falls on the president and the presidency, because the president has the power to fire Machogu if he is incompetent. But the president is in love with what is happening. If you saw when schools were opening, unfortunately, tulichangia watoto wengi. Unapata mtoto mwingine anaenda kokoto, kuchapa kokoto, mwingine ni nini, mwingine anaenda shule bila kitu yoyote. You know, you think the president didn't see that? Does he really care? He doesn't. You saw Murkomen on the issue of accident. You saw Murkomen actually blame the president. He said, nobody should blame me. The buck falls on the presidency. Why are all these ministers all of a sudden saying we must blame the president, not us? Then it means it's a one-man show. At some point we had, whether it was rumors or not, that 4 ministers wanted to resign because they are not able to do their job. They are being monitored. It's like they are just sitting in the office and drinking tea and going back home. That's the kind of government we have. So the doctors must decide whether they can go back to work or they will go to their private hospital. If they go to the private hospital, I think there will be punitive measures, especially when it comes to the shift that is going to come, which will be controlled by Amoco. The president can decide and say, it's not going to be used on what? On private hospitals anymore. Which means the person who will continue to suffer is you and me. So this is a complex issue. And I wished the president to be sober enough to address it. But that man is not sober. He's a tourist. He's not always in Kenya. So let's wait and see what will happen. But the doctors hawatapewa pesa. Hakuna mtu atapea those doctors pesa. Thank you and welcome, Brother Benson.
Thank you for that contribution, Alex. Let me listen also to Brother amekuja sahi. Benson, how are you?
No. Am I okay? Can you hear me?
Yes. Go on.
Okay, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to weigh out on the issues that are at hand. And maybe, first of all, to start with the doctor's issue, and something that we should be reminded, this is not something that started with this administration. This is something that started way long. I don't know, from 2007 to what? And like doctors have been singing this solidarity forever for the longest time. I think this is like kind of like a systematic that has been associated with any kind of administration that come into play, especially in government, where the professionals are being played, not only the doctors, any professional, any Kenyans who are professionals. They keep on signing this bargaining agreement, but like they don't usually actualize. Yeah, and it usually keeps on carrying itself to, and to successive administration. So to me, I think it goes back to the kind of leadership that we usually have. We do have a leadership that does not cares about the leadership that does not care about the Kenyan people, but the leadership that cares about the political class. That is what is happening. Because if indeed the doctor's issue was something that is of great issue, it could have been solved long time ago. And if you look at even in the economy, one of the things that are driving factor to economy is the health sector, because a healthy nation, that means that nation will be thriving in economy. And not only in doctors, even in the hospitals where we have right now, you can go to the county's hospital, you cannot even get a painkiller. How many people are dying at the emergency? They go for this emergency, somebody has gone there for emergency, but they end up taking like almost like 5 hours before they attended. They dying there on the waiting room. So it's something that should be looked into. And if the strike that is taking place right now, the doctors should stand their ground and make sure that they don't agree to any bargaining, because if they do, they've been played for so long. So that is one thing that they should look into and maybe stand their grounds, because it has been there for so long. That is one. Secondly, when we come to the affordable housing, you know, I still believe that the affordable housing still need serious answers, even with the new law that they've brought into place and signing into a bill. It still needs, because it's not going to solve the issues. One of the things that is not going to solve the acquisition of land. How do you inquire? How do you acquire that land? That is one, especially when the land belongs to the county government. How can you just decide to get that land for free? Are they paying it? Yeah, that is one. Secondly, is how are they going to distribute these houses? Yeah, how is the distribution of these houses? How will you make sure that they are distributed fairly to Kenyans? That is something that you also we need to get the answers. Another answer is that why is it that they are being sold at the market price if they are affordable? If at all the government wanted to solve the issue of housing, it should not be that the Kenyans are paying for it. The government could have built with their own money, and it become as a generating what source, whereby you look at Kenyans who are in a particular category. Yeah, not because like we cannot say that you want to build a house whereby the doctors can stay over there, because doctors are earning much way. They can go and rent in palatial places, but the Kenyans who are earning not good money, they can stay in those affordable housing at a fee, or at a rent that they can afford. So through that, the government can generate what the revenue, But now this is you are still taxed. After taxing, you're still going to buy. And if you default, there's that another percentage that is being charged on you when you default by not paying. So it's weighing too much on the common mwananchi. So I think I don't know whether somebody will go to court and question it, but it is something that need to be discussed very, 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 very thoroughly, because affordable housing is very good idea, but implementation and how it's being done, that is what is being questioned. Yeah, so maybe maybe I can talk on those, only on those three. Maybe I will come back.
Okay, Benson. I also want to bring other people in as we discuss this out. But I also inside me I have also a question inside me,
Mhm.
and my question is the system that they are using is the bad system indeed,
Mhm.
because if you can compare like kuna huyu mwalimu wa ECD, the teacher is coming from Gishagi
Mhm.
huko nyumbani Uchago. The teacher anatembea kutoka kwake kwa shamba yake akienda kufundisha, yet anakata hiyo pesa, alafu mnamwambia ati tunakuwekea juu, kama utataka nyumba tutakurudishia pesa yako. Are you sure hiyo ni itawezekana? Because si inakatwa kwa watu wanafanya nini na serikali?
Kwa sababu sasa, hebu niambie, unajua is not a savings. That is something that you know. It is a levy. It's kind of like it is being deducted from your salary. Yeah, there is no way that this money is going to be given back to you. It is not going to happen. Let's just be
In
very,
short,
very
it's money you'll never see.
yeah, you're not going to get it. Let's say in Kenya, have you ever seen? Because even like when even in Kenya, something that usually happens, there's when people should do what we call the tax returns by the end of Kenya's tax returns is usually by around the month of June. You know that. But when you're doing your taxes, there are two things that usually happens in your taxes. One, you can do your tax return and find that you are owing the government, which means that you give government more money. And also you can do your tax return and find that the government is owing you a lot of money, then government should give it back to you. That is the reason why you're doing tax return by the end of the year. Yeah. But I've never seen or I've never heard a Kenyan citizen who has filed the tax and the government have given them back the refund. It is happening in each and every developed countries when you do your returns, you know. So if the taxes, maybe if your government were owing you is not being given back to you, so what about what they've taken purportedly to be allowed by the law? How can they give it back to you? And at what point will they feel like now it should be given back to you? We don't have that specific period of time that this is going to be given to you.
Okay, and also I have another question before that class you come in, because I want you to respond to the two questions. Also, when you listen to the speech, the Ruto speech today, he speak about something also again. Other people saying that to make sure that somebody gets one house, be using one KRA pin for one house. So I have just a question. I have the KRA pin. My dad has the KRA pin. My sister also has the KRA pin, and my daddy want to possess all of these houses. So he can take my KRA pin and take my sister's KRA pin and also my brother's KRA pin, and he buy more than one house. How can you control that?
So those are the kind of like questions that everybody is asking about distribution of these houses. What is the criteria that you are going to use so that houses are equitably given to people without favoritism? That people are going to, if I know like there's somebody in Wajir is going to get the house, like we can say that the probability of somebody in Nairobi and Wajir getting the house is 1. Yeah. Or the probability of them missing also is 1. Yeah. So those are the kind of questions that at least if it could be answered, then we could be at peace. So those are some of the things that are still there to be answered. Yeah.
Douglas, go on to respond.
Okay. Okay, I think Benson has tried and answered you, and I think he has done a good job trying to answer you. But since these houses have not been completed yet and they've not started sharing them out, we can go back to history to see how this, because this is not the first time the government has built houses and sold them out to people. It started with Kibaki. Kibaki wanted to sort of do away to rehabilitate Kibera and give people decent houses, and he started a project. I think it was dubbed Kibera or something, and he built houses there. So what used to happen back then, there was no like a system. Now they're saying there's that, it's called Mboma or something, where people will be going to a system and taking houses from there. But back then what used to happen ni walikuwa wanapiga kengele, Actually, when you ask those people from that generation, they will tell you about kupiga kengele or something. Then I think it's like an auction, how an auction works, and you it's like how an auction works. It's very open and people bid, and the person who gets a chance goes home with the goods. So that is how it used to work back then. So, but back now there's technology, and people are not going to be physically involved in giving out those houses. But I think now it becomes even riskier because of the question you've mentioned. Now, what if your father wants to own 3 houses? Of course, in your capacity, maybe you cannot own a house, but your father has a capacity to buy houses. Then he can just take your PIN. If you're using the KRA PIN or your ID, he can just take your PIN and the PIN and the PIN, and that will be unfair to other people who may want to own houses. But that aside, I also wanted to expound on the issue of the levy. There's been a confusion now. When you are deducted that money, does that contribute to when you will want to own that house? When you now decide I want that house, will they consider the money you've given? I don't think it works that way. It's a contribution, and they keep on telling you it's a contribution. Uhuru built these houses, and he was using loans to build these houses. Then people buy them later, right? But right now, they're not borrowing money to build these houses. It's you they are taking money from. So I don't think that they are going to consider that you contributed. No, it's a contribution. You give money away. Right now, there's also the fuel levy, right? When you buy petrol, there's a certain levy that you pay. That money is not given to you. It's a levy, it's a tax. It's taken away from you. It's money you'll never see. In short, that's what a levy means. It's money you'll never see. It's money that is taken away from you because a law exists that the government should take that money away from you. But Benson has an interjection. Let's just listen to him.
Benson.
Yes. Douglas.
Come up.
Let me tell you, my friend, the issue of the housing did not start with the Kibaki administration. The issue of housing started even way back when
There was actually
the colonizer, let me say that, left us the country when we purported to be having our independence. You remember when we have local governments, the local governments used to have houses, and when even the government themselves, they used to have houses, and these government houses were given to government employee, whereby they paid the less as compared to people who are not working for the government. Yeah. So you talked about the one that Uhuru Kenyatta built. That one makes sense because if Uhuru Kenyatta took loan and built these houses, you are buying it at the market price. So which means if you're buying it at the market price, you get the title for the land, or you get the title for what you are owning. That's what gives you the ownership. Yeah. That when you look at the housing levy right now, it doesn't tell us what kind of ownership are we going to get. Because like if you look at Kenyan, when you go to the land registry, we have Kenya has almost 4 types of title. We have what we call a sectional title. A sectional title is the kind of title that you have a flat, somebody owns the upper, you own the lower. But the sectional title, it gives you that ownership. In the house levy that we are building, is there something that gives you the ownership of the land, whereby after completion of payment, you can go to the bank and have it as a security to get a loan? Is that one there? So if there's a place that they explain that, I will be glad if you tell me on that. So those are the questions that I'm saying, and I'm repeating. Housing project is a very good idea that can help Kenyans, but implementation and the processes and the nitty-gritty questions that we are asking, though, if you can give us those answers that it is convincing people, then it's okay.
Me? Or the government?
The government, because as a host, or maybe you can also tell us, because the main idea is the main idea of government they say that they want everybody to own a house. Yeah. But owning a house means you are getting full ownership of the house. Yeah. So is there a way that they are showing how we're going to get the ownership? Then another thing that I want also to challenge, when it comes to owning a house is not a problem. All of us have a home. There's what we call the maintenance. It's not very easy to maintain a house. especially when it comes to a house where it's built like a flat. If there's a blockage, maybe in the first floor, who is going to care for that property? That is now what we call the property management. Who is going to care for that? Yeah. So that's the question. If somebody can, maybe I might not be thinking rightfully, but those are what I'm raising.
Okay, come up with that last question again.
I'm telling you, for instance, owning a house is not a problem. We do have houses that majority of maybe viewers and everybody might be owning houses, but there's what we call the maintenance of the house. For you to keep the house to look beautiful or to maintain its shape, you have to do maintenance. Take, for example, we have the plumbing issue, yeah? And you have 10 people living in this flat, right? And maybe there's a plumbing issue in one of the flats or one of the floors. Who is going to cater for that? Bearing in mind, these are government property, and you know very well how sometimes maintaining government property has been a problem. Who is going to maintain them?
Okay, let me try. Okay, so this is not the first time, just like you've said, and I didn't say that Kibaki started, is the one who started building houses. There existed a national housing
Corporation.
Yeah, true. So it used to build houses in the 80s, the 90s. There are houses that were built back then. And so it used to take that responsibility of sort of maintaining the sewerage system and all that. And even right now with these private developers, I'm sure you've dug into that. They build an estate and then they sell it out. But now the people who buy it have to sort of build a community within themselves, sort of employ people, appoint people to maintain that thing. So I think that is not something that is an elephant to tackle. I think it's something that is solvable.
Yeah, solvable. But do they own them? The ownership, if you can only come as a community if you know that we are owning this. Everybody has a title. This is our community, we are owning it. But it doesn't talk about ownership.
Okay, that's something that is in the future. But these houses have been built by Kibaki, by Uhuru, and there are people who have bought them, although they are still paying for those houses. So do those people own them?
Okay, they don't own, but you've signed what we call an allotment letter. Or what usually happens if you buy a property, yeah, let's say like you've bought a property, yeah, and you're servicing your mortgage. What usually happens, you get the title, and title is charged to a particular bank. So when you go to do what we call a search, you will get a place written encumbrances. The encumbrances will show that this property is charged to a particular bank at this amount. It shows. And what happens is that when you are still paying it, you don't get the physical title deed. The title deed is still deposited with the bank or the financial institutions that made you to have that property until that day you pay your last payment. Yeah. But when you go to the lands record, it shows that this property is still charged of this particular amount. Yeah. So in real sense, at the registry of land registry, it shows that it is under your name. You are the bona fide owner of the property, but it's still charged. There's a loan that you are still servicing, and they give you the details of how much was borrowed, and and the date and what they don't give is how much you are paying, but they will give amount and the banking institution or financial institution. Yeah.
Okay. Personally, I believe that that framework already exists because private developers have been selling out properties to Kenyans through mortgages with financiers like banks. So I believe that there is already that framework that exists.
Okay.
Oh, Shadiza.
I don't have something to add on that because I'll spoil it. Let me get into Msimamo before I spoil it.
You have a new guest.
Oh, I have a new guest. Antonani.
Innocent Joe.
Innocent Joe. Innocent Joe, how are you?
I'm good.
Happy to see you.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
Niko salama pia na I'm hoping to get a house very soon. This arrangement I don't know kama nitawekwa which scheme, because I had 3 schemes. 3%, 6% and 9%. So I was just wondering, watajuaje ati huyu ni wa 3, huyu ni wa 6, huyu ni wa 9? Because some of the guys who are not working, kwenye wapati mshahara, hawana hiyo scheme ya kuonyesha ati wewe unapata 20,000, so you need 3%, huyu ni 50, you need, because hivi kama niko kwa biashara yangu, utajuaje ati biashara yangu sasa ni inaniweka kwa 3% ama 6 ama 9%? That is one of the issue yenye niliona itasumbua this government. Number 2, niliona these guys wanajaribu kuelezea watu vile ya kulipa na kupata nyumba, that if you pay then you'll get I don't know if I'm able to pay 100 shillings in a day, like the way alikuwa naambia jamaa mwingine hapo, so that is 3,000 in a month. Hii nyumba ni around 1.5, 2 ama 3, niliona 4.5, those categories. So how long am I going to pay ndio hii nyumba ikuwe yangu? The way Benson was asking, ownership, hii nyumba itakuwa lini yangu? Itakuwa lini yangu? Because I'm paying 3,000 every month. In a year, that's around how much is that? 3 times 12, that is 36. 36 1 year. So for as long as Ruto will be in power for maybe 5 years, unaona bado hujamaliza kulipa hiyo nyumba, and another government comes in na waseme this scheme we are not going to pay the levy, because I know 2027 this will be the issue. Hii ndio issue watakuwa wanatumia sasa ku campaign. Wanasema nao sisi hatutaki kuwalipisha hii levy, tupatie kura. What if the other government comes in, ushaanza kulipa hiyo nyumba, umefikisha maybe 72 ama maybe 150,000, what happens? Because levy imeacha kulipa. Number 3, kazi. Wamesema ati inapatia watu kazi. Are they going to build these houses for 5 years? For example, waende the second term, are they going to build houses for 10 years? So hizi jobs watu wenye wanapata, are they going to do it for 10 years? Let me give an example of maybe Migori. Mali niliona alikuwa na launch some houses. Imagine wamejenga nyumba maybe ni 50 to 20,000 houses. Next year again, are they going to build another 20? Another 20, another 20? I don't know. We are still going to wait and see how they are going to do this. So it's a big issue. Number 4, walikuwa nasema if you use your KRA, you'll get 1 house. Benson, Benson umesema at ownership. Imagine this is my house and maybe I don't want this house, nataka kuiuza. Mbona unanikataza ati nisiuze? Because they were saying that that they're going to there's a clause that once you get the house you will not sell it. Imagine nimenunua gari na sitaki hii gari, nataka kuuza hii gari, maybe I've been using a Toyota, nataka sasa kununua Prado. Why will they refuse me because it's my house not to sell it? Hii Toyota niuze hii Toyota ninunue Prado because now I want to move to a higher vehicle. I want to ama staki car, nataka maybe lorry. I want a lorry. I don't want a house now ya kuishi, nataka kujenga house zangu za kurentisha. Why don't I sell this house inipatie pesa ama I start a business? Because this is an investment. Anytime you put an investment, you are the owner and you are the one who is going to know what to do with it. So kama nyumba ni yangu na nataka kuiuza, I know that they're trying to put a clause ama to discourage people from getting houses and selling to the wadosi. That's what they were arguing. But if mdosi anaweza kuja, nina nyumba yangu na ni kama una gari, mtu apende gari yako na aseme hii gari bwana, mimi naitaka with 3 million, mbona nikatae? If I can sell it, nilinunua 1.5, nimeuza 3 million, niende ninunua another house maybe another 1.5, hiyo pesa nyingine nitumie biashara. So why are they, mbona wanatuzuia kufanya biashara the way I want to do it? Because it's mine. Si mimi ndio nililipa tax ama hiyo levy. Why are they refusing me is manage my own business the way I want it? So the many issues yenye nimeona yenye itakuja kusumbua watu, especially when you own that house. Thank you. That is my introductory remark. Karibu.
Thank you, nashukuru sana. Leo naona mmekuja na kivumbi. Lala, karibu sana, na kabla tujazidi kusonga mbele, wacha tumkaribishe Lala. Lala, hali vipi kwa? Unmute twende. Leo ni mimi na nyinyi mpaka asubuhi. Unmute. I can't hear you, Lala. Unmute.
Ni vizuri kuwaona nyote. Habari zenu?
Tupo salama.
Douglas, Shelizo, Benson, St. George. Wazalendo, nimefurahi sana kuwaona. Is there echo? Can you hear me, guys?
Iko sawa, imetoka.
Imetoka. Okay. Vizuri. I think the question.
Ebola refresh browser yako.
Okay, let me see what's going on here.
Okay. As Lala fixes his audio, there are people who began Christians versus Muslims in the comment section. Please stop that. No, I think it should be addressed. This platform is for everybody, but don't bring your religious views to this platform, please. Not right now. We're talking about matters of national concern. So please stop that debate. Please don't. Thank you. Lala's disappeared. But I think Joe asked some questions. I picked some. Maybe Benson, if you picked some, you will weigh in. I picked one on, he was asking, now when this government is done with its term, then the next government comes into place, and then they decide to throw the housing thing away. What happens to those people who already have houses and they are paying for them? I mean, That's not how the law works. Today, the president signed the affordable housing bill into law, so it's a law. So even if the next government comes in and they want to throw it away, then they will have to go back to parliament to amend it or to create something else. It's a law. It's like the constitution. Even if they come in, it's a law and they have to abide by it. If they want to throw it away, then I think they have to go back to parliament, amend it, or come up with something else. But I think those people who've already bought houses that have been built by the government, they will be safe. There is a law that protects them. But that's the only question I picked from him. Lala came in and disrupted my thoughts. But Benson, if you picked anything from Joe, had a bunch of questions.
One thing that usually happens, in a very very kind of like a good country, whereby if a new administration come into play, there are these processes whereby you can continue with the with the projects that were in place, or you can devise a way of maybe not continuing, depending on how you feel it's going to affect your administration. But talking about the law, now it is a law. The same law can be taken back to parliament and be looked into, because if you look very keenly, this is something that has not gone through proper public participation, because you realize that majority of time they kind of they're revised, and they're being revised immediately after the pronouncement of the courts. There's no talk about the CSS that is right now, also that has been drafted by the jailer committee. That what they are doing right now, they are just doing it immediately after court had already made pronouncement on it. Come to the house levy, they are doing it when the court has made a pronouncement on it. So, but I don't think like it has fully taken the public participation. I don't think like everybody participated the way constitutions requires us to do. That the selective few might have been asked. I don't think even you are asked to weigh in your thoughts on it as a citizen of the country. So it depends. If the new administration come into place, they can decide to stop the project, and maybe those who will be lucky to be having those property will own them, and those who will not be lucky, they will definitely, somebody will have to go to court. The government will have to pay, because like there's a documentation trail showing that you are paying, and now you don't want the house, you want your house, the money back. So that is a good thing. So if you hold it, the Kenyans will go to court and the government will have to pay. It doesn't matter which administration. It's still Kenyan's government. The administration are the different one. So the government will have to pay.
And to add on that, again, if you've bought a house from one of these private developers, and you've taken a mortgage from, say, the housing finance bank, when let's say the company is bought and a new management comes into place, they won't throw you away or repossess that house. They're going to sort of come up with something else, because there is a contract that you signed with the company. So you don't sign when you buy these houses, you're not agreeing with the Kenya Kwanza government. You're agreeing with the government of Kenya. So even if a new administration comes into place, your document is still valid.
Let me tell you something, Douglas. Documentation is very important, but it will depend what was the process. You can have documentation, and what is the process? Because like you and me are aware of Kenyans who have bought land at some point. They came to realize the land they bought, they did not follow the due process, and they end up losing this kind of like property. And that is something that has happened with our country. So if they will follow the due process, it will be okay. The law will be on their side. But if if they will not follow the due process, at some point, if somebody goes to court, then you will lose. Because we've seen many people losing some of their properties because like the due process was not followed.
But I think this housing levy thing is something that we've seen it go to Parliament and the Senate. So it's a law that has been created in the arm of government that is mandated with creating the law. So it's something that is very legal.
It's very legal.
By virtue that it has been created in Parliament,
It's
not
very,
just something that they
it's
came
very,
up with like the CSS thing.
yeah, it's very legal. But my question is, how the acquisition of land? How do we acquire that land? When you look at that report, yeah, it doesn't tell us how you acquire that land. Most of the land they are getting, these lands belong to the like the county government, you know. And you could see that happening between the national government and the Kiambu. The Kiambu county government are not ready to give their land to the national government. You are seeing that tussle is taking place. That's why there's a problem.
Allow me to interject you. So that issue came up when the bill went to court,
Yeah.
and that came up. I think with the amendments that have been made to the bill, now the new bill that has been passed, I think they've included the county government, and when they're building it now, the county government will be the one who will be sort of foreseeing the implementation of the housing. Now the county government has been included in the implementation. So I think that is something they've found a way to go around it.
Okay,
But
let's see.
we will know as time goes.
Yeah,
Time will reveal.
Yeah, time will reveal, sir. Yes.
And Douglas, before Lala comes in.
Okay, go on.
Yeah, before Lala comes in.
Lala, just a minute.
Yeah. You see, when I was looking at the clip at State House, like one of the guy who was there alikuwa anasema ati anafanya hiyo mjengo anapata maybe 1,000 a day, so that's where atapata pesa kidogo ndiye alipe hii nyumba. So what if hiyo job uishe and this person is not able to pay, contribute towards this house? What happens? Unajua hiyo law haijasema what happens if you are not able to pay the house. Utanyang'anywa ama sasa itakuwa yako? You know, those are the issues zenye tunasema there are more questions than answers. You're not able to pay and continue contributing towards the payment of your house. Umeshindwa ama something happens, ama tuseme umekufa, umeenda and you're not able to pay. So what happens? Nani ataendelea kulipa hii nyumba, ama hii nyumba itachukuliwa na government iende? You know, those laws are not there. I don't know. Lala,
there are, but I think Lala should come up with that question.
Lala, Asanteni, I think that is a good topic to discuss, and I think this is where Kenya, the world is viewing Kenya, and they're wondering what went wrong with the mind of Kenyans. What is really going on? Let me give you an example of in the US. The US is very good at helping people own homes. If you're in the military, that's what the GI Bill, which allows you to get certain grants, certain money to help you down pay for the house. If you are poor, then they're what they call FHA, which is a program to help you pay a very minimum down payment to own a home. But the home is always the family business, is the individual buying a home. The government can assist you because of your need to be able to acquire, but at the end of the day, it is on you. And when you come to Kenya, the affordable housing is probably one of the worst things that ever happened to a democratic process. Why do I say that? When you create a program that is already very discriminatory, why do I say that? It's because if I come from the US, I can buy the house because I got the money. If I got a job, I can pay into that. But if I don't have anything, I will never. If somebody loan me some money and I dump into the home, that money will be lost, completely lost. In the US, if there's a housing and I go to the government to try to get some money, they'll ask me what I have. And that money, I cannot borrow it from somebody else. It has to be given, it has to be mine, because of the fear that if I borrow it, then that house may belong to somebody else, okay? Or they may come and sabotage me and get the home, or I may be doing it in proxy for somebody else. In other words, the Kenyan situation is a case where one, if I got the money, I can sponsor many people, okay, to buy those homes in their names, but those are my homes, okay? So when they explain it to us that each person will own a home, we don't know even how that process is going to work. And secondly, what we have now will not stand any of the government coming in. They'll scrape it. It will be gone because it's purely discrimination based on the economics, okay, of the person. These houses are not built somewhere where there is no economy that can sustain the payment of those houses. So what they're doing now is actually mind-boggling. It's irrational because there are no jobs to sustain some of those buildings wherever they are built. And they claim that they are giving people jobs. Okay? What will it, after those houses are built, let's say they take 6 months or a year, where are these people who have been working there? Where are they going to go? Where are they going to get jobs? Okay? Which industries are going to absorb them? Okay. The way to build a city or a community is to help people find jobs that can sustain those houses. Right now, there is none. So everything that we see going on require a lot of explanation. Unless Ruto has particular businesses that will come into those communities where those houses are and set up factories and employ these people, when actually this money used could have been put into a different use, maybe manufacturing, something that will employ Kenyans so that Kenya can build their homes. Government still can help people, like the US program help people. You know, you got a job and you can work through an employer, you can work through different systems that they can help you have a home in an environment where you can sustain that home. And each community may have a different style or system or particular homes that they can is good for that community. Okay, then we can meet the demand of our people. But what I see here, let me tell you this: after Ruto, after this election time, no politician will run on building houses because it is irrational. It doesn't make sense. It's not economically, good. So this is the money we are dumping, basically. The money that should have been helping Kenyans to get jobs, to train and win war poverty is actually being thrown away. Because unless somebody has a different argument to explain to me how building a house in any part of the country will help our economy. It may help the family have a nice home, but then if you can't pay for it, how? What is it good for? So
Okay,
I'll
Lala.
a moment, and then maybe
Lala,
you guys can make an argument for go ahead. Go ahead.
don't disappear. I want to ask you a question. Do you say that put Ruto out of question? Do you say that addressing the problem of housing, not just in Kenya, in Africa, maybe you don't live in Africa, you are unaware of the problems of housing here back at home. Are you saying that it's futile? We should not do it. That we should not. That it's not a problem that is worth addressing. People should,
It has to be addressed, but in a different context. You address it from the perspective of jobs. In other words, you need a job, and that job will get you to housing. Because right now, it's like if you give somebody a car, you promise them a car, and they can't sustain that car. Why would you buy a car? This is exactly like a car. It's the same thing. Let Kenyans have cars. It's just that it happens to be
so I want to give you
I
an
live in
assignment.
Kenya. I have a house in Nairobi, and I have a house in
Lala,
Homabay. Yes, go ahead.
you live in America, right?
I live in Kenya too. I have a house in Homabay, a house in
No.
Nairobi. Okay.
Okay, right now where are you?
And I had one in Mombasa too. Mm-hmm.
No,
Go ahead.
Lala. Right now you.
I can't hear you. I can't hear Shadizo. Go ahead.
Okay, you live in America, right?
Yes, I do.
I want to give you an assignment. I want you to go and not right now, to go and just do a research on how the FDR government revamped the economy of America after the Second World War. The policies it put in place to revamp the economy after the Second World War. Then you'll come and tell me some of some of those. Yes, sir.
I know exactly what that is. We talk of the GI bills and the rest. Okay. What we have is exactly what I'm explaining to you. Anyone can access that. The Ministry of Housing in the US is to help us. When I first bought my home in the US, the first-time buyer has a special privileges. There's some privileges I got because I was a first-time buyer. I have those who in the military, okay? They have special privileges, okay? So there are programs to help people, but it is based on individual, based on a community, okay? So it is not this idea coming to build some kind of line of houses and then all of a sudden you move in there. No, this is mind-boggling. It doesn't make any economic sense at all, or even constitutionally. It will be actually outlawed immediately Ruto gets out of power. This is something that cannot be defended even legally. It just doesn't make sense because it's discriminatory. If the payment, I think I'm told monthly payment is about what? About over 20,000. How many Kenyans earn 20,000? Okay? Go to anybody's home right now. How many in that home state? Even just go to Homabay town. How many make 20,000? Just the entire town, you will find probably about 25% of Homabay people make 20,000. And then you're telling me this is to help economy, to help us to win the war of housing. No, it won't. Those houses will be bought by people like myself, because if there are nobody to go in there, they can't pay for it. The Kenyans who are rich will buy those houses and start renting them out. That's exactly what's going to happen, because right now people cannot even have homes because there are people renting. They don't have enough down payment. The government in the US, they will help you with down payment. Okay? There are programs that are used to help people. In other words, housing is important and must be tackled by the government. But the method used by this government is irrational. It's not constitutional. And it should be scrapped immediately. This is not the way to do it. That money could be used to help people buy homes. But start with factories. Start with places of employment. And that will change the environment. People, actually, if you give somebody a job, it's much easier to tell them, now you must contribute for the housing here in this place. And so I think the economy is the key thing here. Creating jobs is the most important thing right now. And those housing can be emphasized, like the US chose that method. I'm not saying that's the only method that is good, but it's a method. Right now, I can walk to any bank and there is somebody sitting in a corner somewhere to talk to me about housing, what program they have in the government, what is available, and then I can be able to access that fund, that money. So that's the way it's supposed to be in my own mind. But what we have is purely, even to talk about it, to me, is mind-boggling. Kenyans to talk about what is going on. Ruto buying houses, even if Raila, whoever it is, building houses, it does not make sense. So even discussing it is very difficult for me, because I try to ask, and people are just looking at me and saying, is that really? Because it really doesn't make any sense. Yes, Douglas, a country is any government must be engaged in the housing. That has to be any credible, because that's a right, part of the human right, decent housing. That must be. The question is, how is it done? Because this program leaves majority of Kenyans out. People who are making under maybe 50,000 have been left out, because if you're making 50,000, you cannot afford those houses. So what program is that? Targeting only for the rich, the middle class and up, to afford to have, to be able to pay, over 20,000 every month plus other. You have to be earning probably about 100,000 a month. So it is out of reach for Kenyans. So this is a waste. This is actually illegal. Government cannot target only that. They have to have another program for the poor, because this is not for the poor. The government is supposed to serve all Kenyans equally. This is not service to Kenyans equally. Let me end by sharing a little story of Nicaragua. Nicaragua was under Ortega, the communist, and the US, we fought it. We didn't want Ortega to be there. And Ortega lost, okay? Then, of course, we had a new so-called democratic government in power. And for the first time, all the stores in Nicaragua were stocked. They had everything. You go into the store and you find everything. People are so happy, celebrating. But then after a few months, people started complaining because they didn't have money to buy what was in the store. Okay? Yes, the country looked good, wonderful. The buildings and everything else was really great. Things were available for the first time because Ortega, it was kind of rough. But now Nicaraguans were so happy because things were now in the store. But then there were no jobs. And then when the next election came, whom did they go for? They went back for Ortega because they couldn't afford it. Ruto's creating something we cannot afford. a house that you cannot live in. You may just have to look at it and can't even go in there. It's like having to sell Maseratis and cars then you say we have a wonderful country with all these cars and you can't afford to live in it. This is a waste of money. Coming and putting those houses, those are like showrooms, which people cannot be able to go in. I happen to be in a place called Cleveland, Ohio, and we had this bad neighborhood. And then some investors came in and built houses. And this was a very bad neighborhood. So I went in there. I wanted to have an apartment in that particular place. And so they asked me how much money I earn. I could not even be allowed in this place that I never wanted to be in because I couldn't afford to stay there. And this is exactly what's happening in Kenya. We are building houses with taxpayers' money, but then we can't live there. This is immoral. This is injustice. This is sad. This is bad. That's the way. That's my definition of what's going on in Kenya. It's actually one of the worst things that ever happened. This housing. I'm for houses. Let's build them. But this way is not the democratic way. It's apartheid primarily. Yeah. It's simply saying you're building it with your taxpayers' money, but you can't afford it. And it can never be that. It should never be that way. We should be able to all get in there. Otherwise, let's structure it differently, and we'll have housing in the program that is affordable and that people can afford. But that money, that bulk of money, could be used in creating jobs, real jobs. These are not real jobs, real jobs. There's a lot of areas that we can invest in to bring in funds to help our nation, not houses. This is bad. And I don't know, I wish our young people can see through this and understand that this is bad. And this will be one of the worst things in the Kenyan history when they look back, where the money was thrown. And because we're going to pay for it. These are loans that Kenyans are coming to pay for. Thank you.
Okay, as long as this is bad, I also have bad news also. Let us look at this. Kama hii ndo serikali tuko nayo, tunapewa mbolea ya uongo. So what do you expect about it? Okay, let us see this so that we can know what's not happening in Kenya.
Officers from the Directorate of Criminal Investigations in Kakamega County have impounded 700 bags of fake fertilizer from a depot in Malava. Farmers who already purchased the fertilizer from the county government are demanding a refund after it turned out that the fertilizer was mixed with stones. Emily Chebet reports the county government has dismissed claims the fertilizer was tailor-made for the county after thorough research.
Farmers from Malava constituency in Kakamega County are demanding answers from the county government following what they termed as a fraud and extortion in the county's fertilizer plan. Following what they term as fraud and extortion in the county's fertilizer plan. According to the farmers, the fertilizer that was sold to them is a mixture of stones.
Nilikuja hapa tarehe 5, nikapiga laini hapa nikanunua mbolea ya mifuko 8 ya 25 kg. Sasidi ndio hii. Sasa baadaye tukasikia fununu kwamba mbolea yenye tumeletewa ni mawe. Hatukuwa hata tumefungua sasa.
Officers from the Directorate of Criminal Investigations impounded 700 bags of the said fertilizer. They took samples for investigations into the incident that could see farmers who already used the fertilizer count losses in the near future.
So nilishangazwa sana. Vile nilifungua yangu nikapata mfuko moja ni mawe. Nikajota maji nikaweka kwa sahani nikamwagilia maji. Sasa ni rangi inatoka lakini mbolea yote inapaki ni mawe tu.
Vile nilienda nyumbani si kufungua. Vile nilisikia ati mbolea yenye tumenunua ni mawe, nimeenda leo kwa nyumba yangu asubuhi bali penye niliweka mifuko, nikafungua mbolea, nikapata kweli ni mawe.
This is happening at a time when long queues of farmers from different parts of the country are the norm at different depots as they look for government subsidized fertilizer. Shortage of the commodity has been reported across the region.
Hii mbolea ya county
kilo 25 inauzwa around 1920, shilingi 1920. Ile mbolea ya national government kilo 50 inauzwa shilingi 2500. You can see where the difference is.
Haiyeyuki, yote tu ni mawe. Sasa nimeshindwa mimi mama jua kali tu hapa sokoni, nimetoa shilingi zangu hizi 1800 hizi, nitatoa wapi mbolea nyingine ndio nipande?
Tumepata mbolea ni mawe. Sasa ni maombi yangu ni kwamba tulikuwa tuchatoa pesa wengine na wengine wametoa pesa. Tafadhali mrudishe pesa zetu, alafu tuchue namna tunaweza kupata mbolea.
The county government has, however, defended the commodity, citing politics in the region.
Our fertilizer was tailor-made. My technical team, led with my director, farm inputs, had moved around within the county, and we tested our soils in different forms, even including our partners that are very specific about soils. We did that, and we learned that it was important for our soils and for our people of Kakamega to get a tailor-made fertilizer, that we ended up providing the specifications to the procurement department to get us the right fertilizer for the people of Kakamega.
Some Kakamega County Assembly members are accusing the county leadership of reaping from the plight of farmers, saying action must be taken on individuals involved in the fraudulent mission. Emily Chebet, Citizen TV.
Hiyo ndo mambo imefanyika. Mengine tena leo nitawapasha na taarifa zote. Na madaktari kugoma na serikali yetu, na mambo yameenda hivyo hivyo. Tunaambiwa tutengenezewa nyumba, sijui nyumba zenyewe tutaishi ndani. Kama mbolea peke yake tunaambiwa tunaletewa mawe instead ya kuletewa mbolea. Watu wa Kakamega mpande mahindi, mwaka huu mtajua ni mbolea, hata mawe inaweza kuwa mbolea. Wacha tumsikize Julia. Julia, hali vipi kwako?
Mzuri Shadizo, good to see you people. Douglas,
Hey, Julia.
Lala, and I think Innocent. Nimeingia because I want to ask Douglas a few questions about the housing. It seems every salaried Kenyan will be paying that. Now, who will be given these houses? And what are the structures laid down of determining who will get the houses? Maybe that's one of my questions. Douglas, do you have any answers to that?
Okay. Come up again.
I'm aware that all salaried Kenyans will be paying the house levy according to the new law. So, who will be given these houses? What are the structures to determine who is entitled to these houses?
Okay, so the first part of your question is, I think now they've included even unsalaried Kenyans, those working in the informal sector. I think that was part of the reasons the court threw out the bill, because it was discriminating Kenyans. Why are they imposing the levy on salaried Kenyans? So I think whatever they've signed today includes even those people working in informal sector, those who are unsalaried. But on the question of who will be given these houses, I can't give an answer to that, because that right now is the big question in Kenya. That's what everybody is asking. I mean, who will be given these houses? Because even as Lala said, these houses are quite expensive, and they will end up being owned by people who are well off, because these are not houses that, come on, they can be afforded by Mama Mboga and Boda Boda guys. So that's the big question right now. What will be the criteria that will be used to, give these houses to Kenyans? That is a question that they are yet to answer. I don't think the new bill, the amended bill that was signed today, has answered that yet.
Okay, so we can agree that this looks like a scam. Sijui kama nyinyi mulikuwa, and I am sure maybe you're not there, but I think I stand to be corrected. There are houses in Kenya that zilipewa watu on subsidized rates, and I think there are houses that people, sijui ni Maringo ama kunaitwa Botela, those kind of houses. And also I am aware that I think people in Buruburu bought houses through government financing. So the government of Kenya, it is not the first time that they have come with schemes to help people acquire houses.
True.
And also, I think in the past few years, the government was providing mortgage facilities with civil servants. So that's so. We can say that the issue of housing, thinking about housing and people, is a good thing, because kuna watu walinunua nyumba kwa sababu serikali iliwasaidia ama serikali iliwapatia affordable mortgage. Also, I want to say that about addressing the homeless and the landless, there's a time the government of Kenya also did that. I think that was Kenyatta's project, then disappeared somewhere in Moi's reign, and corruption came in. You know, the so-called White Highlands. The so-called White Highlands, the first plan was to give the landless Kenyans, the Kenyans who are living who are working for Mzungu in the White Highlands. And I know of people who actually were working for Mzungu in the White Highlands and were given the land in the White Highlands. That is, a lot of it is in Mount Kenya region. That is the current Nyandarua County. And a lot of those people landed there with literally nothing. Na serikali, I think in the early 80s, Kenyatta left that project. So even in the early 80s, they could land, walikuwa napewa mabati tu peke yake, wanakuja wanaweka tu kanyumba kamabati. But if you go back to those White Highlands now, those people have developed, have taken their children to school. When they came there, walitoka kule, in Kikuyu it is called Geshagi. Sijui how to translate that. Geshagi is where people live, like, I mean, ni kama slum kind of, where the Muzungu had put them in very dilapidated places and all that. So thinking about housing in Kenyans is a good thing. But now, look, who is Ruto addressing? First and foremost, he's making Kenyans pay for that. We need to ask ourselves questions. This is not his project. This was Uhuru's project. Mimi hata sikujua maneno ya hizi nyumba sana, because Uhuru was not asking money from people. And I think there was a way that you could buy this house at cheaper prices when Uhuru was building them. Now, why is Ruto asking Kenyans to pay for it? And then, bona mimi nilipe na Lala apewe nyumba? Why? If then I think he should narrow down to those who want to pay deposits for these houses and let them pay for the houses and leave Kenyans alone. That's what I wanted to say. So the issue of housing is a good thing, but how is it being done? In my take, I think we can look at China. I think in China, there are ghost towns. You people look up. There are ghost towns. The government ilijenga nyumba, lakini people could not afford to buy those houses. So that is the most likely thing that will happen to these houses. Another thing I would like to say, wherever they're using people's funds and asking people to pay for them, the most likely thing, kuna watu wenye hawatalipwa. By the time this government goes for 5 years, there are people who will count losses, either contractors or those who think they could buy these houses because let's imagine a new government comes in and retreats and decides that this is illegal and people need a refund of their money. What do you think could happen? So my take, I would like to warn Kenyans, even those who think they can buy these houses, keep away from this house. Don't go near them to buy them, because the most likely thing, kuna watu watalipa hasara. Now, you were asking Lala about the US. Now, if you look at the US, these people care about the struggling people. Kuna nyumba hapa na zisikianga zikiitwa Section 8. I don't know, Lala, why they are called Section 8. You can tell me why they are called Section 8. But this American government has plans and all that, policies where they even rent out houses for people who cannot afford, and those people pay minimal rates. Douglas, do you know in the US, kuna nyumba, me as a teacher, cannot be rented to me. Because when you go renting out houses here, the first thing they ask you is your salary. Wakisikia mshahara yako ni kubwa kuliko ile serikali inataka, wanakwambia hizi nyumba si za mtu wa mshahara yako, ni za mtu wa mshahara ya chini kuliko yako. And it's not that those houses are bad. Good houses, good apartments, self-contained, well kept. Lakini the government has set them aside that we shall be paying for people who do not have enough income to live a decent living. So if somebody has a decent living, has good money, they will not be allowed to rent out those houses. So that's the kind of a thing I think, Douglas, you are referring to. That thinking about making sure that the people of a country live in decent housing is a good thing. But how do we do it? Do we do it by exploiting the same people? Now, right now, the Kenyans' purchasing power has gone down so much. So telling them to pay for houses, and these houses they don't think they live in, sounds very exploitative. Na mimi nitasema, and I think you people, you'll confirm my fears. After 5 years, this housing thing will be the biggest scam that has happened in Kenya, and I think in Africa, if not across the world. Asante. Shanifikisha hapo.
Okay. Julia with the prediction there. Okay, actually, I've never thought about it that way. It's actually it's a very huge project, and it could end up being the largest scam we've ever seen. Have you ever thought about it that way? But anyway, bring in someone else.
Okay, let me listen to Innocent. Joe, as we closing up. Innocent. Maoni yako kwa Wakenya ni yapi?
As Julia say, unajua nilisema nataka nyumba moja. Sarcastically, nataka nyumba moja. Si ati nataka nyumba moja. I don't want this house. Let me give an example from what some of the MPs who are opposing this housing bill, like wakina Mchomba. Alisema, if you go to Turkana, the affordable housing yenye inajengwa Nairobi is not the same yenye inaweza jengwa Turkana. Turkana, what they have, kuna land kubwa, shamba ni kubwa. The easiest way wanaweza jenga hizo manyumba ni kujenga chini, sio ghorofa kwenda juu. It's cheaper kujenga nyumba without putting yani ghorofa uweke moja moja kwenda huko. It's affordable. And then they were arguing, ukienda huko, what resources are you going to get from Turkana? Like hawana mawe, hawana mchanga. You see, these are the things which are being gotten from other sides. Na alikuwa anasema ati ukienda Turkana umjengee nyumba yenye inaonekana ile, yani I don't know how I'll call it, traditional house, yani ile nyumba itaonekana hii ni ya Turkana. Yani inaonyesha your heritage. Then wanakubali, wanasema this is yani our way we build our houses. Like ni kama uende Sharks ukijengea mtu nyumba ujenge na uweke matope ufanye vizuri, but as long as it's nyumba mzuri imewekwa mabati na nini na imewekwa na umechukua yani mchanga kutoka huko umetumia, then wanaona kuna kitu imewasaidia juu umetoa vitu zao. But this kind of houses which are being done, tuseme other counties like Turkana, uende Wajir, for them, kwa question yenye ulikuwa umeuliza, the poll question yenye ulikuwa umeuliza, what is more important to them? It's not a house. Afadhali hata wanunulie ng'ombe wawekee huko, wakuwe na ng'ombe walishe ng'ombe. I think that will be a better idea for them. Wakuwe na ng'ombe, ama you go to other areas where farming is being done, Ni afadhali uniambie unipatie shamba ama unionyeshe vile nitalima nipate pesa mingi from kulima than mimi ni invest kwa nyumba. So priorities are not yani this KK government is not following priorities of different counties and different people. Kuna mtu as I started nikasema kuna mtu ana prefer kununua gari than nyumba, na kuna mwingine anaona shamba is more important to me than nyumba. Mwingine anaona ng'ombe is more important for me than nyumba. But now this government hii inasema lazima ulipe na lazima ukuwe na hii nyumba. And the way Julia alisema, nani atapatiwa hii nyumba? Why am I paying for lala? You know, that's a good question. Unalipa but hii nyumba upati. So why am I paying it? Am I being taxed kutafutia nyumba? Si wafadhali wangetuambia tu wenye watapata nyumba ama wenye wataka kuchangia wengine nyumba, please pay this levy, then it could be easier. Mtu aseme okay, juu nataka kusaidia Wakenya wengine wakuwe na nyumba mzuri, wacha mimi nilipe ndio wakuwe nayo. That could be the easiest way wangetumia at least watu wachange, but hii ya kuforce people, and as I said, government ikiisha ama 2027 itakuwa ni kutoa hii levy. Most of the presidential candidates watakuwa wanatumia this as kuangusha hii government, na ikianguka, in case ianguke, watu wenye wana manyumba wenye hajamaliza kulipa, ndio nilikuwa nauliza mkasema hiyo ni law. I don't know how they are going to pay it. Na kuna question niliuliza bado hamjanijibu. What if nishalipa deposit and I'm not able to finish paying this house? Hii house nitafanyaje? What will I do to it? Nitauza because wamesema ati you are not supposed to sell it. Am I going to sell it? Na nikauliza what if you die? Umekufa na hujalipa hii nyumba. Is somebody maybe my kids are going to be forced kuendelea kulipa hii nyumba na wataki? Anyway, I don't know. Thank you.
Yes, Lord.
Can I weigh in? Good to hear from you, Julia, my mama.
Hello.
Hi. Section 8 was created, I think, in 1937. That is just after the Depression, to help those who are struggling with housing, to provide voucher. And also out of it came the programs that have been there to help people acquire homes. One of the things that I like also to mention here, the idea that the government is building your house is a very bad idea. It is one of the challenges that system have been fighting for a long, long time. The communist type of a system where all of you, how about the government says all of us must wear the same kind of pants or must build in a particular way. So you have this uniform stuff, you know. And so this is a really, really bad idea. Who and why Uda and Ruto adapted to this idea beats me. Because there are different ways of helping people, you know, have housing. And I think every government coming in power has some kind of idea what they want. I'm talking about the US because I know a little bit more about it. It happened that our little mayor is now the Secretary of Housing and Urban Development in the US. And this is a ministry that has been there forever. Housing is so important that I think there's a time in Kenya they used to be Minister for Housing. Okay, it is something that is necessary, that is needed, and so the idea that one government does not have a program or is not interested in, all of them have some kind of a program. The problem we are having now is that Ruto has adopted a very bad idea where people are forced to pay taxes, to buy houses that the poor cannot afford primarily. So when you have a program that is discriminatory, it is not constitutional, okay? Therefore, it is illegal and it is wrong. But right now, because it's in power and because Kenyans are scared and afraid to really air their voices, but I'm telling you, when Ruto is gone, this program will not be there. Housing problem will still be there because it's so critical, it's very important. And I think more rational approach will be adopted, which actually was there. I think there was just housing finance, whatever it is, housing stuff. Those are the programs that can be adopted to make sure that they meet Kenyans' need for housing, finance them, put in more money. They have been doing it for a long time. They know a little bit more than, Ruto and the rest on how to get these houses done for Kenyans. So the idea that is this a new idea, we are afraid of what he's trying to do. No. It's just that's doing a bad thing. The idea is a good idea to have houses because it's always been an agenda from independence to the present. Anyway, my fear also is that by the time this program is scrapped, there'll be such a mess. Because the question that you guys are raising, I think, Innocent, what would happen if I can't pay for my unit? How about when I'm in there and I can't afford even to keep it up, the upkeep of those projects? I call them, it's going to be projects because a lot of people living in there will probably not afford, to keep things up, to keep their water up, water and to pay for the paint and all that. The place will be horrible. We've seen that in the US where these projects, people go in there, they're very irresponsible, but you gotta stay there. So they become the crime scene. And nobody wants to be there. And in fact, it's a bad name to say that I live in the project. And the houses, when they're built, they're beautiful, the apartments, they're wonderful. But then after a while, nobody wants to live in there. So it is really luring people to get into these places where they will not raise their kids, they will got no jobs to keep them. But you see, if you build a factory, then other things start happening. People start investing in that area, okay? Houses start coming up, schools and everything else. People are paying taxes and so that they build those areas. So housing is important, but it has to be the factories. It must be the businesses. It has to be the economic, economy that is thriving. That houses now start appearing around that particular place. Remember, some of you are a little older, when Mumias was built, that area had nothing. But when that factory started working, then homes, started appearing around that area. And people can afford, they feel good to own a home. And so what we have here doesn't make any sense at all. So Joe, I don't know the answer for the fact, if you can't pay for it. I guess the guys who have been building have made their money. I'm sure some of these are their friends. This government does not think ahead. So everything is for now. They don't care what happens in the future as long as they make their money because somebody is making big bucks. And they are there. The business guys who have probably bribed their way, because in Kenya, bribing is not illegal as long as you keep it away from people. And who are the people you keep away from? Those are your boys. So people can do anything they want, and they don't see inside jail, especially if they're up there. But time is coming that some of those people may have to go to jail. I believe that very strongly, because this is as I think it's Julia who stated, that this is fraudulent. This is actually, I would call it a crime scene. This is something that cannot be sustained. And so we may call it legal, we should pass some laws, but it does not make legal sense, economic sense. It paralyzes a nation. Because what we are doing now is, if you build those houses, because if they are built as many as possible, then now you want to attract people to where those houses are. Business don't do that. They choose to build their businesses where they can make profit. Okay, and if they can't make profit, they won't bring businesses there. They're not going to bring business because there's housing there. They're going to bring business because they think they can make the money there. And lastly, of course, is the fact that we talk about land a lot. Did you know that land is more expensive in Kenya than in the US? It is more expensive to buy land in Kenya than in the US. What is the implication? It is, if you have to build a business, develop, your business, and the land is so expensive, it means your product will have to sell, high to break even. So that puts us at a very disadvantage in East Africa. Okay, so what we are doing is that we are actually running business out from Kenya, because you build these houses, land is this expensive, it is so costly to create businesses, in the country. And so what you're doing is giving incentive to, people to run to Tanzania, down to Uganda. So instead of literally Ruto trying to help people to create jobs so that people can afford what to buy, is busy building houses, which nobody can afford, and that will be there. So the monies will be just stuck in those buildings, and the country is going under, really, with no investors want to come into a place like this. The land is expensive. Remember that. Very, very expensive in Kenya. Mm-hmm. No wonder that's why even our rail was so expensive even to build, because compensation for land is so expensive, it's a lot. And so I even wonder, maybe not say much about that, but that's my position. I think it's a bad idea. It is wrong. It is not right. It is, in every word of it is, doesn't make sense.
Okay,
back
let me listen.
to Izo and Douglas. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Lala, for that submission. Let me listen to Mukenya Mukora. Mukenya Mukora.
Thank you for catching that real quick, because I'm just going to make a statement and then go away. I really am busy, caught up somewhere, but I really appreciate you guys. Mkikuja nyinyi mnakuaga and kina Lala, Julia, and everybody that innocent. I really appreciate you guys so much, because, this channel, we listen and we want to talk about what the things are happening. So, like I said, I only have one statement to speak about today, but unajua niko huko nyuma. You see, a friend of mine, Shidizo, Dagi, and everybody, even the people in the comment section, a friend of mine, I will not mention their name. I was even talking to them this weekend, and a friend of mine went somewhere, and he's paid a big price for this. He said in 2027. There will be no elections or competition about Ruto and a competitor. Ruto's competitor will be these people that he looks down on. That's if we actually get to 2027. Yes, my friend is paid a price for that. And prior to him even saying that, so that he came to pay that price, someone else, Okongo Mogedi, had told them, nyinyi mnacheza na watu na mwendi kuangalia ground. Na msikizi watu na, you're not understanding this thing. Na wote wakaleta shida, no, you know, we are not, hata wengine wakajiita Pokomo elders. I'm telling the generation and the people who really think there's anything with KK government, I'm telling them, hii kitu itawalipukia kwa macho, kwa mdomo na ama kwa macho na kwa uso. You seeing them, the heckling, what is happening. It is not that kuna mtu amepeleka mtu. It is happening. The housing finance that is not really looking like it's working, hakuna mtu, people are just making fun of it. Everything, nothing, nada. Man, even the government itself, I'm not going to talk about Ruto, I'm going to talk about the government itself. They cannot even stay in an office for one day. They have to go and kwenda kupapasa the people. And I do understand. In a certain way, kuna wenye wana understand, kuna wenye hawajali, wanadhani wanaweza kuambia kila mtu venye anaweza fanya, yao ni baba yao, mama yao, and whatever. You know, talking about grown-up people like you're talking, you know, to your own kids. I am telling you, this is a good time for our country. Nimeanza kuiangalia in a different way. Because you're starting seeing people actually now understanding and going back to start even looking at their constitution. What is happening? Why are we in this issue? Why is then things are not working, will not work. You cannot work without the goodwill of the people. That's the reason unaona the nani Benny Hinn ako kwa mashida saizi na FBI, IRS. Nani anaweza waambia hizo nani Mr. Lala, okay, nani huyu mwingine hata hajafika kwao, the prime minister, the illegitimate one in Kenya. Pia kuna mtu anaweza enda kwao, kuna shida, yani no one wants to hear anything. You see, there comes a time, even time you know, these are the big countries, when they had civil war, there comes a time that the citizenry now becomes smarter than the guys that think that they have anything. Uheshimiwa itaisha. Now people are talking about tutaki waheshimiwa, we want to have public servants. And when ukiwa kujia vibaya na kugonga kivyako, then unaanza kupiga kelele like there's something you can do. Any baba ya nani, I mean, who are you to tell people what to do? Na wengine ni wazee kukuliko. Basically what I'm trying to say, the two chairs, I'm trying to say there's come a time, and there comes a time in every country that actually the citizenry realizes who they are. Because sometimes when you push people, I'm telling you, go get a squirrel or even a cat and push it to the wall or to the corner and see kama itakukula alive. Because at that time it's time to react. I mean, it has to defend itself. Now you're seeing Kenyans defending themselves, and that is why nothing is happening. Wash is coming straight, inaonekana, kila kitu inaanza kuonekana. Wengine wameanza kutusomea ati hatutakubali. Utakubali nini? Unaambianga weni baba yangu na uniambie venye utakubali chochote. Ona, housing levy, watu wanaanza kushangaa iko wapi tena nini. Yes, umepitisha, lakini are you gonna get it? Where are you gonna get it? Na nani atakupelekea? Na utakuwa wapi? Na unapeleka hizo nyumba wapi? Na nani alikuambia nataka hizo nyumba zako? It will just still backfire. Kuna mtu alisema hapo hivyo, in China they have two districts zenye hazina mtu, walijenga vitu zao huko na hakuna mtu anakaaga huko. In the US, they had a place, in New York, in the Bronx, where they had, walikuwa wamejenga kitu kama wanajaribu kufanya hizo vitu. It became the biggest mafia, biggest hood of the world. So, Mr. Chair, like I said, I just wanted to say kidogo, mimi sina maneno mingi, but I'm telling you right now, the Kenyans, the people, that mama mboga, and he said it mwenyewe alijileta hiyo shida. That hustler fund, hizo kelele alikuwa akipiga ndio zinakuja kumgonga na ndio zimeanza kumgonga. I saw today a UDA lady say, governor, MP say, I don't know how to defend this government because you can't defend something that is undefendable. And that is not even the start. It's still gonna keep on going. Thank you. Like I said, I was gonna be short today. Thank you, sir. I appreciate, and everybody when you wanna tuskiza comment section, Kina Julia, the panelists, and our moderators, we really do appreciate. This is Sound Candy Talk. I appreciate it every time I have a chance to be here. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
Thank you Mkanya Mkora for that submission. Tumeitazama pia kwa mtazamo wako, and that's great also. Thank you for that compliment, and thank you for also showing up hata kama uko harakati za kazi hapa na pale. I appreciate, and also people in the comment section, indeed you are doing great job. The conversation is still going on the comment section as we continue, or as we loading to come to an end. I'll first bring up the MPs as we closing up. The Azimio MPs speak about the academics and the educations. Let me play this video so that I'll begin with the Innocent J. Let me play the video and then we will come in so that we can discuss this to the full blast.
Azimio coalition has raised the alarm on a possible collapse of the education sector due to incessant delays by the government in releasing school capitation. Opposition members of parliament are demanding the immediate release of capitation money owed to schools, with Azimio MPs accusing the Education CS Ezekiel Machogu of making unfulfilled promises to the detriment of learners in the country. The Ministry of Education on Monday promised funds to schools in the next 10 days.
Look at the schedules. The agreement is term 1 you release 50%, term 2 you release 30%, term 3 you do 20%. That's normally the agreement in terms of how you release the resources. And I think the challenges we are facing as a country is a situation where the government is not able to adhere to those agreed targets with the principles. As the leader has said, any country which plays around with the education sector plays around with their future.
No plausible reason has been given as to why funds that should have been disbursed earlier in the term are only being disbursed towards the end of the term, if at all they'll be disbursed. It is for this reason that we take the position that the Ministry of Education is setting up school heads and managers for ridicule, failure, and blame. In the process, our children are collateral. Okay?
Hala, come in. Or can you speak about that?
I think the opposition are highlighting the failures of this administration, who are basically quarterbacking. They are coming from behind. I think they are overwhelmed. They don't know what to do, and so they're just being there, for window, window shopping. They are not up to the task. They don't understand what they're doing. So here is a very important area in any governance, which is education. Of course, we talk about housing, now education. And if money is not there, then how can you prepare your future? How can you build on the structures that keeps the whole thing going, education and technology and things that are needed to help the nation? So I think if money is not there, then basically there's no progress. It means our kids are not getting what they're supposed to. But education should have been a place where we have to sacrifice before anything else. Let our kids go to school. You know, that's the first area to secure before anything else. So when I'm hearing money is not there, but money is there to drive around, to travel around the earth, you know, to enjoy all these things that they're enjoying out there, and yet there's no money. You know, they even plan to expand, create jobs for certain group of people, but uh, where it is needed the most, it is lacking and missing, and so I think this is a failed system. It really failed. It's just that we are helpless. And my point will always be that this government has no real legitimacy to stay in office, even today. I never felt so strong like this in previous government, but this one in particular, I think has lost it completely, because there's nowhere where you can say this is a good example. Because things can be bad, but then you can look at another sector we can say this is doing well. It's as if everything stinks. It's like the cancer has infected every part of the government and the governance system. So education is just one, which actually should make Kenyans get worried, really, really worried. We find ourselves behind everyone else. And at the end of the day, Kenyans will have to create a government that they can be proud of, that they can have a stake in, and their voice is heard. Because right now, our voice is not heard as citizens. They do what they want at the time they want it, and they don't care. They have got no shame. You know, I do psychological testing, and there are people that always will pass a lie detector. These are called the psychopaths. You know, those are personality disorders. These are people that their conscience are gone. So give them a test, they will pass, because there's nothing working in their brain. Kenya, this particular government is almost in that category where the conscience is not there. There's no shame. It doesn't matter what we say to them. They'll do what they want to do. Because if they are listening to us, could have been nice. We could learn to let go some of their mistakes. We could learn to offer some constructive criticism to help them. We could work together as a team. They could listen to the opposition and others and come up with something which is credible. And Ruto could be the president of the country, but right now he's proving to us that he's a president of certain group of people. And even this housing thing tells us that it's not interested in the working, poor Kenyans, the lower and the working poor. It's not, because the housing thing is the one single most discriminating part of his administration, simply because majority cannot afford those houses. And he has not told us how we can, before he leaves the office, that we're all going to be rich to make over 100,000 to own these homes as Kenyans, and how we can do that. Sometimes it's good to tell us how do we get there, but all it tells us is get a computer, and then money will start falling from the US and taking our people out of the country, trying to get them out there to outside here, and there's not much outside here. If you don't have citizenship in a particular country, you don't have particular jobs, special skills, you end up not making much. I know people work in Saudi Arabia, but their money is not enough. They cannot afford anything. In fact, they are probably more poorer. They wish they did not go there. Yes, there are those who do a little better. And so this government does not have anything to give us a sense of hope that we can build our earning to the point where we can afford these houses being built. These houses is a scam. That's what they are. They are scam. Talking about them makes me angry and mad and sad at the same time because we are being scammed. Our tax money is being used by people who don't care about us. And it's a sad, very sad day, for the nation. So that's my point with education. It's very sad when our kids don't, have, and maybe the implication here is that if our parents cannot afford those houses, then these are children are not meant to live in those houses being built, because a child will live where the parents can afford. So these are not meant to help our children who are in school right now, because they cannot afford to be in those houses built in their name by their parents contributing to a place where they cannot. It's robbing them even the fund they should be using now to get to school. So Ruto is doing a double robbery. Not able to give them money, at the same time the parents are giving them money that should be able to help their kids to be in school, to these scammers. So this is sad. That's the way I look at it. So our kids are losers, big time. Okay, back to you guys.
Thank you, Lalo. Let me listen to Innocent as we conclude. Innocent, what's your take on about the education?
I think hakuna kitu KK wanafanya inafaulu. As if everything they're doing inaenda mlama. And from what the Azimio brigade are saying, they promise that they're going to pay the money within 10 days, and they have not done it. So I don't know where they're taking the money, because they're collecting taxes. They have been given, they have taken loans from abroad, and we can't see where they're taking the money, because for the housing which they are claiming inaendelea vizuri, it's Kenyans who are paying for it. I don't know what they can do. Either wangewacha vile walikuwa wameambiwa education ikuwe ni kitu ya county, pesa zisikuwe zinakuja to the national government and then goes back. I think it's high time the also education ikuwe devolved so that hizi pesa zinaweza kuwa you can remember even what they were saying that school fees should be paid through the e-citizen. You can imagine the chaos we have. Pesa zimelipwa na e-citizen, school fees, parents are paid, imekuja to the national government, and then they are waiting for it. Watoto watalala njaa bana, especially the boarding school guys, the suppliers watakuwa wanalia. If people are, if the head schools are crying now, you can imagine what happens if the school fees being paid to through e-citizen na inakuja hapa. So anyway, as we said before, they didn't have a plan. Hii kitu ni kama wameipata walipata hii government tu njiani, ni kama unaokota pesa njiani na unashindwa ufanyie nini. So they don't have any plan for this education, and I'm sorry to say, but also the guy who is in education haelewi ni nini inafanyika. Haelewi ni nini anatakana kufanya, so skills. Thank you.
Yes, any check.
Yeah, of course, many takes. But since the show is concluding, just give my final take. So personally, this is my personal view. I think the the idea of solving the housing problem is a good thing, and the housing project is a good thing, and that's why Kibaki pursued it. That's why Uhuru pursued it. That's why Ruto is pursuing it. And even if he fails, the president who will come, oh, they will still pursue it. Those of you who are saying that the person who campaigns next will be against it, that's not true. Then the presidents who will come 15, 20 years from now, they will still pursue the issue of housing because it's an issue that should be solved. Just as employment should be solved, just as health should be solved, it's a pertinent issue that needs to be solved in our country. So I personally think it's a good thing. And if the government of the day is, you know, is if the government of the day is sort of willing to do it honestly, is actually very intentional about it, and it wants to solve it, then I think that's a good thing for Kenya. And these people are borrowing very much from Singapore and Malaysia. When Singapore attained independence in around 1950, in the late 1950s, they were poor, and most of its citizens were living in slums. Singapore is just a small country. Most of its people were living in slums. They had a housing crisis in their country, and they made it their main agenda. They created a housing board, and they sought to tackle the issue of housing. Today, Singapore has the most successful public housing uh, whatever project in the world. Most of its actually, they say over 80% of its citizens own public houses that have been constructed by the government, and they are cheap enough to be owned by the low income earners in their country. So housing is a good thing, and a government should be able to provide decent housing for its citizens, uh, proper health care for its citizens, and all these things. Uhuru again tried the UHC. He was not able to do it. He did it in four. He piloted it in 4 counties. He was not able to do it, but I think again Ruto has made it his agenda. So my message to uh, to people listening to this show is, when you're looking at some of these things, don't look at them with emotions, with your political affiliations. You know, look at it from a nationalist point of view. Is this thing good for our country? Don't be emotional about it. Don't be political about it. Don't look at it from, from the mental point of view of the person you support in politics or the person you hate in politics. Look at these things from, these things for good for our country, because some of those things that were initiated by Kibaki when he was president over 15 years ago, those things are still being implemented today. So if you existed in that time and you hated Kibaki, it doesn't matter, because you are still, those things are still affecting you today. Things like this, yeah, the Vision 2030, all those things, they were created by the government of Kibaki. Government does not belong to Kibaki or to Ruto or to Uhuru. These people are just there, they come in with their regime, then they leave. But this government belongs to you. It's the government of Kenya. It's not Uhuru's government. It's not Kibaki's government. These people are just there to do a job, then they leave. But the things they implement there they're not their things. Those things are they are government projects. So they will be there. 15 years from now, these things will still affect you. So when you're looking at these things, look at them from that point of view. And personally, I think that solving the problem of housing in this country is a good thing. South Africa came with a policy where people there's a policy where people leave the land for agriculture, and they move sort of to the urban centers, and they live on the urban centers and stuff, so that they leave that land for agriculture and food production. Again, food security is another issue all over the world that needs to be solved. And if we can come up with policies where we can sort of live because the land that we have for agriculture is very small and it's limited. Our country, if you look at it, it's not all we cannot, it's not all tillable, if that's the right word to use there. So if we can come up with policies where we can leave those lands that can be used for agriculture, and we move to urban centers, to urban centers, so that this land is used for farming and stuff, so that we can solve the problem of food security, which is another problem in our country. I think that's a good thing. So when we are looking at some of these things, let's look at them as Kenyans. So that's my take, Shadiza.
Okay, before we go away, kuna swali mbili hapa mnaulizwa. Question one ndio hiyo.
Shadizo, can you please tell us why this housing program is not geared towards sheltering the street families seated all over our urban areas, but being pushed for those who already have a shelter as well? Wow. I'm the wrong person to ask that question. I'm probably going to insult you.
You are all inside the panel. Lala, please, can you contribute towards that question? If I bring
First of all, I disagree with Shadizo in some ways. Number one, the Singapore is, first of all, a city, just one small place with people that have share a lot in common. It's not as diverse as Kenyans, from different counties, different tribes, different interests. Okay, so if we introduce a Singaporean system, it will not work. What we love Singapore about is that it was a focus that the leader himself, wanted to accomplish, and I think it has worked pretty well. But if you think of a place like Kenya and bring the idea, the Singaporean system, to start to fit into our space, it won't work. The idea is a good idea, but it has to be contextualized so that it can fit into our system. And what Ruto is doing is trying to force something that is incompatible. And no one opposes the focus on housing. I mean, any government has to have a policy and has to do something. Many countries, I think the US, have that urban housing department that is focused on housing in the US. Okay, and so housing is really, really, really one of the largest. It got some of the most money, even the US. Okay, so it is something that needs to be supported. But to adapt what Ruto has given us is wrong. Supporting the idea is right of housing, so that it can be used to elevate, to provide housing in a way that is equitable and in a way that will solve the housing problems. This one does not actually create more problem than solving. because it's gearing, putting money in one particular area without a plan to expand it to cover everyone. There's so many questions that are raised with this program that need solved. So I think Kenya need to go back to the drawing board and look at it differently and see how housing can be built in a way that is helpful. The question that is raised there is excellent question. What are we doing with those who don't have homes? Because these homes are built for those who have homes. That's exactly what Ruto is doing. These are people who have home, who can afford a home. The ones who really own a home. This program fits them. Tell me one who is earning less than maybe 50,000 a month or at least 100,000 a month. How will they afford a house? How about the poor? What is the policy? What's the plan? What's the strategy? It lacks all that. So what has been given to us here actually takes money that should be used broadly to help housing system for us to have houses and putting it in a place where it is not helpful at all. This is fraud. So to say somebody supporting this idea is just wrong because it doesn't make any sense at all. So in that sense, Douglas, and I don't think I buy into the idea of supporting this. The idea behind housing, yes, I support 100%. I think any government who doesn't have a housing policy, doesn't put emphasis on it, should not be a government at all. But to cite Singapore without looking at the context, how those were done and the way it was done to try to fit it to Kenya, I think it's wrong. It's a big mistake. And so that's my answer to the question that has been raised there. I think it is there's no plan for the lower, the poor, those who are house without. Most Kenyans don't have houses when you think about it. And then how do they get houses? Give them jobs, train them, focus on education, and it will be very easy to, when we move people, maybe 5 million people from poverty to where they can own homes and train them, they can build their own home, and then we can support them to build those homes, or at least we can. And this program, if it is geared towards the poor of the poor, I would understand where we want to bring up create a level playing field. In other words, you go for the poor, those who don't have it completely, and help them have homes. That's understandable. But when you gear it towards the middle class and those are up, that's what we are fighting against. This is why even this talk, we have this program to fight against this discrimination. This is discrimination of the highest level. I don't support it at all. But the idea, yes, I do support the idea of housing. That's my little answer to the question. Thank you.
Okay, before he brings in the next speaker, let me just respond to something you said. First of all, I didn't say that we should sort of take the solutions that worked for Singapore and replicate them to Kenya. Of course, we are a different country, a larger country, with different race of people, diverse. We are different, and we need homegrown solutions. But I was saying that we are sort of, whatever the housing plan that we have, we are drawing inspiration from them, because 60 years ago, we were on the same level. Actually, we were better than Singapore in terms of economic gains. We were both colonized by England. We were at the same level, but right now we look up to them in a sort of way. And there's something that I wanted to say to you. I was checking those guys out. So do you know when they created the body that executed the housing plan in Singapore was called the Housing Development Board? Do you know when that board was created, it was given authority to sort of take whatever land it decided to and build affordable housing projects. Imagine if Kenya would do that today, how people would respond. It was given full mandate to take whatever land it decided that this land we should build a housing project here, and they were given that power by the government to go ahead. And why am I bringing this up? I'm saying so because sometimes revolutionary ideas aren't always warmly welcomed. That's my response.
Uh, Douglas, that's very good. But you see, people can buy into anything.
Can I go?
If you explain it to them, help them understand, and put a credible body that is acceptable, that they can be able to trust to do some things for them. People are willing to sacrifice when they give them the reason why you're doing what you're doing.
I'm just saying, I brought that up just so that I could point out how ruthless it was, so that Singapore could get where it is today. How ruthless it had to be so that they could get to where they are today. But it was just by the way. Shedizo.
Thank you. Unajua hawa wakianza wanakimbia kila mahali, but anyways, I like listening to them. As long as I'm not here in a hurry trying to get away, because I like their contribution, both of them. Lakini nashukuru sana. You see, there's something that is called nature. And Pastor, you should know this. This is nature versus nature. Most of even an eagle or even an owl, they make a nest. Once they make a nest, the little ones go in there, the eggs, and they nurture, and they actually give each other. If it's the male that is gonna go look for the food, the other one is gonna nurture. And actually, the funny thing, I did not know that actually mostly is actually the males that actually stay on the nest more than the females. So they go do all that, and then after that, now they have a house of their own, which is that nest. And then it comes to a point where the kids are thrown out. Why? Because they have to go build their own houses. Now, I remember, why did I bring that story? I remember growing up thinking, guy, akiwa, ile siku nitamaliza shule. Yani hivi nimalize shule ati nikuwe na nyuma yangu, nikuwe na bibi yangu, na watoi wangu. Manze zile vitu nitadu. Hapa katakuwa kamenuka. Why was I willing to move away from my mom's house and even go somewhere that she's not even around? It's because there's pride and there's something in nature about nature versus nature. And some things you do them yourselves. I'm just talking about this because of this housing, whatever. No one, I mean, hakuna mtu aliambiwa. Kuna watu wanajenga nyumba za matope na bado eventually they end up with a big house because they worked hard with their wife and their kids and everything. And because, number one, first of all, their great-grandfather or their grandfather or their father left them something small to start with. And the pride with it, you find even the love of the family is just so hard. I mean, it's so hard entrenched to where huo bibi anakuambia wewe hata ujui nilitoa wapi na mtu. Tulikuwa tunafungiwa nyumba. Lakini tuone saizi tuko na bungalow, we got whatever. Then it brings the whole love of the whole family. What I'm trying to say, and this is mostly to Lala. Yes, we've lived in places that actually do all those things, affordable housing, nini. But even them, at the end of the day, these guys end up in the country homes. Because at the end of the day, it has to be a family home. You cannot have a family home on top of Lala. And you cannot have a family home on top of Mato or below Mato. The reason people have country homes is because that's their home. And that is what defines them. Equally, I'm going to tell you that even when we were kids, for those who did geography, there was something that was called urban-rural migration and rural-urban migration. At this age in life, you cannot encourage rural-urban migration, especially when we have what is called ugatuzi. You cannot be encouraging rural-urban migration when you have ugatuzi in our country. People died for ugatuzi. For you to be able to have the same house that you can have in Nairobi, have it in Machakos, or I don't know, Kirinyaga, or Uko, Western, and have the same resources. Why do we have a government that is actually encouraging rural-urban migration, something that should be of the past? People today, I mean, we have people from all natures of life living somewhere in Machakos, having a very nice place. Hakuna mtu anasema Machakos hakuna manyumba, si kila mtu anaendanga huko. People living in Kakamega, very nice places. And they went to school in Egerton, Nairobi universities, even Mombasa na huko, they did Mamangina, they did all that. But today they can actually go live somewhere, which is really, they're migrating from an urban area to a more rural area, but that rural area actually can give them. Do you know how many Kikuyus are in Machakos? Do you know how many Kisis are in Machakos? Do you know how many Kambas are in Kisii as we speak today? So when you start talking about these big houses, you're going to build, and the funny thing is that I saw niliona Balala huko hivyo akiongea at 280 something people living in the same congested area. Corona ingekuja sasa, and why would you even be doing that? You see? So I'm trying to open people up to look at this thing. And the last, as I finish this one, I wonder, my dear panelists, when we're talking about these houses, why are we not talking about education? Who is speaking about education nowadays? Who's speaking about schools? Who is? Oh, we are so fixated in these houses because why? The houses make money. But we're not talking about education. Ile watu walikuwa kitembea na miguu chuma, hadi wale watu wanatembea miguu chuma. I heard someone, I paid something for a kid. Na hakuna mtu anaongea juu ya education, that you're talking about billions of nyumba. And that kid doesn't even want to hear about those houses. For her, she wants to be in a house, in a school. She wants to educate herself so she can be better than you, Lala, can be better than the two moderators, can be better than Mato. That's encouraging her. Why don't we build schools in those double deckers that he wants to build? Because like one very smart man, mtu hata agenda shule kabisa, aliuliza nani ana kwao? Kama hamna kwenyu, endeni mkae kwa street. Hata street boys walikuwa wanakaa kwa streets. Kwani tumesahau chokora? Si hata walikuwa wanakaa, na bado akikaa kwako kakitukao, eventually unapata chokora alienda na akasoma, alafu after alisoma anakuambia nilikuwa chokora. Now I'm good. How many pastors do you know that were chokoras? How many CEOs do you know that were chokoras? Watu hata waliachwa na wazazi wakiwa watoto, waliishi bila wazazi. They did not have family.
Wajakoya.
Ona kina Wajakoya, exactly. How many people do you know? Now making a house for me na nimetoka kwetu. Wewe sasa what? Unataka nikuje kulipa nyumba yenye na mimi nimetoka kwetu kwa mama yangu nitafanyia nini? Listen guys, this is just backward and I'm so sorry Mr. Lala and Chair and na mwenye anatusikiza. It's just done. Nani Douglas, I'm sorry, najua unajamazaka sana, unakuwa mpole, but I really would want to encourage you because I hear you coming into that kind of thinking of reality. I mean, just call it what it is, na tuache mchezo hapa hivi. Hizi vitu za kudanganywa danganywa bwana, tumepitwa na hiyo wakati. We are done. Thank you.
Mato,
sema mkubwa.
Auliza, okay, achana hiyo mambo ya housing.
No, uliza sema, unaogopa nini bwana? Tumesema tusiogope kitu hii mwaka. Sema, unaogopa nini?
Ni swali lingine nilikuwa nataka kuuliza hapa hivi.
Na siulize, kama ni swali itajibiwa. Iko shida wapi?
Kuna mtu anasema ati medical intern analipwa 70k na bado wapiga kelele. Kwani hao watu wako entitled aje?
Ati nani?
Au medical interns wanalipwa 70k bwana. Na ni interns.
Na si walipwe, si ukipata internship mzuri, si you do your thing. Kwani hata mimi kilipwa 70 nitakata.
Sasa wanalia nini bado?
Natoambia pembe mlitoko intern hata ya 50k peke yake.
Sasa analia nini bado?
See, I mean, pia dola siku hizi imeteremka. I mean, unataka more, you have to fight for more. So hatutaki pia kushughulikia kushinda tunagongana na dola. So hata mimi ukinilipa wacha 250 Tanzania, nataka I want more, lakini bora niifanye halali. Kwani hata ukalipwa $500,000 utakata?
Wapi jo. Lakini anyway, hii housing, story ya housing ingekuwa inafanywa na Raila, would you be holding the same views?
You know what? Thank you for asking that, Mr. Chair. Thank you for asking that. And I'm going to answer this straight. Unajua nimefikiria kitu for so long, nikauliza ile siku utaulizwa hiyo swali utaisemaje? Yes, I love Baba, but let me tell you the honest truth of Martin huyu, sitaki kusema majina zangu zote wasinipate, lakini you know who I am. Let me tell you the truth. Kwa jina ya mama yangu, baba yangu, shosho yangu, Mungu wangu na kila kitu, ingekuwa ni Raila ningekuwa nimeikataa kabisa. Kwanza yeye angekuwa ameniangusha kuliko Ruto, because I trust in him and I think he's a genuine person. Yes, sasa akaanza kuniletea ujinga kama hiyo, sasa ndio hata afadhali Ruto afanye hivyo. Hiyo huko zinajua ni mkora.
Raila hawezi fikiria hivyo.
Let me say something there. Okay. We have to talk. I have to talk, okay? I don't care what people think. But the Housing and Urban Development Secretary of the United States is my friend, okay? And when I met Baba, she was the first person to meet Baba. So Baba is very open-minded. I sat down with him in Washington, D.C., and we talked about a lot of stuff, okay? So I don't think Baba is so naive not to listen to experts who understand what's really going on. So this is, any thinking person will not buy into Ruto stuff because it doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense. The idea of housing is good. Doing something about it has to be done. Okay. The question is, how is it being done? And what is being done is horrifying. So whether it is Baba who brought this idea, it is just wrong. Because first of all, it's not constitutional. It actually violates what Matos talked about, the idea that we fought for, to be free, to build where we want to build, not to be done what the Mababeru walitufanyia. They ujenga hizo those malandis in certain areas of Africa wanakaa huko, same kinds of houses. You see, the freedom means that I can have a home in Machakos, which of course I think Matu knows that I'm his neighbor there, and also can go to Homa Bay. Okay, that's the idea. You know, so like you guys can build your home the way you want it, different architect, and not the same thing. There's certain cultures, yes, where same they love that uniform. If that's work for them, that's okay. But Kenya, to bring, in other words, all this, because what we are doing right now, why is it only for those who are poor? Why can't also the houses, even the White State House, not be built the same way as if they're the houses? Okay? Why can't they all be uniform? Because what it's introducing, anybody can argue also that, you know what, all houses should have the same structure, because after all, we are paying for them. Because, you know, I mean, it just doesn't make sense. You know, and for you young people, Shadiza and Douglas, let's open the mind of Kenyans to understand this is wrong in every level. So thank you, Mato. Thank you, Douglas. Thank you, Shadizo.
And Lala, just as a creamer on top of the cake, you know, this guy's Shadid, and I'm not, you know, guys, I respect you with everything that I have with my life.
We love them. We love that too.
Yes, we do. Yeah. You know, me, I grew up in Salem. I went to Dr. Livingston Primary School next to Kimathi hapo hivyo. I saw Jericho, Uhuru, all those areas, Bahati. Those houses were made for the what do you call this? Lala, remind me, the people that used to help the colony.
The middle class, the Africans.
No.
Also the African,
they were called something National Guards or something, something of the sort. But you know, and eventually they started moving out. When you go to Ukombotela, you go down to also SOS. The only swimming pool we knew in Nairobi was SOS. So when you talk about government sponsored housing, we know what we are talking about. And we know when we start saying no, we know what it is, because everybody needs to go just build their houses. And let me tell you, after Moi came is when hizo vitu zilianza kubadilika. Even kina Tomboya, they lived in Bahati and that area. That's the time they started even moving to their own area to move that urban migration. Rural-urban migration. We cannot live a country where we have devolution and then we have rural-urban migration even today, while every county still has their own finances. Now we need to decongest our counties, our big areas, now that we have three, cities in our country, to start decongest and be that Mimi as Kenyan with Kenya Mkora. I can actually just even leave wherever I live. I don't want to say leave that place and actually go to Ukambani and have my very nice place with some fishing and with everything, and just live a good life out there. Why? Because if I want to talk to anyone, I don't have to go to Nairobi. By the way, I can just jump Karaka tu hapo hivyo on a boda and go to Machakos and tell someone Apo or Kamulu and say, hey, where? This thing is not working here. Can we help this one, or can I help, or how are we going to do it? And I don't need to be going to, and that is what Uhuru was trying to do by making the infrastructure, so that if someone like me is in Machakos tonight in the morning, and I wake up in the morning and I want to I have a meeting in Nairobi, I can really easily get there within 45 minutes and get back within the other 45 minutes. So I can, venye baba alisema, unakula breakfast nyumbani, unaenda unakula lunch wapi kwenye unaenda. then you come back. Na kama ni Kisumu pia, we have magari, mandege zenye zinarukaruka kila mahali. You can run as long as they are not expensive. You can run, uende ufanye kitu Kisumu, nipatane na nyinyi na nirudi na mimi nilale kwangu. That never used to happen. Times of Moi, times of whatever. Kwanza kwenda Kisumu, you had to plan. Basi unaingia kwa basi, nimebeba mpaka kuku. Kwanza na kuku iko juu, iko ndani ya basi.
Wajirani.
Okay, now okay, I've listened to Lala and I've listened to Mato, but let me start with Lala. Okay, so Lala, you've ended it with we the young people should educate Kenyans, should tell Kenyans. That is what I'm trying to do, and I don't understand why people are against housing. First of all, the government is not building. No, let me just make my submission.
We are not against. We are for houses. We are all
Okay,
for
but
houses.
there's one thing there was one thing you are saying, that why should the government build houses that everybody lives in, houses that are the same, and all that stuff. The government has not banned private developers from building houses. That's one thing. The government
No, stop lying, because who are these that have been nani wanabomolewa? We know that is not
I'm talking
repairing your
about
areas.
Mato, I'm talking about private developers like Centum
Yeah,
Investment.
but you see, when
Those
we were
people are
doing,
killing business.
lakini sikiza kidogo bro, when Raila came in with kuweka bypasses, he was going on riparian lands. Can you tell me riparian land size moja yenye imeguzwa, if not watu wenye wamenunua land na wako huko? Raila never touched anything about mtu private. Alisema it's a riparian land, na akaeka map na kila mtu akasema yes, na akaeka tulikuwa tunawekewa X's, na ukiekewa by the way your X unajua ni ukweli.
Aya, fine Mato. You're very vocal about defending Raila, and I'm coming to you. The first thing, and you are also against housing. Let's put Ruto out of the equation. You are against housing.
I don't know why you think we are against houses. We are against what
it's
people
not
is
you,
doing.
Lala. It's not you, Lala. Mato has been very vocal and amesema people should build their own houses. Not you. This is Mato. And I want to make this point. This is not about you. So, Mato, you are at staunch Baba supporter, and I want to shock you. When Baba was Minister of Infrastructure...
No, I am not going to let you, and I'm so sorry. I know you know me. I am not going to let you tell me. You asked me even a question about would I support Baba on that, and I said no. I am not staunch. Oh, no. I want to make my point very clear. I am not staunch supporter of any politician in Kenya or anyone that is not pro-humanity and pro-reality. If Baba starts hata akianza hiyo ujinga naweza mtoa. I have never even been pro Uhuru, but eventually whenever he started doing his thing. So please do not associate me with anything other than my mother.
Okay, thanks for making that clarification. And I stand for that too. I don't support any politician. I only stand on what is true. And okay, so I was trying to make a point about Baba. When Baba was Minister of Infrastructure, back then it was Minister of Infrastructure and Housing. The houses that were built during Kibaki's regime in Kibra, the affordable housing that were built by Kibaki, they were initiated by Baba. So this is not a Ruto thing. This is a thing that has been there. Baba actually has built affordable housing before. And this affordable housing, they don't come at it to replace people. Affordable housing simply means affordable. There is a housing crisis not just in Kenya, in Africa. So it's the private sector, the private developers who've been trying to build houses so that people can own homes. But these houses are darn expensive. That's why the government now has been coming in trying to build affordable housing, subsidized houses, so that more people can afford them. That is what affordable housing means. It has
Who
been
who is a
subsidized.
private investor in my life?
Not investor, private developer. A
Okay,
company
so
like
who
State.
develop in what? My life, my character development, or what? I mean, kwani mama yangu hakuniambia kule nitaenda kuishi? Who is he? What is he? Why should I even be supporting his wills and his concerns?
Listen, Mato, you are talking on the comments about Airbnbs. So when you go to rent out those Airbnbs, to set up those Airbnbs, those buildings you set
Douglas,
up those
you're confusing
Airbnbs on.
us.
Just wait, Lala. I'm trying to respond to Mato's
First
question.
of all,
So
Douglas, maybe you haven't noticed. People have not given you a 101, Mato 101. Me, I make a lot of jokes in there, and that's why you can see
it's
Nani,
fine.
your co-moderator amenyamaza hivyo. I make jokes, and you have to listen to them. If you're intellectually smart, you have to listen to them and see what I'm trying to say. Mimi, I mean, really, you want to comment on my comments?
No, it's a joke, but it will still do. It will still do the job with me making my point. You've been sarcastic about private developers. It's not character development. I was trying to say that these houses that are being built all over the city, like the ones you are talking about setting an Airbnb on, those are private developers who actually build those houses. So that is what I was talking about. Private real estate developers, people who build estates, then sell them out to people. Now, when they build those houses, they are usually very expensive. Now, affordable housing or public housing, governments all around the world build these houses, then they subsidize them so that its citizens can be able to afford those houses. I mean, this is what we need to educate our people about.
Yeah.
Affordable housing.
Douglas,
Yes. Okay.
you are actually saying some very good points, but you're not critically looking at what is at stake here. You gave an example of Baba in Kibra. You have to contextualize it and find out what was going on in Kibera. Were those houses, were they built for the people in Kibera?
Yes,
and
they were built for the people in
Kibera. So it was very contextualized. In other words,
and
this
actually,
is where they
there are
were, their area, and they have been living in a very poor
It was about
situation.
the
kind of slums they were living in. In other words,
it was about rehabilitating those slums.
The low, but this program we have here is not meeting that threshold. That's why it is irrelevant. It doesn't fit in because it's not for those kind of people that Baba was targeting.
Lala. Lala.
Yes.
Let me just clarify. Those houses that were being built in Kibra, which were built, and there are people who used to live in slums, but now they live in those buildings, although some of them, maybe they are still paying those mortgages. I'm not quite sure. But there are affordable housing projects that were built in Kibra. People who are living in slums, in shacks, they don't have water, electricity.
Where I respect you, Lakidi. I don't think you've been around for a long time. Kibra, there's nothing that was ever built in Kibra. This place is called Upper Bagati. Upper Bagati.
Mato, its own logic beats him. Douglas.
It's a fact. It's not something I'm cooking up.
Douglas,
you can go do your research.
Which estate in Kibera? Unless you want to tell me Olympic.
Go look for Kibra. I don't know what the project was called. I don't know the estate. I just know what the project was called. It was called Kibra something. Kibra. Okay, Lala.
Target certain population. Okay.
Now, my point
was targeting his constituents who were living in
not Raila. This was a Kibaki thing. Raila was not president.
Whether Kibaki was targeting the people there.
Raila was Kibaki's minister.
Ruto targeting? Is it targeting certain? Is it the poor that they want to get out of Kibra and those places to lift them up?
Let me clarify. before Mato comes
I
in.
don't understand your
Hiyo
argument.
place inaitwa high rise, Nyayo high rise hapo hivyo tu after Bagati, ndo hiyo huko ndani. Unless you want to talk about kina Olympic where Moi used to live, dude, we know that area.
I don't really
Now,
understand it. Maybe
Kibaki did
Kalisa
some
can help us
affordable
here,
housing.
because
We have agreed on that, right?
let
Kibaki
me
did
give
some
you an
affordable
example.
housing.
Let me give you
But
an
he didn't.
example. Okay, hold on you're just a second. We
Okay.
help schools. Like, we go to a school trying to help the kids that are struggling with school fees. Okay, so there are two types of students. There are those who don't have anything. So we collect. If you collect money to go and help those people, you're helping them because they don't have anything. Okay, housing that Ruto is building, is it targeting those who don't have anything, or is targeting people who have something? And my point here is that it's targeting people like some of us who already have houses, have homes, want us to go and live in those Malandis, and not to have our own, because, and again, it's not targeting his kind of group where he is. For him, he's allowed to build anywhere, go and live anywhere he wants to. But you and me are not allowed to do that. Those who are a little poorer, they have to live in those landis. It doesn't make sense. It's like the school thing. If you're targeting the low, those who don't have anything, yes, that's the area that you're targeting. You want them to be lifted. I think Raila was doing the same thing to particular people in this constituency that he wanted to, uplift, and they were in that particular community. Ruto's agenda cannot be even compared with Raila's, because for him is building houses, and those houses, when you look closely, they are not meeting the threshold of those who don't have houses, those who are the poor of the poor, who can afford. They are those who can afford, and those who can afford are people who are middle class going up. So the question is that the best way to use taxpayers' money to build somebody else?
And Lala, while you're at it, can you think about this estate, Woodley Estate? I was looking for Woodley Estate. Does this guy understand what Woodley Estate is, and how he was built, and why there's never been peace in Woodley Estate?
Yeah.
No, you tell me.
Even Lala can educate you about Woodley Estate every day of his life. I can educate you about Woodley Estate every day of my life. You go look in you go kuja kesho hapa hivi when you've really done your research about Woodley Estate, Jerusalem, and all those places between Gong Road hapo hivyo uchumi.
I've listened to you guys talk, so please, now can I make my point without interruption? Please? Okay, thank you. So I don't know about Woodley or those estates you're mentioning because I didn't bring them up. So unless you want to educate me, that's fine. But I don't know about them. I didn't bring them up. So I brought the issue of Nyayo High Rise Estate, a project that was initiated by the Kibaki government to upgrade the slum, and in essence to create affordable housing for its citizens living in slums. But that was targeting a really small group. Okay, just people living in slums, but they didn't upgrade the whole slum. But I think the plan was to upgrade the whole slum in the end. So what I'm saying is that the dream of, you know, of the dream of the government offering affordable housing to its citizens, it has been there since Moi's time. Moi did some houses with the National Housing Corporation. It is there. People own those houses till today. I can't mention where exactly, but if you do your research, you'll find those houses. Kibaki did some. Even Uhuru did some. He really tried. He was really serious about affordable housing. It's something really every government would wish for its citizens to achieve But the implementation is what is usually the elephant in the room. Now, someone in the comment is asking, why didn't Kibaki and Uhuru force levies for the housing program? Because they were doing it with loans. But right now, we cannot afford to borrow loans. Actually, we are risking defaulting. But the government of the day wants to do it anyway. Now, if you can't borrow loans, there are only two revenue sources that you can go to as a government to fund your budget, your projects. That is, you either borrow or you get it from your people. So the government of the day cannot borrow or doesn't want to borrow. So there's only one option left. And I think I've answered that person. That's why the government of the day is forcing that levy, because it's the only other option for amassing revenue to do its projects. You can either borrow or tax your people. So it's opting to tax its people because it cannot borrow. We're actually risking default. That's why you have to borrow.
I know you've told us to give you time to speak, but I do appreciate. I mean, and you're just killing me here, and you're killing me softly. Just the fact that we have to be okay and accept and give each other time as educated people. But I'm going to ask you a question. We had the pre-colonial government. We had the colonial government. Then we had the immediate post-colonial government. Then we came to Mr. Kibaki and Moi. Then we came to Mr. Kibaki. Then we came to, all the way the journey, however it's been, all the way to now. Is it now that people actually became homeless?
Not really, Matu. People didn't become homeless, actually have a home. The point is that Kibaki wanted to eliminate slums. He really wanted to. But remember, he inherited an economy that was in shambles. So that was his focus at that point in time. But he really did. He set the foundation for doing it. Then Uhuru came and did
for chokoras or for people who come from somewhere?
No, okay. Please don't reason that to him, Matu Bana. If you're going to build houses for chokora, then that means you're going to give them houses for free, and that's not possible.
Douglas,
please don't reason that way.
Douglas, let me interject. Can I? Just a second. If you get a job, let's say Douglas has been appointed maybe a manager in Nairobi in a particular bank, and maybe you come from Kisumu. What's some of the very first thing you're thinking of when you're moving to Nairobi? I'm sure you're thinking of a house, okay? Because you can afford it. Because you can afford it. You're going to get a job. So the job will be responsible for where you're going to stay, okay? So when we're talking about housing, it has to come in the package of the employment opportunities that you have to be able to afford that housing. So a government has to think broadly. How do we create this job? Because when you create a job, automatically housing is being created. Yes, the government need to have a little bit of an effort to make sure those houses are available. But the heart of it all is the employment. And so Kibaki and others are thinking of expanding the economy. Ruto comes in and begin with the houses, and then they talk about it's going to create jobs, which is mind-boggling, because those jobs are limited and they are casual workers. There is no continuity beyond the construction. If the focus of
Finally, somebody brought it home, because even Ruto living in State House, the reason we provide State House is for him because he's a government employee. All the government employees, that's why even in Nairobi, because if you've been employed, thank you, Mr. Lala, for bringing that aspect of it. Every job, they will give you something kama ni ukweli uko na job mzuri. Thank you, Mr. Lala. I want to commend you for that. Thank you. Because mimi Douglas ananisumbua akili.
Because this
Okay,
idea
Mato,
that
Mato,
Ruto is
don't
giving
run
us
away.
convenience
Lala,
is
a
really
minute.
sad.
A minute.
Because it's
Mato,
almost like you are defending
Lala,
something that is actually
no,
the
I'm not
opposite of.
defending anything. I want to pose a
No,
question
because
for
that
Mato.
thinking is not helpful at all.
A
It
minute,
actually,
Lala.
no, I'm just at your own words, because you talk of some of us don't even support the idea. It's almost as if Ruto's a genius by coming up with this idea, which actually
No,
is a
actually,
bad idea.
I excluded you from that point, and I told you this not
Okay,
about
go
you.
ahead.
This was about Mato, and I want to pose a question for him. Mato, you still there? So, what are you really against? Because
I'm here. You're not going to win this battle today, but I'll answer you respectfully.
I'm not trying to win a battle. I'm just trying to, I'm just trying to face reality. Reality is that there is a housing crisis, not just in Kenya, in all of Africa. And every government in Africa is committed to solving that
Let me ask you, where do
crisis,
you live?
trying to create homegrown solutions to solve the problems that are bedeviling them.
Sir,
I want you to tell me.
That's a
I
good
want you to
question.
tell me
Answer that,
what are you
Douglas.
against?
Where do you live?
Because
I've
we
asked
cannot
you,
all
sir,
be talking.
where do you live?
Mato, Mato,
I've asked just a simple question. Where do you live?
at home.
Home where?
In Nairobi. What are you asking?
Okay, where's your shags?
My shags is in Kakamega County.
When you go to Kakamega, you really don't have a place to stay?
I do. What are you asking?
I'm asking you, okay, where else do you want to go to live? If you have a place that you live already, and ask me where I live, I will tell you. Mr. Kudanganya nitakwambia pia. Even Shedi, by the way, umenyamaza sana my brother, kama kawa kama dawa. Naona kikiumani unakaa mbali. Shedi, where do you live?
You've not answered me. You are diverting from my question. What are you against exactly? What are you against?
I am telling you, there is nothing called affordable housing. And I'm telling you, first of all, to give me, as you are trying to defend it so much, I want you to tell me if I come, okay, assuming I agree with you and I say, this affordable housing. No, hold on. Let me finish. So, assuming I accept and I agree that this affordable housing actually is a good thing, because you know what, Mr. Dagi told us it's a very good thing. And you know what, in case of, maybe I might be wrong. Let me just go get it. Once I get it, I want you to tell me, who am I paying the rent to or the mortgage? I don't know if it's a mortgage, whatever. With that money, who am I paying to?
Okay. Lala. Is there public housing or affordable housing, anything of that sort in America? Is there something like public housing or affordable housing?
It's everywhere. Okay.
And what is Mato saying?
No. But you see, the point is not what Mato is saying, not saying. See, there's a housing.
No, he said that there's nothing like it.
For certain populations.
He said that there's nothing like it.
For example, we talked about Section 8. Okay? Section 8 was a program started in 1937 in the US to help people that are struggling. So it's very specific to pay rent for them, okay? And also to help them get housing. And then there was another program called GI Bill. But they were all targeted to individuals. In other words, do you want to get a house? Yes. You want to build a house? Yes. You know you're a plumber, or maybe you are whatever, an architect, whatever. You can still get some money, but you use your own skills to get what you want. In other words, everything is individually targeting the specific person because it needs.
And Lala, while you are at it, tell them that Section 8, actually Section 8 houses go to the county government, and that house is never yours. You're just it's what do you call it, Lala? They give you just at a minimized rate, and you're not supposed to stay there more than a year. You're supposed to actually now get yourself together. That is what it is, and it's about. Actually, mostly men do not get Section 8. It's the women because they have kids. Lala, please explain to these people what that affordable Section 8 means.
A place to live, where you can be able to start, get a job. In fact, they even give you vouchers to work, to make sure you have enough money to go to work, and even help you get a job, because the focus is really employed citizens, those who can build their own home and run their own lives. When you're thinking of what Ruto is proposing, and there are no jobs, put somebody in a house where they can't afford, is actually this
Lala,
is the worst thing that. Go
Lala,
ahead.
you're schooled and you've traveled a lot. So, first question I want to pose to you is: are there mad houses in America?
And before you ask Lala, hold on. Before you ask Lala, some of the Section 8s are not actually government owned. They are actually people's owned. Most of them, where they go and actually have a deal with the government, they tell them that, hey, look, you guys take care of this house, and I'm gonna put it into Section 8. They get money off that.
Yeah, you're right. Section 8 are actually private homes that your government leases for the people that needs them. And there are also some houses definitely that are built, projects for certain people, but they are more temporary. It's more a place where you go to, to get in some, something better. You asked me about mud houses.
Yeah. I'm glad you still have that in mind.
Okay, what about mud houses?
Are there mad houses in America? We are done with Section 8. Are there mad houses in America?
Well, I've not seen a mud house, but I've seen, what's the question?
You've not seen any of them, right? So in my village, there are plenty of them. Do you know?
There is in the name of bricks. There is in the name of the bricks on the countryside.
Let me hear what's your point about mud houses.
Let me just handle matter for me. Today is
finish your point. Well thought, because
so there are plenty of them. Those simple structures in my village.
I have them in my home too. They are there.
Yeah.
All over Kenya.
Do you know, according to the UNHRC, those are indecent houses. Human beings should not live in such places, in such houses. But what Mato is saying is that those people have homes.
Mato's not saying that. Douglas, I want you to.
He said that he asked me
what
to go
we are
to your
saying.
village. Where
None
do
of
you
us
go
support deplorable position places. Okay,
no, he told
none of
me.
us. We're just saying there's a better method. Actually, if you let Ruto do what he's doing, he could create more mad houses than any other time, because it's not gonna work. Okay.
What Mato told me is that when you leave the city, you go back to the village. Don't you have a home there? What if it's that kind of home? I mean, that is an indecent house. Human beings should not live inside.
And I'm sorry, Lala.
Missing the point. We all support decent housing. The only way to do that is to create jobs, help people get jobs so they can build. Okay, we're not. The money can be used better. In other words, if this money used for these houses is used in creating jobs, people will be better off. The billions of money being wasted right now could be used to create jobs, and people will build houses for themselves. Okay, and there are
My point.
programs like I've mentioned in the U.S. where government give incentives to people to buy homes. There are houses here in the U.S. you can buy for $1, just $1. Okay, certain areas, and the idea is that you can invest in them. Okay, so that they can be better homes. So everything has to be tailored based on the need of specific community. What we have here is crazy when you think about it.
My point, Lala.
Yes.
Okay, my point is, at the end of the day, building a decent house is expensive. And whether people have jobs or not, we still need public housing so that people can afford decent houses. That's why Singapore did it.
Okay, that's
That
what
is
they're saying.
Now, Lala, give me this one, please.
There are public-private programs to help people own homes.
Lala,
the Ministry
give me
of
this one.
Housing agenda is to do that, to help people find ways to own homes, not the way Ruto is doing it. Okay,
Lala, give me this one. Give me this one. You see the problem with this guy. When he talks about mad houses, he thinks that there's really no mad houses in the U.S. He doesn't understand that people live in campers. He doesn't understand that people live in cabins. He doesn't understand that there's, even people who are really end up being homeless, but actually they have that pickup truck that they've actually made it to be something else. So when he's talking about mud houses, he's thinking of those grass-thatched houses. And what he doesn't understand is that even when you go to the countryside of America, because now he wants to talk about America, you've been around, Lala, to places where, even in Texas, Arkansas, where I live, and I'd never like to say that, where there's not even tarmac road and people just live in houses where they actually take kuni, what do they call it? Maybe you can say it in a good English so that he understands it. And they cut it down and they don't even have heat and it's snowing. And that is the only way they warm their houses or even cook. So for him, he's been looking at America, and what Ruto has been coming in and telling people that he thinks because he has traveled, he thinks that is all that people out there are very well off. Well, and he's lying to people, and that's why people like Douglas will tell you today there's no any mud house. How many brick houses have you come through? How many wooden houses have you come through, Mr. Lala? How many wooden? I believe you live in a wooden house, only that it has what do you call this? In between the walls, the hard wall and everything, huh?
The paddings are there to stop.
Yeah, the paddings and everything. So when you have people like Ntukama Ruto talking to young people like Douglas, that's what they think. And when they hear this, when they hear this housing thing, they think there's something that is going to happen. Bernard is here na sijui kama tumemwamsha. I'm apologizing to you mheshimiwa, lakini anyway, si watu waheshimiwa hii mwaka, lakini mtumishi, you have to tell these people, initwaje, nimewambia Jerusalem, Mbotela, Bahati, going all the way mpaka kuteremka mpaka Woodley. Nimemwambia hata story ya Woodley. That was a government thing, but it was never for the people. So now when you're starting to tell us, and the funny thing is that kwanza munabomoa nyumba ya mtu alafu ndo atizwi mweke. These things we've seen them, we grew up in those things. And maybe you need, I don't know if Douglas, I really respect you, but I hope you really sometime just take a day, ukiwa na kamshara mzuri, take Bernard, mzunguke tu kila mahali tu tao hivi, akuoneshe some places na akupatie the history behind it. Even when you talk about iya nini hapa kwenda Lang'ata na nini, that ni high rise ama inaitwa nini, when you talk about that, Then you talking about ati sijui Kibera, which one, where? Unless utuambie kwa wadosi huko Olympics. I'm just trying to help you out, brother, because you're a good person. But maybe you should go on a journey on a weekend with Bernard. Ama ungoje tukuje na Lala tukupeleke raundi.
Let's have a conversation here, because what you people are having is an exchange of some bits and pieces. I really want our audience to understand what's happening, and that's why I came in here. I don't know where the controversy is arising from. Douglas is here, and he's advocating for affordable housing by government, which is taxed on the people. So how does that work for you?
Okay, I'm not pro taxes, and as you've put it, I'm just saying that affordable housing is something that is good for the country. It doesn't have to be Ruto's idea. I'm just saying that, I started from Kibaki. Kibaki did some affordable housing during his time, and Uhuru did some more. And I think Ruto sort of went full scale and ambitious, and he wanted to do it all across the country. And he said, hey guys, this money has to come from you. And that is where the problem came in. There was no problem with Uhuru doing them because he was not getting money from us. He was borrowing. There was no problem with Kibaki doing affordable housing because he was not getting money from us. He was borrowing the money. There's a problem now because the money is being gotten from us. But the problem is not that affordable housing is bad. And that is the point I was driving.
Order. He was borrowing money from who?
Who?
He was borrowing money from who to do affordable housing?
Uhuru.
Yes.
Uhuru was borrowing from China, mostly. He was leaning on to China and to get funding for his projects.
So where did you get that from?
I researched.
That Uhuru borrowed how much from China to build?
I don't have the exact figures, Bernard.
Exactly. I have been to Ngara. It's what is called a civil servant in Ngara. Was built by Kibaki when Soita Shitanda and Margaret Wanjiru were the ministers for housing. Okay. Those units were built by Kibaki and are occupied right now by civil servants. And each was going for around 2.5 million. And people, the civil servants, that's government workers, were mortgaging the houses. And the building of those houses was a project agreement between what is called government private sector agreement, whereby government can provide land, okay, that will make the house affordable because the cost for land has been taken care of by government. Then the private sector brings in the money for the building. So, and then it is afforded by civil servants who are already on salary. So it is deducted from their salary as mortgage. After a period of time, you take ownership of that house.
Yeah, that's how mortgages work, even the private sector.
Yes.
Yeah.
So what makes what makes Ruto's project, okay, with Kibaki's and Uhuru's same Ngara. There is the Ngara section ile side ya Thika Road, and then there is the Ngara section ya Park Road towards Pangani. When you go towards Pangani, that's where Uhuru did his. Same, almost same system of operation. And those houses are occupied by government workers who are deducted money because they want a house. Nobody was forced to occupy the house. Nobody was told he has to pay for the house. It was their houses. They are affordable because the government has subsidized the production of those houses. And so the government civil servants are able to pay through their salaries as mortgage. What you are advocating for Ruto to take 2.7%?
No, I'm not
of,
advocating for him to take money from Kenyans.
but you just said he has an ambitious program that he
No.
doesn't want to borrow to build.
I was saying what he
Yes.
was doing. I didn't say I was advocating for it. I said what I'm advocating for
Yes.
is the government building houses for Kenyans that are affordable, decent houses. That is what I was advocating for. Just like Singapore did it for its people. That is what, let me be clear, that is what I'm advocating for. Government building decent housing for its people. That is what I'm advocating for. It doesn't matter who is
this
who is
government
president.
building affordable
No,
houses for the people.
it doesn't.
How is that? How is that?
It doesn't matter.
The government just wakes up and says, we have gone to the Buffalo constituency and we have seen mud houses. And so we feel people of Navajo staying in mud houses is not decent enough. We are launching out brick houses for each and every homestead.
You know that's not how it works.
So what is this government building affordable houses for the people?
You've just talked about affordable housing that Uhuru did.
Which is a systematic approach towards making the people who are your employees in the first foremost.
Not employees.
They're employees. If you're a civil servant,
Okay.
you are an employee for the government.
I didn't know about Ngara. What I brought up was Nyayo High Rise. Nyayo High Rise when it was a project that was initiated by Kibaki. You know Nyayo High Rise.
Nyayo High Rise was a Moi project.
No, it was a Kibaki project.
Yeah. We will not argue. Okay.
It was.
But Bernard, that one was for KNH workers.
No, not really. No. I can read it.
No.
Let me just read what it says.
Yes.
So initially, Nyayo High Rise is a residential neighborhood in the city of Nairobi. It's approximately blah blah blah. Initially, a slum upgrading project. The estate was built in an effort by the national government to provide its citizens with affordable housing. That is what it says. Then it goes on to say a lot of things.
I want to seek back into it.
Okay, it's Moise. I was wrong about that.
Thank you.
It was built in 1984.
During Moi's time.
Yeah.
And it was a
By the
slum upgrading program.
And that is what I was saying. That is what...
Ruto is not doing slum upgrading program. Ruto is building real estate houses on public land, hoping that people are going to buy those lands, those houses, okay? And then he's taking payment from by taxing the people without their consent, or without their willingness even to provide that money.
That's your opinion?
It's not my opinion. Kibaki build the civil servants in Ngara.
The goal of building public housing is to put up decent housing for your people, just like the slum upgrading program. It's about doing away with the slums and setting up buildings that are decent, that, human beings have sanitation, they have water. Human beings can live like human beings. That is what it's about. That is why Singapore started
No. Forget Singapore.
No.
The slum upgrading program.
I'm making reference from Singapore because
I want us to understand each other, where we're coming from and where you're going.
Okay.
The Nyayo High Rise was a slum upgrading program launched out by the national government. All of it was what? In response to Kibra. The Kibra of 1980, okay? It's not the Kibra of today.
It was better than the Kibra of today.
Sorry?
The Kibra of today is the largest slum in Africa.
I'm telling you, the Kibra of today has shrunk.
Shrunk how?
Yes,
the Kibra of today is the largest slum in Africa.
It was.
Or is it
was,
the second
it was
largest?
Second to Soweto. Before
or is
Soweto
it the
was
second
shrunk.
largest? So how has it shrunk?
By the slum upgrading program.
How?
Okay. When last
you've said it has shrunk.
Yes.
That
it's not.
So you are
saying
saying
you are giving.
Let's get this. You're saying the Kibra of today is better than the Kibra of 1984.
Yes.
The Kibra of today has a bigger population than the Kibra of 1984. The Kibra of today, the population of the Kibra of today has swelled.
Which is
Then
the same thing. 1984, we had less than 1 million people in Nairobi or something like that.
That basically
so we have
means
6 million people in Nairobi.
that basically means the population that made up the Kibra.
There is a part of Kibra, okay, that is occupying slum upgrading houses. They even built along the train, along the railway line,
which was
they
never
are even as close as where is this Makongeni.
By they
have followed the railway line and
Fine.
they are built just next to the railway line.
Fine. By then
and
that
people are leaving the shanties and occupying those houses.
by then that slum upgrading project was never completed. They never saw it to the end. That's why Kibra still exists.
Okay. Let me help you. Kibra has passion. There's the Kibra that responded to the slum upgrading program, which was government project. Okay. And there is Kibra that is private sector. Private sector that the people who are landlords, okay, of those houses are the owners of those plots.
So my point basically is,
Bernard, does this guy know Olympics, Adams Arcade, and the surrounding places of Kibra?
Let's drop that fast. Ngoja kwanza, Mato. Let's drop that fast.
So,
are you in agreement that we have Kibra that belongs to individuals?
Fine. Fine.
Now, if it belongs to individual, it's private. But it's a landlord of shanty. So government cannot come in and say, we are taking over this and we are building decent houses here. Just like they cannot move to your village land and say, because we don't like the kind of building you are put here, we are putting for you a decent housing.
The point I was driving though, and I want to pose this as a question, was the Kibra upgrading project good for the Kibra people?
Was good for the Kibra people?
Yeah, the Kibra upgrading project, 1984, was it good?
Yes, but it did not.
No.
Not deliver what it was looking for.
Fine, that is the answer I wanted. Now, why was it good?
Sorry?
Why was it good? You've agreed that the Kibra upgrading project was good for the people living in those
Not
slums.
even the people in Kibra. Every responsible, what is it called? Just like the government makes education affordable.
That is the point I've been...
Just like the government makes education affordable.
Okay.
Then it's free to make housing affordable.
With all due respect, that is the point I've been trying to drive this whole show. That public housing, get Ruto out of the question and his housing levy. Public housing / affordable housing, it exists to improve living conditions, which is one of the basic human needs. It exists to make that better. That is the point I've been trying to drive. Without just get Ruto out of the question and his housing levy.
So
public housing exists for that.
Exactly.
And Kenya is not the only country doing it. It's happening all over the world. It's not about Kenya.
Of course, nobody's against affordable housing. Nobody's against improving the living standards of Kenyans in all sectors, because life is in phases, people are in sizes. Okay, you live, you can start in the slum, then move to the wherever lower class, move to the middle class, and go to the high class. It's all about changing phases. But this systematic replacement of shanties, okay, with the more standardized, better housing, it needs not to be an independent program by the government without the people, okay? Because if that's the case, it will become what? Counterproductive. Just like the Nyayo high-rise was built, hoping that the people will leave the slum and occupy it, but people left Kayole, left what Buruburu, and went and occupied it. Those who could afford it. And even those who are given
Thank you, Bernard.
sold to the other people. So when it is done without the people, okay, it is always treated, it is a government issue, okay, and we are not involved. So the government has spent money on it, but it does not solve the question that the government was addressing.
So
that is why during the Grand Coalition government, okay, there was a systematic way of people shifting, and Kibra was drastically reduced, okay, where they were building the decent houses and make sure that the people living the shanties, okay, to occupy the decent houses, the place where the shanties were, okay, was cleared and then used to what? To build the decent houses. So that way you are removing the slum. But if you're only shifting people, okay, you shift people from these shanties and then put them in what you're calling standardized house, and the shanties get occupied by new people who have come to Nairobi, you build that slum forever.
You did good coming to the show, because
And actually, Bernard, I have a question for this guy. If ule mtu wa Kibra mwenye ulipaga, I'm just going to use Kibra because he's really fixated in Kibra. Would the guy that actually pays kale kashak kangu kako huko hivyo analipaga 8, how much is he going to pay in that new houses? How much is it going to be? Is it going to be still the 800?
Pardon?
The shanty is as low as 800 shillings per month. Okay? When you move me to the standardized brick house, you will require me to pay, let's say, at least 3,000. Okay, 800 from 3,000, that's 2,200. The difference. How am I going to afford? Where am I going to get a 2,200 to add to my 800 to pay for my new upgraded house?
That is not a question I can answer.
Exactly what Reverend Lala was telling you. The best approach towards addressing affordable housing, okay, is generate job opportunities for the people. Let the people have an income, okay? Then through the income, now you can introduce what? Mortgage. Just like cooperative bank has come up. All these buildings, KGGCU and all that, was a deduction from the supply of the farmers. You supply milk at 10 shillings, we will give you 7 shillings. We retain 2 shillings for you, okay? These 2 shillings will be invested into cooperative bank where you have shares. So we don't pick it from everywhere and anywhere with no name on it, okay? And then say, we're building a house for you. Where is the house? I don't know. How do I claim it? I don't know. How much did you contribute? They deducted it from my salary. Are you getting that picture?
No, I've not gotten it.
If it is systematic, you are Douglas, you give us your full name. Your salary is 20,000, right? We are deducting, instead of us paying you 20,000, we'll pay you 15,000, okay? You are our employee. The 5,000 is going to us to go to Matos village in Mavoko, okay? And buy what? A plot for all our staff members, okay? And that plot is going to be shared into equal plots for each and every staff. But your 5,000 will be going into that, all right? If something happens to you, somebody will have to claim that money because it's in your name and it's gone to a specific project. You get that? What is happening in the name of 2.7 taxation for housing, the housing levy, okay, is being contributed by Kenyans.
Yes, it's a contribution.
To an amorphous project by the government that has no specifics. Like when we take your 5,000, we're going to buy a plot in Mavoko, okay? This plot will have, let's say, where is it? airways airways staff members, okay, or sound candidate talk staff members, and this is SACCO that is recognized and registered. But if you contribute to the housing levy right now, okay, it is going to one what is it called? Not even consolidated account, okay, an account maybe in central bank or wherever that is mopping money from watchmen, money from wherever, what are they, civil servants, money from all workers of the government. Okay? But these people don't have direct access to that money in the first place.
Which people? The contributors?
Yes, the contributors. And what they are contributing, they say they are going to build a house that is affordable. But when the house has been built, these people who have contributed will still have to do what? Go and buy those houses.
Yeah,
so what was the contribution for?
No, that's technically what a contribution means. When you contribute, okay, not that I'm supporting it. I can see you are. I'm not supporting it. I'm just saying that is what a contribution. When you contribute money at a funeral, you don't get anything from it. That's what a contribution.
Are you forced to contribute money at a funeral?
No, Mato, just a minute. I'm just using it as a figure of speech, if so to speak. I'm just saying that is what contribution means. When you contribute
to housing, okay, contribution.
Let me just. That is what it's called. That is what you're saying. I mean, isn't that the term you've used? A contribution means you give money and you move on with your life. Now, I'm not a proponent of it.
It's called you're living something called willingly give. Willingly. Okay, remember that word, willingly.
Okay, fine. But when you make a okay, I was trying to explain what a contribution means so that we get this out of the way for Kenyans, because there are Kenyans who are confused. Now, when I contribute this money,
every time you say contribution, please say willingly. Before you say contribution, say willingly contribute.
Fine, willingly contribute.
This is not a willing contribution.
Yeah, fine. But I was just trying to. I'm not a proponent of it, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
I was trying to explain what a contribution means, because there are Kenyans who still ask, if I make this contribution, if I'm deducted this money, and now I want to acquire one of these houses, will the money that have been deducted still be counted? And I was trying to explain that when you make a contribution, let's say at a wedding, you give away the money and you move on with your life. That is what a contribution means. Now, when you come back and say, oh, you finished those houses, now I want to get one. Now you have to get into a new deal. Now go back to your pocket and now start paying a mortgage. That is what it means to anyone who doesn't understand.
Bernard, I keep up.
Kuna vile audio yako ina react.
Inatoka.
You need to refresh. Kuna some echoes that are making your words not to come out clearly. And so unaongea kama uko kwa.
Oh, sorry basi, lakini nilikuwa nasema I keep up. Unajua ile wakale keep. Sit kiss give keep up.
I'm that resilient, Mato.
So Douglas, what the picture you painted is simple. Kibaki enters into agreement with the private sector who are involved into real estate. Kibaki enters into an agreement with the private sector. Okay? We invest into real estate, that is building houses. Okay? They build the houses in Ngara. All right? This house is occupied by civil servants on a specific fee. I think it was going for 2.5 million. Okay? This 2.5 million is deducted from their salary. So, houses are in Ngara, you go and assess your house. You pick a unit. Okay? After you pick the unit, it is written in Douglas' name. Right?
Yeah.
Then now, the people responsible for the civil servants' houses that have been built by the agreement between the private sector and what? The government are saying house number 10 belongs to Douglas.
I don't think that's affordable housing.
That's affordable housing.
No, I think that's a government project to build houses for its workers. That's something different.
Oh. When we enable our staff members to own houses at a fee that is not market fee, we are not making it affordable.
I mean, it's normal in those
But
days.
you cannot make somebody who don't have an income get a house.
Okay, even in our days, I grew up in one of those cambis where you have a factory or a company, then there are staff quarters in the neighborhood. That is how those old
this is not
used
staff
to work.
quarters.
That is how we used to work.
Owned houses.
Fine.
After you pay the mortgage,
that is
after 10 years or 15 years,
fine.
you own the
I'm
house.
just talking about that system that was left by the colonizers. That is the kind of neighborhood I grew up in, where the company sort of builds houses for its workers.
I'm telling you, that is a different case. That's enabling you, just like you need to work to be in the studio here at night.
Whatever you're talking.
So what we make arrangement that our staff members should be near the workplace. That's part of making sure that our staff will do what maximum productivity. Instead of you traveling 5 kilometers away or 10 kilometers away, or instead of the company or the media house providing a vehicle to drop you to your house and bring you to the studio, and then you say there was jam. The show began late because you were on the traffic and all that. They provide housing near the workplace so that people can find easy to get to the. But those houses belong to the company. They are a company property. You only occupy as long as you are an employee. When you get sacked, you pack your things and go. You don't own anything. What we are talking about is affordable housing done by the agreement between the private sector and the government for civil servants, people who are hired and who are employed by the government. Then they willingly, okay? If you don't want the house, you are a civil servant, yes, they will not deduct your money. They just give announcement, there are houses in Gara for staff for civil servants, okay, who want houses. You can work in Nairobi. You don't want a house in Nairobi. You are comfortable being in Vihiga and relocating in Vihiga when you are through with serving the government.
No.
Nobody will deduct your money if you don't go to Ngara and take a unit.
Now, those houses that were built by Uhuru, was it the same kind of
Same
arrangement?
system.
Were they for civil servants or just random citizens?
Government.
Because they put them up on
They put them on what?
On this their system. Yeah, what is it called? E-Boma or something. What is it called?
It can be
system,
for civil servants. It can be for civil servants and people who can afford. Or if you want those houses, like I'm a self-employed person, okay? But there are houses available by government. And when these houses are going for 2.5, okay, to get a similar house, 3-bedroom house, on the market price, by that time, that 3-bedroom house will be around 5 million, okay? But the government provides this at 2.5, almost 50% of what is in the market. That's what makes it affordable.
Yeah.
It is not competing with the private sector in providing those housing. So that's what makes them affordable.
I mean, that
the
is what I was
government is
trying to say.
involved, and the government does what makes those houses at a rate that's different from.
That is
the
what I was
current
trying
pricing.
to say. Affordable housing means that government builds houses for its citizens, then it subsidizes them so that you don't buy a house.
You subsidize the production. You don't subsidize the house after you are built.
I mean, see, at the end, that is what it means.
What do you mean? It means. Now let's get responses first. I can see Julia has come, but Lala, you can give your too soon. Even our time is bad. The Kazako Mbili will respond if you are giving
Well, I
information.
won't say much because I think we have
Bringing Julia.
exhausted the discussion. And my point, Douglas, is that what Ruto has done is illegal. First of all, because it's not does not cover the whole Kenya. It's geared to certain group of people. An example is simple. If there is a job advertisement or it's a job it's a job and it has to be advertised in the paper that is widely read by everybody, then it's legitimate. But if it is only advertised, nobody knows about it, it's illegal, even though it was probably for everybody. Here is a classical example where this program, first of all, is not affordable because it leaves out a segment of society, those who cannot make 20,000. They cannot even think of, but yet they are taxed. So they are paying, yet they are not represented in the program. So basically it's illegal. So what I was saying in the beginning is that any legitimate government that will come in, because to me, Ruto is not, will scrap this thing before 10 o'clock in the morning, okay? Because it just doesn't make sense at all. But overall, I think we have exhausted the topic, and affordable housing can take different forms, okay? Ruto is trying to use this method, which is not correct. It can be what Bernard has explained, where the job is created, man is available, and the government can do something. Like I gave an example of the United States, where those who went to war, the veterans, they have certain extra funding to help them, those who don't have jobs completely, and some people, like we talked about Section 8, which actually helps you sometimes rent for people to live. So the idea is that everyone should have a dignified lifestyle, a way of living. And that is a noble desire of any true government that is in power. That housing is like one of those key areas that they have to focus on. But jobs is the right way to go. And then certain incentives that can be done based on the context where people are, what they can afford, and make it livable. And that can take different shapes, So there are different methods that can be used to achieve the end, which is really affordable housing or adequate housing or decent housing. So that's what I would say. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend Lala. Let me bring in Julia. Julia, how are you? Mwalimu vipi? Julia, are you still there? Okay, I appreciate what Reverend Lala has brought in, the angle of different approaches for different places. In fact, that is what Raila Odinga was talking about. We cannot have a uniform way to address housing throughout the country. Different people in different places for different reasons. The way you approach affordable housing in Kibra is not the same way you approach affordable housing, let's say in Vihiga.
Yeah, true.
Okay?
True.
Because the house occupants in Vihiga is quite more domestic. Even if people are working for the county government in Vihiga, they will prefer to live in their own houses than go and be mobbed up into one estate where they should own house. So you would rather take loan from the SACCO, your county, and go and build a decent home in his own land because that is the ecosystem of the place. The same goes for Kakamega and the other places. Go to Nyeri, same thing. Go to Kiambu. Majority of the Kiambu Nini people live in their kahawa plantation. They don't want to move to the houses built by Wamatangi and the team because they are comfortable. That's what Wamshomba was talking about. So you cannot say you're coming to do affordable housing in Kiambu and you want all the Kiambu occupiers or people now to move from their domestic home setting and then move to township. Okay, so that proposition cannot even be arrived by a government decision. There must be some lobbying and some agreement. So what is going on right now with the William Ruto approach, that's what is making it even get defeated before it starts. Is there a crisis of housing in Kenya that needs urgent address?
Studies have shown for the longest that there is a crisis of housing, not just in Kenya, in all of Africa. Studies have been done.
Let's talk Kenya. What is the crisis in Kenya?
There is a housing crisis. There is a shortage of
in
housing.
Urban centers or in rural setting. Where is the crisis?
I can't say that for sure.
But that's what you need to check in the statistics you are referring to. Where is the crisis? Because the government response, like there was fire in Embakasi, okay? That is a crisis. The government moves in, okay, to save the day, beginning by saving lives, okay, and saving wherever properties. So
Bernard, can I say something?
Means we have more people sleeping on the street than they are living in the houses. We have more people, let's say, for example, those shanties. Ngoja nani, sijui microphone yako umefanyaje nani, but just hold on, you're coming in shortly. If let's say we have what used to be called rural urban migration, okay? To control rural urban migration is to build industries in rural areas, okay? So the rural areas get urbanized. Then the people who are moving from the village to come to Nairobi to look for greener pastures, they find those greener pastures within their vicinity. And so the less newcomers, okay, come to Nairobi who don't have an income. Newcomers, umekuja unatafuta, bado unatafuta nini? Kazi. Either somebody is going to house you, okay, for a period of time. After that period elapses, you have not gotten job, utaonyeshwa mlango, okay? Ukionyeshwa mlango, you go to one slum area where you can get a 300 shillings shanty, okay? Then from there, you begin to struggle. So to control that is provide a solution to the problem, not for you to say the government is undertaking affordable housing project, and this affordable housing is compulsory, and we're going to build it across the country.
Okay, so I have a question for you, though.
Yes.
I've gotten what you've said, and I've gotten your point. But I have a question for you, and it's going to elicit a debate that time won't allow, but I'm going to pose it anyway. So today, when he was defending the thing, he was saying,
I don't know if you can hear me, but I'm burning.
Let him finish. You are banning, yes, like it's clear. Yes, finish your question.
So today, when he was defending the whole thing, when he was signing, okay, there has been a question. I'm not sure about the figure, but they say 60% of the world's arable land is to be found in Africa. So today, so there has been a question of people ceding the arable land and moving to urban areas, like living in those urban areas and leaving the arable land to provide food security. It has been a conversation with organizations the world over. And so today, while he was defending it, he was saying that
building those affordable housing in urban areas all across the country will sort of relieve the arable land in the villages so that it's used for agriculture and food production. So what's your take on that?
It's all in fact it's a joke, okay? Because according to the statistics I have, Kenya is using almost 30% of the arable land for agriculture. Majority of our arable land has not been put to use.
Are you sure about that?
Yes.
Okay, I'll have to check
the land available for agriculture in the country, both private.
Do you know Kenya is food insecure?
Because of mismanagement.
Mismanagement of what?
The government pretending to be solving food problem when they are creating it.
The government is not responsible for tilling land.
Hey, where do you come from?
The government is responsible for tilling your land in the village.
The government is responsible for food security. It is its role.
How?
If the citizens, like for example, watu wa Kiambu, waamue wanang'oa kahawa. Okay? Ile shamba imekatwa kahawa. Government should have a response to it.
I mean, when you decide, okay, my point though is when you have an 1 acre piece of land in your village, let's say in Kitale or in Lugari where the land is very fertile, and then since you have money, you decide to build 3 mansions there. I mean, that is what I'm talking about.
The government cannot stop me from doing that.
Fine, but that is what I'm just talking about. You know, that is land that would have produced food.
We'll come back to that. Kenya. We are coming back to that. I want to do that. Yes, Kenya, karibu kwanza.
Mnataka niungue kabisa. Namwambia mbani.
Ban.
Does my good friend and someone I respect a lot of his stance na vitu zenye anasemanga, but does he understand that Kenya is one of the places in the whole world that people have literally 2 homes? You walk to any other country and ask mtu, how many people have 2 homes? And you know, when I say 2 homes, the urban area na kijijini. When I talk to you, Bernard, and I talk to anyone hapa, ataniambia yes, naishi Nairobi, naishi Donholm. Alafu ukimuuliza na kwenyu ni wapi, atakwambia kwa sababu mimi ni Mkisii, kwetu ni Kisii ama Kitale. Literally, you already have 2 homes. I mean, by default. Hakuna mtu hapo unaweza mwambia kiwa Nairobi na kwenyu ni wapi, akwambia kwao ni hapo Nairobi. Watakwambia kwao huko kwingine. So, in that case, Bernard, unless we are being stupid and really do not want to think, and I'm sorry to use those words, who is lying to who? Hata sasa tunaambianga Ruto tutamtuma Sugoi. How do we know kwao ni Sugoi? And we know anaishi Karen. How do we know kwa kina Bernard? How do we know kwa kina Mkenya Mkora kwao ni huko inakaa ni kama anaishi Machakos, na wengine wako hata mara 3, because depending if your mother and your father are together, wengine hata wako na places 3. Unaona, mimi Mmasai niko na kwetu huko Umasaini, mimi Mkamba niko na kwetu Ukambani, na bado Nairobi niko na kwetu. Now tell me, where did our homes disappear then, if actually is one of the countries that when you walk around the world, ukiambia mtu in Kenya you always have to have 2 homes and everyone has them. Hata chokora ni venye maybe alikimbia kwao, akona kwao mara 3. So Bernard, tell me, where tulipotezea manyumba zetu? Hizo zote tatu, ya mama yako kule amezaliwa, ya baba yako kule amezaliwa, ya kwao kama walikaa pamoja wako na kwao kule waliamua kununua kakitu kadogo, ama hata ya mali wanafanya kazi. Na by the way, sometimes wengine wanafanya kazi places different, so hata huko unaenda kwa mama yako, unaenda kwa baba yako, nani hana kwao? So for us to be told that lazima tulipe. Bernard, I am trying to tell this guy, and I've been trying to tell him, and thank you for coming in, because as a pastor, I think you have a talent of actually explaining things better. Most of these things that he's calling affordable housing that used to be there, Skuzakina Moi and all that, this was for public servants. Nyayo High Rise, that was made for KNH. KNH, remember, that is a government parastatal.
That is
He used to double up with Uchumi, Hapo Langata. Okay? Bahati was ndio maana unasikia kina Tomboya walikuwa wakiishi huko hivyo. Why? Because it was for government people. That's why unasikia hata polisi, yes, like Bernard is saying, is 100% true what he's saying. Because yes, kama nimeandikwa na mimi nimetoka Kisumu niandikwa Nairobi, yes, you need to give me a place to stay. Ukinipea, is it for free? No. Nalipa kitu kidogo kutoka kwa mshahara, because that's government housing. Now, for private citizens,
It is called house allowance. House allowance. You either give me a house or you rent a house.
Thank you. Yes, yeah, or you facilitate me to rent a house. Hii kitu ingine mnakuja hapa hivi kutuambia government housing. Everyone is the reason, even au wenye wanapewa hizo government housing, au the police and the government workers, the reason wanapataga hiyo subsidy of wanalipa polepole, wanalipa pesa kidogo kuliko wenye walikuwa walipe kama wageishi peke yao, is because wako na watoto wenye wanaenda shule, wako huko kwingine, na it is because wananunua shamba zao huko na wako huko wanafanya vitu zao huko kwingine. Hii ingine ni kazi. It's just like me where I live today. Yes, my employer will give me more money because I have to pay and I have to live. But at the end of the day, ile nyumba yeye mwenyewe ananiangalilia, hata nikimwambia leo nakaa ni kama nitafukuzwa, anasema will support you. Hiyo si nyumba yangu, kwetu ni Machakos. Na huko Machakos huko ndio natafuta. And the reason I talk to my mama akiwa mgonjwa naongea naye is because I've been given at least the chance to live and to have a place to stay. Na nikiwa mgonjwa ananipatia my benefits. Those are just called benefits. No one deserves any benefit from their government. You live your life unless you're employed by the government or you're employed by an employer who really wants to give you benefits. The rest of it ni yako. Affordable housing, go afford it by yourself. Kama ni serikali, kaeni sawa.
You do actually deserve.
Real quick, ndio niambie nani.
You do actually deserve.
Is it me?
Yes, Lala.
Oh, okay. I think we've discussed this topic quite a bit now, and to my brother, my son Douglas, I think the job of any government, one of them is to create, I hear we talk about it all the time, an environment where people can afford the houses. And yes, government can help by possibly making roads there where you're going to build your home so that you're not cut off from the rest of the society. But at the end of the day, it is upon each one of us to use that money we get from that employment that government help us to have, so that we can use that money to develop, ourselves. Therefore, this idea that government can come and build a house for someone who can build their own home is laughable, because that's not even respecting you as a man, because all of us have done home. You have the village where you grew up, and many of us dream of, from, see, in Luo society we have Simba, Louis and the others, we have that little cat that we build. The idea is for us to be able to build something better, not to be moved by government to some kind of a project to live in a camp of some kind, because I can see this as a way to bring people, to take away the dignity of all of us, because this program does not even cover for the small man. So let's say there's another program that they will have now to those who are don't have jobs. I'm seeing some little camps like Kodiaga prison, where they kind of house people there in the name of affordable housing without their will, being expressed. And this is example where Kenyans don't want what's going on, yet they are forced to do it. And when you are forced to do something, that's like a prison. And this is the reason why communist countries were rejected, because they want you to be in uniform. Do the same thing. Everybody's in the same facility. Everybody dresses the same, talk the same, North Korea type of a lifestyle. So this is something really bad, because it's really a disrespect of Kenyan culture, disrespect of families, and moving people from their areas into the suburb, in the urban areas, so that they can live like they call them those little fish, sardines, put them together. And so anyone supporting this type of a system is really taking us back. So that's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Reverend.
By the way, I sent a picture there of myself and the Housing and Urban Secretary of the United States of America. Okay? That's my friend that should have been giving us some other advice if Baba was there, because that was my friend that really wanted Baba to have a chat with Baba. So the idea that Baba can support this system, no, he couldn't. There's no way Baba could support. If anybody clearly thinking human being, who is not from those early communist world could support this, because the Singaporean, this is not a Singaporean way at all. No, it's different. Singapore and those was just one city, so we can't even compare. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know where Julia disappeared to, but Bernard, you know what? I in the next couple of weeks, I will just take you. Huko pole sis. Okay.
Mnaongea sana.
Nimeenda pole.
Bernard, you want me to say something?
Julia, how are you? I looked for you. I couldn't find you, but I'm happy you're here. Now say something.
I'm sorry. Unajua mama, tuko na shughuli mingi. Sasa nilishangaa mjalala hata nikarudi.
Hey.
So
Asante, karibu.
I just wanted to say something to Douglas. I'm not understanding him so much. Maybe, I don't know. I want to give him the benefit of doubt and say maybe he's young and he has not looked at the several regimes we have had critically and the policies about housing. For example, I think from Kenyatta, I mean the Jomo Kenyatta and Moi, there was something about people who had their own houses could get some allowance called own occupancy. Bernard, unakumbuka kitu kama hicho? Own occupancy. Like if you are able to build your own house, the government was paying you for that. It means why were they doing that? It was a motivation to people to try and own houses, which means, in other words, it's like they were trying to help people meet part of the cost of the construction. So we can call that subsidized housing or affordable housing. Then another thing that Kibaki did when he came to power, he ensured that mortgages were now accessible for the civil servants. And also he ensured that he's one who came up with the SACCOs. So before that, all those who are already old at, I think, our age and have worked in Kenya can remember that we had banks like Barclays Bank and Standard Chartered Bank. I mean, there were no go zone, and bank loans were no go zone for anybody who was servant or something. But Kibaki came up with the SACCOs and he made sure the cooperative bank. I think the central bank financed the cooperative bank and brought down the interest rates so that the cooperative banks could give loans to the SACCOs. Therefore, the working class could now access cheap loans with low interest rates, and they were able to acquire property. That you can call that affordable housing. Okay, so it means that you could only acquire property because you could go for it. You could only acquire a loan because you could apply. It's not everybody was being forced to pay for this, pay for that. Then Uhuru came back with this affordable housing, and I don't know. I need to look up because I don't know what I'm not sure. But I think it was planned in a way that if you paid some small deposits, like 100K, I don't know how much it was, Bernard. I will have to look up that. You would eventually pay for your house and own a unit. So it is not that it is people are being forced to pay for these houses. It is those who are interested. And therefore, in all those regimes I've mentioned, the common man was not made to pay for it. And that is why we can call it affordable. That people were facilitated to own houses with less bureaucracy. You know, sio lazima ukuwe na title deed ya shamba ingine ndio ununue nyumba. So with the red carpet was shortened. So that is why it was cut. So we can call that affordable housing. And again, the common man was not made to contribute with no structures. Now, Douglas, I fail to understand you. I totally fail to understand you when you call Ruto's project and you even compare them to Kibaki, Uhuru, Moi, and the others. You call it affordable. It is extremely erroneous, and I don't know even how to understand somebody who would call him that. First and foremost, he sneaks a law to parliament, and he makes sure that law is passed, and then he comes back and he signs it, so that now all of you here who are working will be paying something. We never paid for anybody who bought a house when we were growing up. We never, even when we began working, we never paid for anybody. Those who owned those houses is because they were interested in them. Now, when you say that, I agree with you that we need better housing in Kenya. But the truth is, like Mato says, kila mtu Kenya ako na nyarugunga yao ama dala. Hata these slum dwellers, I'm telling you, if one day we decide to burn down the slums, all those people have a place they can run to. They are not proper houses, they are not proper sheds, maybe ni nyumba za matope. But Kenya, we have one big advantage, kama kwamba, I think that is Africa. If we decide that our cities are being bombed, or someone is planning to bomb our cities, I am telling you, it is possible to evacuate everybody, including their cats and dogs, back to Nyarugunga. And the one experiment is the other day when we had COVID. Uhuru ordered people not to go home because our grandmothers and the parents were at home, and Kenyans who were wise stay put in the city. And therefore, we did not record high deaths of the aged in Kenya. People are wondering, what immunity do we have? It is because the people who got infected with COVID are the strong ones. Look at the Western world. The Western world, everybody is in the city. So when COVID is spread like bushfire, it spread in nursing homes. And we don't even have nursing homes. Have you people ask yourself, where are our grandparents and our mothers? Or are you trying to say they are dead? My grandmother just passed away the other day at 98. 98-year-old woman, strong woman, who was sane and remembered everybody. I think she refused to leave. Otherwise, she could be living even now. So what I'm trying to say is that we cannot say that as long as Ruto is forcing Kenyans to pay for these houses, it is not longer affordable. It is exploitation. Akiwacha kuitisha Wakenya pesa, we shall ignore him. We will not care how many houses he's building, and we will not give a damn whom he's gonna give those houses, because maybe he will sell to the ones who are interested. But as long as he's making, so the point is, as long as he's making Kenyans pay for this, the houses are not affordable. How do the rest of the world operate? For example, in America, I saw Joe Biden in his campaign saying that he's taking a motion to the Congress to make sure that new home owners have a tax refund. And I think it is there already, Mato, and Lala, you can tell me how much it is right now in America. If you buy, and another thing, if you buy a home in America, especially if you're a new home owner, there are places like in the rural areas, you get those government, OHA, I think, AHA, you get government loans. They are kind of cheaper than other loans. Another thing, you may even get loans that you don't need to pay a deposit. Why are all those red carpets removed in America? To encourage new home owners to buy homes. And every government does that. Even Kenya, employers, like Teacher Service Commission, and Teacher Service Commission has a mortgage plan. And I think the Public Service Commission also has a mortgage plan, affordable. So why do they do that? This money doesn't even come from the banks. It is now government loans given by the governments to encourage servants to buy houses or to construct houses. That is what you can call affordable. When somebody gives you a loan at a lower price, at a lower rates, even in America, when someone gives you I think it's called AHA. I'm looking up for the name. When somebody allows you to access government loans in America to buy a house at an affordable rate, they are trying to encourage new homeowners. So you can call that affordable because you'll not be operating at the market price. Same with Kenya. The civil servants, I think, can access some mortgage. So it means that's affordable. Like even when we talk about people handicapped, physically handicapped, or people who have challenge, who have some handicap, who are challenged in one way or the other in Kenya, some time back you saw them protesting. They could import tax-free cars. They had the opportunity to import cars without paying for custom duty tax. So, but now look at this housing. First and foremost, Bernard asked you a question: where are they structured? Nyumba ni ya nani? Tunalipa sote, nani atapewa hii nyumba na ni nini itatumiwa kupeana hii nyumba? So we are not even fighting any poverty concerning housing. We are just exploiting Kenyans. But if you tell us, if you do, I want to mention this thing. If you decide to go and take a roll call, na uchukue vitambulisho vya watu wote wa Kibera, na uwaweke sahihi, na uweke record, alafu jenge flats equal to the number of people there, or home to number of family units, and then you make them, tutakusherekea, tutakushangilia, tutasema umetoa watu kwa nyumba za makaton na umeweka kwa nyumba za mawe. But if you are building houses, you are forcing us to pay. You would not even telling Julia that after 10 years, this will be your house. Honestly, Douglas, don't defend that thing again. It's an embarrassment even to defend it. I'm sorry if I'm being harsh. Asante.
Okay,
thank you, Julia. Thank you for bringing that up.
Can I
And
just respond to her?
hold on, I'm giving you opportunity to respond. Thank you, Julia, for bringing that up. And I believe Kenyans of goodwill are ventilating on this issue. It is far from over. I think Ruto is doing a lot of assumptions, and those assumptions are landing him from one crisis to another. So this is far from over. But what I would want us to appreciate is that the dynamics of changes are such that different responses will come from different people, but the decent people follow due process of the law and the due process of human requirements. You don't impose things on adults.
I can go on.
Quickly,
okay,
please.
I wanted to respond to Julia. So, Julia, I think Julia's gotten it wrong. I wasn't defending the affordable housing levy. I think that's the problem. What I was defending is the affordable housing project, and it's not a Ruto thing. I mean, it has been there. It was one of Uhuru Kenyatta's Big Four agenda. I mean, it's not a Ruto thing. It has been there. That is what I've been defending. That is, I've been saying that it's a good thing for Kenya. I've not been defending the affordable housing levy. I need to clarify.
We can't intercept now. Quickly, please. All right.
I was finishing up, but I think today is.
Mato, you're creating noise.
Decided to have a field day. Okay, I was clarifying to Julia that what I was defending the affordable housing, that whole agenda. It's a good thing, and the government has wanted to deliver affordable houses for the longest time. Uhuru Kenyatta had it as one of his big four agendas. He wanted to deliver, 500,000 units by the time he left office in 2022, although he was only able to deliver the houses in Pangani, the ones you are talking about. And they were not meant for civil servants. I mean, it's just easy to give some of these things. Even when banks are giving loans, it's always easier to give loans to civil servants, and they target civil servants because civil servants, the pay slip is there. You just go. It's always easy to. I sold insurance once. We used to target civil servants because with them it's easier to get your cut. That's why these projects sometimes they usually go for civil servants because with them it's sure that you're going to get your money back. But if you take someone who just sells,
It's called job security.
yeah, whatever. But
it is not whatever.
But
when you are confirmed as a civil servant, you have a lengthy period of working, other than if you are a casual laborer who can be dismissed at any time. So we cannot trust you with a mortgage.
Fine, whatever you choose to christen it. But these affordable housing projects, they were not meant for civil servants when they were conceived by governments. They just ended up being owned by civil servants because with them, they are able to pay them. But government has wanted to deliver housing projects for Kenyans. Uhuru wanted to deliver 500,000 units, and he made it one of his big four agendas. That, I think I've clarified that to Julia. I'm not defending the affordable housing levy.
No, you have not clarified.
I know better than after my sister Julia. I want to say something to this guy.
What haven't you gotten?
Mato, may I ask him a question? Now, Douglas,
please do.
are Ruto's houses affordable housing? Are you classifying the Ruto's current government's regime as affordable housing? Are you classifying them as affordable? And if you so, then you need to define to me what the word according to affordable means.
Okay, according to affordable means that you're buying something at a subsidized or okay, how do I put it? At less than market price. That is what affordable is.
it is not what is provided
No,
for
let
by
Julia.
what is provided for by government, because of the other logistics that are, or rather other costs that are either waived
Okay,
or
Julia asked
paid
me
for.
what is affordable to me. So that is
Okay, are
that
Ruto's
is
houses affordable?
I've not seen their prices, so I cannot say.
Then you don't need to call them affordable. You need to separate them from the Kibaki, Uhuru, Moi, and the others until you have evidence that they are affordable. Then you should not
I
call them
mean,
affordable. Another thing,
so
until
what's your point?
you're able to defend why Kenyans are paying for the cost of these houses, then you should not
Okay,
even call them affordable.
Julia,
Yes.
Julia, maybe you are not listening to the whole show, but there's something I clarified. I said that when government has a project that it wants to do, it either gets its resources for that project from either one of two sources. Either it borrows money or it extracts that money from its citizens through loans, through taxes or levies. Now, previous governments have opted for borrowing loans. That is what I said. Well, now, when you are not, when no one Lala is speaking, but his mic is off. When you are not parting away with money, you won't care. But at the end of it, we are paying it now. But when money is being taken from you, of course, you will care. So that is what I said. So I think now Kenyans have
Okay,
noticed
at
this
least
thing.
you are paying now. So are you trying to say Ruto is not taking normal loans? You will take us to all these arguments because we have to prove to you, on top of the loans that Ruto is taking, he's also stealing money from Kenyans. And if you want me to count for you the loans Ruto has taken within less than months, you'll be so surprised. But I don't need to count for you because you can look up. And then we ask you if the same loans the Kebaki and Oru took and built those houses and the roads, why is it taking more money from us? Now, I want you to justify the taking of that money. Why is he taking more money
Please,
from us?
we are time bad. Huh? So I think your question is made. Respond quickly, please, and conclusively.
Okay, that's not my question because I clarified that I'm not pro housing levy. I'm pro affordable housing.
But you're saying the government should collect levy because it has a project to work.
I've not said it should. I've said that
you say that's a way of government
I've said that
is funds.
Bernard, you're giving Douglas too much. We want to say something, me and Lala, before you close.
I mean, I was trying to clarify how governments get money.
You said very well that the previous regimes used to borrow money to build affordable housing. Now Ruto has resorted into collecting levy to build affordable housing.
So what is contradictory there? See, that's just like explaining situations. It's not defending anything. It's just explaining situations. When I say Bernard is wearing a jacket and I'm not defending that wearing a jacket is bad. I'm just saying you're wearing a jacket and I'm not.
You are in support of people.
I said from the start, I'm not in support of housing levy.
Thank you. So no housing levy for you.
I've said I'm in support of affordable.
Let it end there. No housing levy. Douglas is not for housing levy. Douglas is against Ruto collecting Kenyans' money unwillingly. Kenyan would love. Quickly, please.
Okay. I'll try to do it as quickly as I can. And number one, let me just appreciate Madam Julia, our sister, our big sister. I really appreciate it, and also Lala, for I know. Hata me, Lala, I've been in that where you are, right there.
You are taking too much time. We are ending this show, please. Go to the point.
Okay. Let me just say, Mr. Douglas, and I'm going there because nimeharakishwa by our boss. Sasa because nimeharakishwa. Mr. Douglas, let me tell you something about something that utaelewa. maybe if you want to, you have mastered the art of saying something without saying. Ask me why I'm telling you that. You do not agree to any misconcepts that you're saying, yet you have so many misconcepts that you actually say that even your boss right there, Mr. Bernard, had to wake up and come and hebu acha kwanza nisikize kitu. You have a way of making it look like you're not defending anything and you're not fighting anything, but you are okay. And I'm telling you this as a psychologist, because once you have that kind of ability, that is the reason sometimes you're talking about things that people want to hawakubaliani na wewe. Now, am I disagreeing with you, sir? I might not be disagreeing with you. Should we have housing? I mean, affordable housing? Yes. Should we not have them? Yes. And that is the reason Bernard is talking to you about it. And that is the reason Mr. Lala is talking to you about it. And that is the reason me and Julia, because I need to finish this week. I mean, haraka kabla Bernard anikanyagishe nje. You know, yes, everybody has a point. Now, here's the problem. I don't know, Miss G age yako, but ushaambiwa already, na sitaki kushinda nikirudio kitu. When Bahati and all those, you know, public servant estates started showing up, and when they did it, Julia amekwambia hata ni time ya Moi, Lala amekwambia ni time ya Moi, na watu wengi wamekwambia. Listen, here's the thing. First of all, na nimeshinda nikikwambia hapa hivi, listen, every time you start talking about, talk about willingly. Ukienda kuongea housing fund, talk about willingly. Hakuna mtu hapa hivi analazimishwa kufanya chochote. I don't lazimisha Bernard. I'm coming to Kenya. Bernard, uniambianga ukikuja, si upitie hapa hivi tukuje tuonane. You see? Unwillingly. But willingly, yes, I will come. Na nitapigata hiyo show hapo hivyo. So now when you start telling people that they have to do something unwillingly, I'm telling you, huyu Julia, huyu tu, na Lala huyu, watakukula. And you have to understand the history of Kenya. If you don't get it, then you will never get it. Usipo understand Bahati, Jerusalem, Ololo, Jericho, and all those places, the other one, going to Ngara. If you don't understand even hata yenye unadhani ni kama kuna kitu unajua hii ya what do you call it, high rise, Nyayo high rise ya Kibera, and you don't understand hata Moi alikuwa anaishi hapo hivyo, and that is why there is Olympics. Buddha, yes, leo umetuweka on our sports, on our sport, lakini nakwambia hawa watu unabonga nao wanaelewa hizi maestro zote venye zilitokea, na hizi maestro utapata mtu mwenye anakuja kutupigia kelele. Julia hata wailipa hapa kitu ya Nairobi, na anataka kwenda kuishi huko Kerugoya ama kwa chini ya Mount Kenya, na mimi sitahajalipa my friend, hata unipeleke Kayole. Unaona Bernard anacheka, hakuna mali nitajalipa.
We are bordering.
Okay, let me just finish. Just give me. There's a point.
I'll give you 30 seconds. It's not me. We are time bad. We are bordering the 6th hour. That's why I'm
okay. Let me finish it. Ile kitu nimeanza kuchoka nayo Bernard and sir, ile kitu nimechoka na watu hawaelewi. Hii kitu ya kushinda hapa hivi tunapigiwa kelele tumeacha. Unaona? Hata ikuwe ni kutoka wapi. hata ikuwe ni Central, ikuwe ni Kerugoya, ikuwe ni wapi, hata ikuwe ni nini, we don't care anymore. We are going to talk about the reality. Mimi sitalazimishwa kulipa nyumba mahali, na mimi maybe kule naishi nalipanga vitu zangu. It's done. Bernard, mimi nitakuja kuchukua Ingo nao nitakuja nao. And Douglas, nitakujia Ingo kwako pia. Lakini historia kuniambia hapa tulipia sijui mamangu, kwani mimi sikujua mamangu siku yenye alizaliwa? Wewe unaniambia siku yenye mamangu alizaliwa ndio nimlipie nyumba? Mimi nitamtengezea nyumba mwenyewe. Hakuna mtu anaitwa president anakuja kuniambia kitu ya kufanya kwa maisha yangu. Kwenda Ghana yeye.
And on that note, we are calling it a day. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. The last word by Ruto himself. You will stand before God to answer why
no, Bernard,
you are
give Julia. Please just give Julia.
You are able
5 minutes.
Order. Mato, you are misbehaving.
I know,
you
but
will
Julia was not done.
To answer why you are able to refuse to, you are able and refuse to pay 2.75%, and then you will go to hell. Ruto says, Julia, please.
God. Hapo Rala utatuambia kesho. If that is how we are going to heaven, hapana. Rala atatuambia kesho na Bernard. Asanteni.
Thank you. Lala, you want to say 30 seconds, please? Everybody has given up. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we must call it a day. Thank you so much for being part and parcel of this great conversation. Please, the conversation continues even after we sign out. I salute each one of you for participating into the poll question. What is more important to Kenyans? Affordable housing, low cost of living, and UDA re-election 2027. Low cost of living has taken the lion's share, 83%. Affordable housing is 3%, and UDA re-election 13%. Now that shows you where the hearts of Kenyans are. What is ailing Kenyans is not affordable housing, it's not even a housing crisis. What is really ailing Kenyans is the high cost of living. The same question on Sound Country Talk main channel, where we have responses from over 115 people. Affordable housing takes 12%, low cost of living 82%. This one we need to refresh because it's conflicting. But let's refresh so that we get the accurate trade ambitions here. So we get that, then we'll be calling it a day. Thank you. All right. Hey, kumendaje hapa? Did you end the poll? Okay, there we go. What is more important to Kenyans? Here we go. Affordable housing 12%, low cost of living 82%, UDA re-election 6%. So you see, the lion's share of all the responses is that Kenyans don't care whether houses are affordable or not. They are caring about the high cost of living. And that's where William Ruto needs to be concentrating. And like Reverend Lala said, when Kibaki took over and Julia also, he concentrated on revamping the economy, make Kenyans able to earn a living, and through that, people were able to afford mortgages and they are now able to buy houses. But what Ruto's approach is all about, in my opinion, is a scam, and there is no other name for it. It's a scam, a pyramid scheme to collect money from Kenyans by force, and that money will be lost. Just like pouring the water, the money in Tana River, then Tana River sweeps it to the Indian Ocean. That is what is going on with the so-called affordable housing project by William Ruto. It has nothing to do with affordable housing. It has nothing to do with making Kenyans own houses, and it has nothing to do with creating jobs. Because if you are to create jobs, you create an environment for investors to come and set up industries. Kenyans will get jobs in those industries. They will be permanent workers. When they are permanent workers, they will access mortgage and they will have the houses they want to live in. Not even determined by government, by their own volition and choices. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Because of time, we must call it a day.
Ambia watu tukaidi backstage watu wasiende. Kuna story
Now, wale ambao mnataka kuendeleza safari hii, basi tutaanza a new feed shortly, but in the meantime,
not backstage too.
Kivipi? Okay. No, we have to go. We have less than 10 minutes to end. So please, I cannot allow any further conversation because we don't want to cross from where we are to the 6th hour is too dangerous. Asante sana mabibi na mabwana, tukutane tutakapokutana.
Soundcard Talk sasa imeboreshwa zaidi. Kila siku ya wiki asubuhi tunapambazuka na maabudu na sifa kwenye kipindi cha. Baadaye tunakuletea mahojiano ya moja kwa moja kwenye one-on-one show.
Kwanza tuanze kwa mtazamo kwamba umeona vile hali ilivyo.
The age that we are living in, so many things are happening.
Alafu nakuletea taarifa zinazochipuka siku hiyo zikiwa ange kwenye In the News Headlines. Kisha tunaingia bungeni kutazama wabunge na kusikiliza tuliowaleta kupeleka bungeni iwapo iko imara.
Mr. Speaker,
they should not be given an opportunity to be in those committees.
Who told the people to close the business? Kisha baadaye usiku kuinaangana kwenye udadavusi kamili. Open Forum Political Show.
Open Forum Political Discussion Show.
Panya akitujue tumepata the right person. In churches, in funerals, come up and say, oh, it's our turn.
Sasa, Soundcard Check imekamilika.